Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became Zero to Hero? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. What does it truly mean to become a hero? Is it about quirks? Is it about titles? Or is it about doing the right thing? Back in your home state, you lived a joyful life with your parents. It was just the four of you until one fateful day. What do you mean she's quirkless? Your mother exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief as she looked at the test results your father had just shown her. You peeked from the bottom of the staircase, listening to their conversation. Everyone in our family has quirks. So why doesn't she? I understand how you feel, but please, just calm down. I'm sure there's a reason, your father replied, trying to soothe her. A reason? She's useless now. How am I supposed to train someone like her to be like me? She could get hurt in seconds. Your mother's frustration was palpable. Training? Why would you want to train her? Shouldn't she be focusing on her studies and what she wants to be when she grows up? Your father was at a loss for words, shocked by your mother's reaction. Then it settled. I'm in control now, whether you like it or not, she declared. Mama. Papa. You approached them, rubbing your eyes and clutching a plush toy in one arm. Effin, sweetie, what are you doing up this late? Your father asked, concern etched on his face. I can't sleep. You mumbled, noticing your mother's dismissive scoff as she walked away into the living room. Mama? You called out softly, but she turned to you with a cold glare. I never want to see you ever again. Her words stung as the scene faded to black. You woke up in your room, breathing heavily as the morning sun streamed in. It was just a dream, you thought to yourself, yawning and stretching. After putting on your glasses, you grabbed your phone from the nightstand and suddenly realized, oh no, I'm going to be late for school. You hurried through your morning routine and rushed into the living room where your dad was eating breakfast. Hey honey, he greeted you. Hippapasori for the Rashim Ladagatagak bye-bye, you blurted out as you dashed for the door, racing off to school. In Aldra Junior High, the teacher began, as third-year students, it's time to start thinking seriously about your futures and what you want to do with your lives. He paused, then added, I could pass out some career aptitude tests. But why bother? I know you all want to go to the hero track. The class erupted in cheers. Yes, you've got some impressive quirks, but no power usage allowed in school. Get a hold of yourselves. Hey, teach, a voice called out from across the room. You felt a familiar annoyance as Katsuki Bakugo continued, don't lump me in with this bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, but these guys will be lucky to end up as sidekicks to some D-lister. Here we go again, you thought, sighing as you placed a hand on your head, trying to focus on your writing while Bakugo boasted about how he would be the best and most popular hero, even more so than the #1 pro hero, All Might. You couldn't help but mumble to yourself, I want to see how he'll do it with that ego. Oh yeah, Midoriya. Don't you want to go to UA too? The teacher pointed out, directing attention to Izuku Midoriya, who sat with his face buried in his hands. An awkward silence filled the room before laughter erupted, but you remained silent. You understood Midoriya's struggle, he was quirkless like you, and both of you faced bullying for it. Midoriya stood up, trembling but determined to speak. Well, actually they got rid of that rule. I could be the first one. Before he could finish, Bakugo interrupted, slamming Izuku to the floor. You watched helplessly as Bakugo glared down at him, his hands crackling with energy. Listen up, De. You're even worse than the rest of these rejects, you quirkless wannabe. Bakugo spat. Each insult made you want to intervene, but you knew better than to get involved in a fight you couldn't win. No way. You've got it all wrong. Really. I'm not trying to compete against you. You have to believe me. Midoriya stammered, his head lowered. You averted your gaze, hoping Bakugo wouldn't turn his anger toward you. I've wanted to be a hero since I was little. I may not have a quirk, but I can still try my hardest, can't I? Midoriya's voice trembled with determination. Bakugo's expression remained fierce. You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best. You'd never survive the exams. Defenseless Izuku. You felt his gaze on you as you tried to avoid eye contact, focusing on your notebook. You knew he was talking about you. Hey, are you listening? He shouted again, picking up a notebook nearby and tossing it at your head. It hit with a loud thud, leaving you rubbing your now aching head. Oh, hey, you finally exclaimed. So you're not mute then? I thought you were as dumb as you are quiet, he taunted. Taking a deep breath, you shot back. You know, with that attitude and ego on your stubborn face, you won't get anywhere as a hero. Ooh, the class murmured, and you heard Izuku whisper, Tinsen don't. Bakugo then tugged on your shirt, pulling you up from your chair. You stared at him, expressionless. I could say the same for you, weakling. Go on. I dare you to try and get into UA in the state you're in now. You'd be finished along with Deku here. Well, if you have nothing else to say, I'll be going now, you replied dryly as he gripped you tighter, then let go roughly. Whispers filled the room about how skillfully you had avoided Bakugo's insults. Better than Izuku, they thought. Honestly, you didn't care what Katsuki said. You weren't going to let him stop you from becoming a hero. Since you were about 4 years old, you had dreamed of being like those heroes who save the innocent and protect the world. Even without a quirk, you were motivated. You pulled out your phone and saw a text from your dad. Dad Dizzy. Hey Effin. I'll be home early today. What do you want to eat? Hey Papa. How does pizza sound? Pizza. Dad Dizzy. All right then, I'll get dinner started. See you soon. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Sounds good. See you soon. I love you. You put your phone away, and before you could walk again, you felt another bonk on your head, harder than before. The object landed near the small koi fish pond beside you, and you rubbed your head in frustration. Yow. Ow 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 ow. You winced, a tear forming in the corner of your eye. Again. What in the... You looked over to see Izuku Midoriya, the kind boy who had been insulted earlier, walking toward you. His expression shifted from disappointment to concern when he saw your pain. Effin-sen, are you okay? He asked, gently holding your shoulders. Yeah, I think I am. Do you need an ice pack? I can go get one for you. No, I'm fine. I'll get one at home. Don't worry, Dad will be home early today. You glanced at the pond again and picked up the battered notebook that had hit you. Again. You handed it to Izuku. Hey, is this yours? You asked. It looks damaged. What happened? Oh, that was Kaken. Him again? Izuku-san, you need to stop letting that guy take advantage of you like that. I've warned you. So many times, might I add. Oh, I'm not as brave as you are. So, I leave that to you. You placed a hand on his shoulder. Listen, don't let that bully get to you. You know we both have the same goal here. You have my support. FN. Midoriya suddenly hugged you tightly, whispering, Thank you. I won't give up. I promise. You hugged him back before parting ways. Midoriya had always been so kind to you. You remembered the day you both met after moving from America. Flashback. You were 5 years old. You're so weird, playing with action figures, a group of girls said while you played in the sandbox. You were shy back then, so you didn't say much. So what's your quirk? One of the girls asked, and you lowered your head. Gasp, oh my gosh. You don't have a quirk, they realized. You're not only delusional and weird, but you're also quirkless and defenseless? Ha. Let's show her what it's like to have a quirk and not be an idiot. One of them unleashed a gust of wind, sending sand flying into your face. Another girl snuck behind you and grabbed your All Might action figure, your first hero toy in Japan. No. Give it back. You squeaked, trying to stand, but one of the girls pushed you down while they tossed sand at you. When they finally left, you were left in tears, remembering your mother's words, She's useless. What's a quirkless girl like her gonna do? Just then, the boy you know today saw your action figure and you on the ground. He picked up your toy and approached you. Hey, are you okay? He asked kindly. You curled into a ball, letting out a small squeak. Please. Don't hurt me. Hurt you? No, you got it wrong. Is this yours? He held out the action figure, and you shyly nodded. Take it. You accepted it and thanked him, noticing your sad expression. You like All Might too? He asked, a spark lighting in his eyes. What do you like about him? He's cool and brave, you said softly. I want to be a hero, just like him one day. Me too. He's the greatest hero ever. I'd like to play with you more someday. What's your name? FNLN. And you? I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. From that day on, Midoriya and his mom helped you and your dad find a home, a job, school, everything. You felt indebted to him for all he had done. The least you could do was grow and ensure their efforts were not in vain. End of flashback. On your way home, you noticed the messy Dagoba Municipal Beach Park near your apartment and considered cleaning it up, but there was one problem. There were some heavy objects that were too much for you to carry. Guess I'll call a truck to pick it up. Just gotta ask Papa about it, you thought as you walked back home. You entered your apartment and found your dad sitting on the couch, watching the news on TV. Papa, I'm home, you smiled. Welcome back, sweetheart, he replied. Do you have ice packs somewhere? I hit my head a little at school. Yeah. They should be in the fridge. What happened? Just an accident, you said, brushing off what Bakugo had mentioned in class. You turned your attention to the TV, where a slimy monster was rampaging through the city. Your dad seemed to notice your distraction. What's that? You asked, leaning over the couch with your ice pack in hand. Looks like a sewage monster causing trouble. I'm sure the heroes will take care of it. I see. Oh, that reminds me. I'm heading to the municipal beach to clean up a bit there. But most of the stuff there is heavy even for you. I'll take some extra money to call a truck to pick it up. All right then. Just don't push yourself too hard, okay? You both fell silent for a moment before you broached a sensitive topic. Papa? Do you think that someone without a quirk can be a hero? You asked softly. Why the sudden question? Your dad replied, curiosity evident in his voice. Well, everyone at school is talking about how they want to go to the hero track and get into UA to become heroes with their super cool quirks. But I wondered if quirkless people could enter. I mean, Midoriya mentioned that they got rid of the rule that if you don't have a quirk, you don't qualify. So, maybe I have a chance. Your father fell quiet, understanding the reason behind your question. It was about your mother. Well, what do you believe? He finally asked as you sat beside him. I think it's possible with hard work and determination. That's what I believe. Your father wrapped his arms around you, pulling you close. Then work for what you believe in. Wherever you go, you have my support. Thanks, Papa, you whispered, closing your eyes and soaking in his warmth. The doorbell rang from across the room, prompting your father to stand up. Pizza's here. I'll get it, you exclaimed, rushing to the door. Later that night, you quietly snuck out of the apartment to check on the beach and prepare for the work ahead. As you examined the area, you found it to be a junkyard, devoid of sand or water. You pulled out your phone to make a list of supplies you would need for tomorrow's trip to the stores. On your way back home, you decided to take a shortcut through the alleyway. Almost immediately, you felt uneasy and regretted your choice. Well, hello, beautiful, a gruff voice called from behind you. You quickened your pace, but he grabbed your arm, causing a startled squeal to escape your lips. Let go, you yelled, but he tightened his grip, and you felt a painful pressure on your wrist, possibly from his quirk. Super strength? Maybe I'll have a little fun with you, he said menacingly, leaning in too close for comfort. The smell of alcohol on his breath made you GG. Suddenly, you noticed something strange. You looked down to see the ground beneath you covered in ice, and the man's legs were frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, you broke free and ran as fast as you could. You could hear him breaking free and chasing after you until a hand reached out from between the buildings, pulling you out of sight. Who? You gasped until the figure placed a hand over your mouth and put a finger to his lips. He took off, assuming you would follow. You exhaled shakily as the figure uncovered your mouth. Are you hurt? He seemed pretty strong back there, the figure asked. He sounded like a boy around your age. Just my wrist, you replied. Give me your hand, he said, extending his hand toward you. You hesitated but slowly placed your hand in his. He cooled your hand, easing the sting inside. You winced as he tried to calm you down. You tried not to cry out in pain while he soothed you. I know it hurts. It's okay. It'll help, he said calmly, guiding you through your deep breaths. You took a moment to look at him. He had half white and half red hair, mismatched eyes, and a scar over his left eye. His expression remained steady. After cooling your wrist, he wrapped it gently in cloth. Thank you, you said softly. What's your name? He asked. FNLN. And you? My name doesn't matter. Now, what were you doing in a dangerous alley like this one? I was just checking out the beach to gather supplies for tomorrow. I decided to take a shortcut, but it looks like that wasn't the best idea, you chuckled nervously. I see. Just be careful next time, okay? I might not be there the next time you're in danger, he warned. I should head home now before Dad wakes up. Thanks again, and I hope to see you soon, you said, bowing slightly before running back to your apartment. You wondered who that boy was, but you were grateful for his help. Flashback. 2 months before discovering you were quirkless. You were little when your mother actively engaged with you. The two of you would play, do chores, and do everything together. It was a perfect mother-daughter relationship. Your mother wore a smile that you had long forgotten. Mama, when I get a quirk and grow up, I'm going to be the greatest hero this world has ever seen, you exclaimed excitedly. Oh, my sweet FN, I know you'll one day be just like Mommy, or even better with your quirk, she replied with a smile. And when the time comes, I'll be right by your side cheering you on. Little did you know, those words would turn out to be empty promises. The day you discovered you had no quirk, your mother turned her back on you. Mama, you called out to her. She coldly stared back. I can still be a hero, right? You want to be a hero? She said in a different tone. Forget it, kid. It's better if you work at a fast food place. She left, shutting the bedroom door in your face. Mama? Mama, wait, you pleaded, knocking on the door. No answer. All you could do was cry. You lost a mother who promised to help you become a hero. I'm sorry, Mama. End of flashback. You had started to clean up the beach when that memory of your mother flashed in your mind. Sadness threatened to overwhelm you as you picked up small pieces of trash before moving on to larger objects. It took only a few minutes to clear the small debris, and then you focused on the bigger items. Microwaves, toasters, foam fridges, broken chairs, and other items cluttered the area, making the trash bags heavy for you. It was now 7 a.m., and you felt exhausted and sweaty. Your dad had texted you that he left for his job in the tech industry early today. So, you decided to text Izuku to get ready for school. Luckily, you had packed your uniform just in case you were going to be home late. You? Hey, are you home? Green circle Izuku-san, green circle, FN-san. Beaming face with smiling eyes, yeah, I'm home. Is something wrong? You? Oh no. There's nothing wrong. No worries. Grinning face with sweat, I just need to get changed before school. Green circle Izuku-san, green circle? Okay. But you're not home? I'm doing community service at the beach today, and Dad's out early. So, mind if I go? Green circle Izuku-san, green circle, of course. I'll let Mom know you're coming over. Thumbs up, see you there. Alright. See you. With that settled, you grabbed your bag containing your school clothes and headed out. However, you noticed someone with blonde hair and a bag watching you from behind a pile of trash. Was he homeless? You both made eye contact and he dashed off. Hey. Wait, you exclaimed, running after him. You had an advantage since you were quite fast on your feet. He seemed fatigued and sat down as you watched from a distance. When he noticed you again, he took off. Before chasing him again, you spotted the shopping bag he had left behind. It must have contained some food he had gathered. You dug into your bag and pulled out the sandwich you made for breakfast, placing it near his bag along with a kind note before calling out to him. Hey, you left your bag over here. I'm leaving now, and I left you a little something to eat. Have a nice day, sir. If you can hear me, you said, turning to make your way to Midoriya's house. Unbeknownst to you, the man returned to his bag and read your note. Here's a nice meal for you. Enjoy, smiley face, it said, making him grin. There is hope for this city yet. Later that day, the hours flew by, perhaps a little too quickly. Midoriya told you about his encounter with the slime monster from the news and how he rushed in to save Bakugo from the villain while All Might arrived on the scene. You were flabbergasted and snapped at him for being reckless, but he just smiled and reassured you that everything was fine. This was now day 2 of your beach cleaning service. Looking at the mess you were returning to made you feel out of breath from all the clutter. Well, I won't finish just by standing here, you thought. Before taking a step forward, you started to hear a familiar voice. You saw a silhouette in front of the sunlight but couldn't quite make out who it was. Quietly, you took the back path of the beach and climbed over the trash, hoping it would be stable enough to support you. Surprisingly, stealth and speed were your specialties. You weren't overly athletic, but you exercised in the park when it wasn't crowded. You took quiet steps up the trash, peeking over the mountain of garbage to see a green-haired boy with freckles along with. "What?" you whispered. You recognized the tall man standing in front of Izuku. "Oh yeah, of course," Midoriya said to the man. "You went there, so it must be the best school around, right? It's a long shot, but I'm going to shoot for the moon. Heroing isn't easy without a quirk." The tall man paused. "It's not fair, but that's the reality. And UA is the hardest hero course to get into." Same day. UA High School. Exam entrance. Today was the day a step closer for you. To become a hero. Those thoughts settled in as you walked into the high school of your dreams. You felt just as nervous as you were excited. How can I accomplish such a dream? You thought to yourself, admiring the school building with a smile. By taking the first step. That's how. You looked to your right and spotted Midoriya walking to the school too. You were proud of him for finally getting to UA and taking the exam. Just as you thought that, you saw him trip over his own feet, and before you could reach him, he seemed to be floating? A girl with short brown hair and pink cheeks had caught him with her quirk before he fell. You sighed in relief to see Midoriya not making a bad impression on his first day as you continued walking to the exam. On the way, someone bumped your shoulder hard, almost sending you stumbling. "Well, look who's here, Mrs. Quirkless," the familiar boy glared at you. "Katsuki Bakugo." "Oh, so good to see you too, Mr. Ego Much," you shot back. "Whatever. Just watch where you're going next time, Four Eyes. You bumped into me. On purpose. Tiesuke, what makes you think you can pass this exam without a quirk? You should back down now before you get hurt. Or I'll make sure you understand." "Is that a threat?" "However you take it, I don't care. Just get ready for me to crush you in this exam, along with Deku." With that, he walked away. You rolled your eyes, determined not to let Bakugo ruin this moment for you. In fact, you were going to show him that you were strong enough to do this. "You can't stop me," you mumbled to yourself as you continued to enter. In the exam orientation, you found a spot to sit while listening to the presentation. To your left was Midoriya, who sat next to Bakugo, while to your right was a tall student with blue hair and glasses. You took out your small notepad and started jotting down details from the teacher giving the orientation, whose name was Present Mike. He was loud and spoke quickly, so you had to write rapidly for the mock battle coming up. As it says in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting a 10-minute mock urban battle after this. Present Mike began to explain. You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, you'll head to your specified battle centers, okay? Okay. You looked at the exam ticket in front of you that said, Center C. "I see. They're splitting us up so we can't work with any of our friends," Bakugo said, surprisingly calm. "Yeah, you're right. Even though our examinee numbers were consecutive, we were assigned to different centers," Midoriya concluded before Bakugo shouted something at him again, while you ignored it and focused on your card. "So we're splitting up then?" Izuku frowned at you, and you nodded. "I got Center B. And you?" "Center C," you replied. "All right then. 3 different types of faux villains stationed in each battle center." You took quick notes during the presentation as Present Mike explained. At the same time, you felt the blue-haired boy's eyes on you as you wrote so fast that your hands started to hurt before you looked back at the presentation. To put it simply, you noted some specifications. Villain 1 1 point and commonly found. Villain 2 2 points, also commonly found. Villain 3 3 points, again quite a few of them. Villain 4 0 points since there's only one of them. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Go beyond. Plus ultra." Present Mike finished with motivating words that pumped you up and put a beaming smile on your face. "Now everyone, good luck out there," he concluded as you changed into your gym clothes. You wore a black sweater and leggings, your favorite shirt, and some white running shoes. Once you were done changing, you saw Izuku looking nervous again. He turned to see you, and you gave a wink and a thumbs up. With that, you entered your center. At Battle Center C. "Seems like everyone's taking this mock battle test seriously," you thought as you looked at everyone getting ready. "I'll give this test my all too. I just hope I can find something useful to defend myself. If I don't, I have my legs to run. Or I'm in trouble." Present Mike had already started the countdown for the 10-minute battle, and you got into your running position. On your mark. Get set. Go. Everyone shot into a run, and so did you. You were quicker than some of the others there, so maybe finding some of those villains wouldn't be so hard, right? You stopped in your tracks, spotting 2 robots in front of you. Your legs froze for a moment when one lifted its arm to strike. "Move, move, move," you exclaimed inside your head, jumping away from the robot. Instinctively, you flipped onto the robot, making the other one target you and hit the robot you stood on instead. "Exhales, I got my first few points." "I did it," you cheered, panting as you grabbed one of the robot's broken arm pieces and ran to find more. Minutes passed quickly as you improvised a fighting style, using the same tactic as before to bash the broken part hard against the villains, replacing parts with another robot's piece. That's already 46 points in the bag. I have a chance. You kept track of your score, still running as fast as you could. Strangely enough, you didn't feel pain in your legs from all the running. Perhaps it was all that training you did 10 months ago? Or the adrenaline? Either way, nothing was stopping you. Boom! A massive villain appeared in front of everyone in the center. Now you understood why Villain 4 was worth no points. It's big enough to crush anyone, you thought in fear. Everyone started to run away, and before you could follow, you spotted a girl trapped in rubble with the robot close by. Without thinking, your legs moved on their own, and you rushed to where she was before the huge villain could reach her. Using all your strength, you lifted the rubble trapping the girl. "Go! Now!" you hollered as she freed herself from underneath. You dropped the heavy object and stared up at the villain, freezing in place. How would you get out of there? Before you could think further, the giant robot was suddenly encased in ice. You dropped your arms and opened your eyes to find that you weren't harmed. "What? 1. Time's up." Present Mick's voice signaled everyone that the test was over. Thank goodness. You felt fatigued from the adrenaline, but you still managed to earn some points on the field. It was time to wait for the results. 1 week later. Had been uneasy for the past few days, not getting enough sleep or eating more than usual. Pacing around the same area while waiting for the test results made your dad a little anxious about your behavior. "And sweetheart, calm down. We don't know how long it'll take for the results to come," he started. "But, Papa," you sighed desperately, "what if I failed the exam? I mean, the written exam was pretty easy because I studied with Midoriya, but that mock battle test. I'm so worried they'll see me without a quirk and decide not to give me a chance to be a hero quirkless. And I know I'm over-exaggerating, but I can't control this heart-clenching feeling that I possibly blew that test." After getting that off your chest, you tossed a blanket over your head and curled up on the couch, your legs tucked in and your arms holding your head. Your dad lifted the blanket to see you so nervous. "Whether you failed or not, just know that I'm proud of you for trying your best out there." He smiled and held your chin up before bumping your shoulder. "Come on. Where's my confident little girl who wanted to be a hero in the first place?" "This is more nerve-wracking than I thought." Your voice was muffled from your position, suddenly perking up to hear the doorbell ring. "Oh my gosh, it's here." Your dad answered the door and then closed it, now holding an envelope. He passed it to you as you sat down again to read it. Your hands couldn't stop shaking from anticipation. You looked at your father, who nodded and smiled while holding one of your arms. You open the envelope to find a hologram of All Might now in front of both of you. All Might? But this is from UA, you thought. He explained that he would be a new faculty member at UA High School, which excited you but also made you nervous. Then, he explained your actions in the exam, telling you he was proud of you for not having a quirk. Along with the 46 points you made, you earned an additional 60 points for rescuing the girl from the villain. Apparently, rescue points were a thing, but Present Mike kept it a secret so it wouldn't be too easy for everyone else. Hearing those results and summing up your points, you passed. Both you and your father gasped as you felt every emotion in your body while you jumped, screamed, cried, and laughed. Your father picks you up and spins you around triumphantly, lifting you into the air with his telekinesis quirk, filled with excitement. "That's my baby girl," he exclaims joyfully as you float. "Whoa, Papa, ha, I'm gonna hit the ceiling." You laugh, but soon both of you calm down, and you float gently back to the ground, wrapping your arms around him tightly. "I did it. I'm going to UA. I'm gonna be a hero." Tears of joy fill your eyes, and he shares in your happiness. After moving to Japan, he had worried you might not get the chance to change your life, but now you are on your way to doing just that. "Well, get some sleep. We don't want to be late tomorrow," he smiles, and you nod, rushing to your room, where you quickly drift off to sleep. The next day. It was finally your first day at UA, and excitement bubbled within you. However, a hint of nervousness crept in as you approached the entrance, knowing that some students might have heard about the quirkless girl who got accepted referring to you. As you walked through the halls, curious glances followed you, and whispers filled the air with each step until you reached your classroom, 1A. Taking a deep breath, you grasped the handle of the door. "You can do this. Just make a good impression on day 1, and you'll be fine," you tell yourself, but hesitation grips you. "Oh, what am I saying? I can't do this." "Hello." A girl with short brown hair and rosy cheeks approaches you with a warm smile, seemingly heading to the same classroom. You try your best to mask your nerves. "Oh, nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too. I'm Ochako Uraraka." "I'm FNLN. So, are you in class 1A2? I just got here to head straight to class until I saw you. I was just trying to overcome my nerves to actually go inside." "No worries. We'll go in together. I'm a bit nervous too." "Well, let's head in." When Uraraka opens the door, you find the room packed with students getting to know each other while you stand beside her. Suddenly, one of the girls catches your attention, and the other girls around her. "Hey, that's her. The girl without a quirk who saved me." A flurry of questions bombards you from all sides. "Is it true that you don't have a quirk at all? Where are you from? You don't seem to be from Mizudafu. How did you defeat so many villains with just one broken robot arm?" Overwhelmed, you stammer, "I'll answer all of your questions later, just give me a moment to think." "Excuse me, can't you see that she is overwhelmed?" A boy with blue hair and glasses, whom you sat next to during the presentation, steps in. At least give her some space to breathe and find her desk in the short time she has. "Ida, stop being a killjoy," a girl with purple hair retorts. You glance at your watch and see the time. "We only have 8 minutes before class starts. I'm in no rush." "Sigh, all right. Just don't take too long." He walks off as some of the girls sigh in disappointment. "Sorry about that. He's like that sometimes," a voice says, and you assume it belongs to the girl with the invisibility quirk. "Oh, no worries. I'll head over to my desk now. Maybe we can hang out a bit later." "Yes, I would love that," the pink girl you saved during the exam exclaims energetically. As you walk to find a spot, you notice a familiar face at one of the desks, the one Ito was scolding earlier. "What a surprise," you think sarcastically, Katsuki Bakugo, also known as Mr. Over-the-Top Ego. The nickname almost makes you laugh as you pass him. But then you spot another familiar face, Izuku Midoriya. He sees you and waves with the biggest smile, clearly happy to see you after the exam. You're glad he passed, even if he benefited from rescue points. Bakugo takes advantage of your distraction, sticking his leg out from his desk to trip you. Wawa. Just then, someone grabs your arm, preventing you from falling face-first to the floor. He leans halfway off his desk to reach you, steadying you. "Are you okay?" he asks. "Yeah, I'm okay," you reply, lifting yourself up and adjusting your glasses. "Just a little clumsy there." You suddenly stop, realizing who caught you. Memories flood back to when you were in danger, and a boy with half white and half red hair saved you. "Hey, it's you," you gasp. "From 10 months ago. You remember me, right? You saved me from that man and helped my wrist. You're FNLN, aren't you? Your name was going around and I had a feeling it was you," he replies. "So, introductions aren't needed for me?" you say shyly. "You never told me your name." He looks at you with an emotionless expression before finally saying, "Shoto Todoroki." "Oh, well then, Todoroki, thanks again for what happened 10 months ago. And for now, maybe I can return the favor somehow." "No need. All right, everyone. Settle down," a voice interrupts. You quickly realize you need a desk. You glance at the empty one next to Todoroki. "Hey, is this spot taken?" "No." "Go ahead," he responds. You sit down and place your bag on the floor. At that moment, someone enters the room dressed in all black, wearing a scarf, with tired eyes. "Who's that?" you whisper to Todoroki. "I don't know," he replies honestly. You strain to hear his words until he introduces himself as your homeroom teacher. "I'm Shota Aizawa, your teacher." "Our teacher," everyone exclaims in unison. "Oh boy, this is off to a great start," you mumble nervously, wondering if you should back out now. "Let's get to it," he says, holding out gym uniforms. "Put these on and meet me outside." Each student retrieves their uniforms from the lockers and heads to the changing room. You wear the uniform with the same shoes you had for the exam and tie your hair back in a ponytail. Everyone gathers outside with the teacher, ready for what lies ahead. He started explaining what everyone would be doing. An assessment test? In the UA field stood Class 1A, your class, while Aizawa explained the test more thoroughly to all the students. Everyone would be participating in a physical exam, but this time, everyone could use their quirks. Whoever came in last would face immediate expulsion. You were so nervous that you felt like you might shake. "Oh great. Everyone is going to outshine me. I don't have a quirk to give me an advantage," you thought to yourself. "The rules for this exam apply to everyone, even if you don't have a quirk," Aizawa clarified, and you could feel everyone's eyes on you. Izuka looked worried, but you just nodded, trying to hide your fear. You could hear Bakugo's laughter in the background, but you ignored it as you focused. "I just have to remember my training and put it into practice. Let's not waste any more time. Begin." Aizawa blew the whistle to start. First up was the 50-meter dash. It was Ida versus Azui, the frog girl, then Uraraka against the boy with the tail, followed by Midoriya versus Bakugo, and finally, it was you against Todoroki. "Don't disappoint me," he whispered to you before getting into position. "Go." You tried to run as fast as you could, knowing you probably wouldn't catch up to him since he used his ice. Regardless, you gave it your all. 7.02 seconds. The robot announced as Todoroki crossed the finish line. 9.16 seconds. Was your time when you finished, heaving for air. The mix of adrenaline and speed had taken its toll on you. "Not bad," Todoroki whispered, but you still felt embarrassed about your score. Next was grip strength. Izuka seemed to be struggling when you both finished that part of the test. "How much?" you asked him. 56 kilograms, he replied. "You?" 63 kilograms, you said, scratching your head. Then you leaned in and whispered, "Moving an extra 600 pounds on a fridge 10 months ago actually helped a bit." "You mean 560? "You know what I mean." After doing decently on the standing long jump, repeated side steps, and other tests, it was time for the ball throw. Everyone used their quirks to achieve records over 100 meters. Now you were worried. You couldn't fail this. Uraraka took her turn to toss the ball, and everyone watched carefully. If she had a zero-gravity quirk, that would mean infinity, the students gasped, while Uraraka giggled. "Uraraka, that was so cool," you congratulated her. It was nothing," she said bashfully. "Ellen," Aizawa called, "you're up." You gulped and stepped forward. Gathering all your courage, you threw the ball as hard as you could. But it wasn't enough to beat any score. 71 meters, the robot announced, and you hung your head in defeat. Aizawa was silent, staring at you. Your heart raced, feeling like it might leap out of your chest. At that moment, you remembered your mother's words, "She's useless. Quirkless." "Back in line," Aizawa finally said after the heavy silence, and you obeyed. You stood at the very back, hoping no one would see your embarrassment. With your mother's words echoing in your mind and the pressure of completing these tests weighing on you, you felt defeated and frustrated. "Hey!" Todoroki placed a hand on your shoulder, making you gasp. "Todoroki, you tried your best. That's what matters," he said, letting you go. "Yeah," you sighed. End of the exam. Everyone looked at the chart Aizawa displayed. Your name was second to last on the board. The last name you saw was Midoriya's. You both gulped heavily. "This is it," you thought to yourself just before Aizawa spoke. "And I was lying. No one's going home." You and a few other students gasped. That was just a rational deception to ensure you gave it your all in the test. You felt like fainting when you heard that, but at least you weren't expelled. Class dismissed. You lingered behind the group after everyone left when Aizawa grabbed your arm with his scarf. "You're lucky I lied about the expulsion. You could have been out already," he began. "Becoming a hero is nearly impossible for someone quirkless like you. You don't belong here, and yet you're standing here. One day, I hope you can accept that not everyone is created equal. I'll grade you like any other student, without playing favorites. If you know what's good for you, I suggest you back down when you feel like you're not up to it." You stared at him. You expected as much from students or a teacher, but you were so focused on your goal that it made you seem stubborn. "That we'll see about that," you replied as he let you go. "You're dismissed." You kept walking, still a bit intimidated by this teacher. If no one believed you could be a hero, it felt like it was you against the world. Outside the classroom, you were on your way to the station, feeling less enthusiastic than before. Aizawa's words echoed in your mind, along with what everyone else had told you in the past, even your mother years ago. But that changed, you thought. "I'm not the same as I was before. I'll show them that I can be a hero." Just then you bumped into someone. It was Midoriya, along with Ida and Uraraka. "Oh, and San," he exclaimed happily. Sorry. I was lost in thought and forgot to watch where I was going," you apologized. "It's okay. You're the girl who doesn't have a quirk, right?" Ida asked. Midoriya's expression was almost one of panic, knowing how you might take it. You realized you hadn't introduced yourself properly. "Oh yes. I must have gotten too excited for today and forgot to introduce myself. I'm FNLN. I moved here years ago from SN. It's nice to meet you." Properly this time Listen? That's in America, right? "Cool." Uraraka smiled. "Such modesty. Unlike the rest of the students who make fun of me." Ida mumbled, impressed by your sudden change in tone. "I am Tenya Ida, and I must say, I'm impressed you were able to pass that entrance exam. No one without a quirk could have passed so easily. How did you do it?" "I just relied on my instincts and did what I could to pass." "I see. Well, in any case, should we get going?" "Oh, okay," Midoriya said as you all made your way to the cafeteria. "Time skip in the classroom." "TM. Here." A familiar voice brought a smile to your face. "Coming through the door like a hero." "All Might is our teacher too?" you whispered excitedly. "Ooh, this is going to be cool. Now, this is the most important class at UA High. You can think of it as heroing here. You will learn the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight in the name of good. Let's get into it. Today's lesson will be intense. Real combat," you mumbled as All Might explained. You hadn't really thought about how to combat people with quirks. Unless there were still robot arms around, then you thought you were a goner. But one of the keys to being a hero is looking good. He handed out bags containing your new hero costumes that you had customized. You were thrilled and excited to take part in this class. This is going to be so cool. Once everyone was suited up, you headed to the training ground beta. At the end of the tunnel stood All Might, waiting for you. They say the pros make the clothes, young ladies and gentlemen. And behold, you are the proof, he proudly announced as the students emerged from the tunnel into the light. Take it to heart. From now on you are all heroes in training. All Might cheered. You looked at everyone's costumes and thought they looked amazing, considering your outfit was a bit basic compared to theirs. Wow, Ellen-san. You look amazing. Tsuyu commented. Oh, you think so? It's a simple look, but efficient, you replied with a bashful smile. Ida approached you, his face covered by his metallic mask. Say, shouldn't you take your glasses off to make sure they don't break? Oh, I thought I would have to take them off too. But these are new. From the industry my father works in, you stuttered nervously. Really? He must be special to you then, if you're wearing them now. He is, you smiled, remembering when you got your new glasses. Flashback. You gazed at your hero outfit in your room. It was simple and just right for you. Once you put it on, you went downstairs to show your dad. How do I look, Papa? You asked, spinning around to show him. Like a true hero. You look great, he grinned. I should go, I'll be late. Wait, Vin. There's something I need to give you before you leave. He held out a box containing a new pair of glasses. They looked fancy and expensive. Papa, what? I had the industry help me with this. After I told them about your new school, they offered this to me. Also, designed by me and my coworkers, of course. But this looks like it's worth a lot. Why would you want to give this to me? He held your hands and looked at you with compassion. FN, when I found out you didn't have a quirk and you told me you wanted to be a hero, I tried everything to give you what you wanted, he explained. And after you got into UA, you helped me push forward, not just with your dreams, but mine as well. I want you to become the hero you want to be, and I want to help. So please accept. You took off your old glasses and he gently placed the new ones on your face. When you opened your eyes, everything looked computerized with different information. Cool. Say hello to Project Isamu. Intelligent Systematic Optical Multi-Utility. It has everything from heat vision and magnifying objects from far away to biological and quirk data analysis. Isamu? Really? That wait, is an optical with an O, not an A? You asked. Yeah, that's what everyone says. But Isamu has a better ring to it. You looked in the mirror and admired your full hero look. You know what else Isamu means? He whispered in your ear. What? It's a quality that every hero needs to face hardships, bravery. You reflected on his words as your memory of this morning faded. Be brave and end of flashback. I'll be brave, Papa. I promise, you whispered. You all look good. Shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? All Might continued. Before proceeding, you noticed Izuku coming in with his hero suit. It was a bit. Ahem. You tried your best to hide your laughter when you saw his suit, which closely resembled All Might's, who was now in a state of embarrassment. Although there was nothing you both could do about it, he was the fanboy in the class. He makes it so obvious. All Might muttered, and you were still chuckling. It's hard not to laugh while seeing him like that. Anyways, now that you're all ready, it's time for combat training. He began explaining to the class that some of the smartest villains would take a fight indoors. For this exercise, you would all have a 2-on-2 indoor battle, this time against your classmates instead of robots like in the urban battle. Everyone began throwing questions at All Might, which started to overwhelm him. I wasn't finished speaking, he nervously said before they quieted down. Listen up. The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys will have to catch the villains or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they protect their nuclear weapon or capture the heroes. Now, all that was left to do was draw the teams. You were left for last, considering that there was an uneven number in the class. Here are the teams. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Uchako Uraraka. Team B, Mizo Shoji and Shoto Todoroki. Team C, Minoru Mineta and Momo Yaoyorozu. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E, Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. Team I, Masahiro Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. Team J, Manta Siro and Eijiro Kirishima. Young LN. All Might called out, nearly making you jump. Yes, sir? You tried not to squeak as you turned to him nervously. You're the only one without a team right now, but not to worry. I'll let you draw one name for them to be your teammate. You'll have to go either right after their turn with their original team or wait until you're ready. Oh, okay. You reached into the box with the names written on papers, adjusting your glasses as you read. Eijiro Kirishima. You read aloud, and the guy with the spiky red hair grinned and cheered, "All right. This is gonna be cool." Now, the first teams will be Team D as the villains and Team A as the heroes. Team A and D? You thought in a panic. That means it's Midoriya against Bakugo. Oh no. We headed to the spectators' room, watching the battle through the cameras. Your stomach began to feel uneasy, knowing how Bakugo would most likely target Midoriya, given their personal history. Be careful, Midoriya, you mumbled inwardly. Alright. Your time starts now. All Might announced. You observed every move through the cameras and monitors while developing strategies in your head. If you were in Midoriya's place, you would focus on quietly getting to the weapon before getting caught, especially by. Suddenly, you heard explosions erupting. It was Bakugo. Why would he set off explosions like that? It's not a good plan to engage the enemy like that, you thought softly, but loud enough for Todoroki to hear next to you. Unless he has his own plans to capture them. Todoroki whispered as if responding to your thought. Oh, sorry. Am I being too loud? No. You're fine. I'm just curious about how this will play out. You and me both. I won't let you get away that easily. Bakugo growled at Midoriya as he swung for an attack, but Izuku countered by grabbing Bakugo's arm and flipping him over, slamming him to the ground, leaving you wide-eyed. Yes. You cheered silently. Kaken. Izuku said, now face to face with Bakugo, I analyzed every amazing hero, even you. I wanted to learn everything I could. It was all in the notebook you burned and threw away. You remembered the notebook that had hit your head 10 months ago. You realized it had been burned, most likely by Bakugo. You can call me Deku. But I'm not the same helpless kid anymore. You hear me? I've changed. From now on, Deku is the name of a hero. Izuku. You widened your eyes slightly at his inspiring words. You've grown so much. Flashback. You were 9 years old. Quirkless Deku. Look at him. So weak. Young kids were bullying Midoriya as you walked to your class and witnessed it all. Ichie. Leave him alone. You stuttered, stepping in front of Izuku. Oh, the other quirkless twerp. The young Bakugo, or Kaken as Izuku called him, smirked. Out of my way. No, I won't let you pick on him. If you want to hurt him, you'll have to hurt me. FN. Midoriya squeaked. Well, if you insist. Bakugo charged his quirk, but you were saved by the school bell, signaling the last 2 hours of the day. You're lucky I'm busy. They left, and you did your best to clean off the wounds that Midoriya had. Are you okay? You asked. I'm okay. Thank you. You acted like a real hero. But please don't do that again, he said, his tone escalating quickly, and you simply giggled. But I don't want you to get hurt. Let me help you. But I promise, one day I'll be able to take care of myself, and one day take care of you too. His sweet smile was reassuring. He kept his word to you all the way up until now. End of flashback. You saw how Ida tried to communicate with Bakugo but failed. Just shut up and defend the weapon. I have more important things to worry about. Based on Ida's expression after Bakugo said that, it seemed like he had given up. That's not smart. He can't just lose communication like that. This is supposed to be a team battle, you thought again, wondering what was going through Katsuki's head. Midoriya ordered Uraraka to go and retrieve the weapon. At least he thought about that. Bakugo prepared for another attack, but Midoriya started to wrap some sort of tape around him. Is that? You mumbled. That's right. If you wrap this white tape around your opponent, you have successfully captured the hero or villain, All Might reminded you. But that move, you thought again, remembering what happened during Aizawa's physical training. It was during the ball throw when Aizawa used his scarf to stop Bakugo from attacking Izuku earlier. Looks like Midoriya was using the same method to capture Bakugo. That fanboy's knowledge is paying off, you smiled. With Bakugo's sudden attack, Midoriya was unable to capture him, and he ran away. You watched as Midoriya dashed from one part of the building to another. Bakugo caught up with him. I'm all loaded up. Bakugo growled again. Why aren't you using your fancy quirk on me? Get over here and show me what you're made of. He was trying to get Midoriya to reveal the secret of One for All. You grimaced inwardly. You knew no one could know about this quirk, as All Might had emphasized. Kaken, I'm not scared of you anymore. Izuku bravely declared. Bakugo smirked maliciously. Since you're such a stalker, by now you know how my quirk works. He pointed his gauntlet at him. My quirk lets me store nitroglycerin from the sweat glands on my palms and then makes it explode. Imagine what I could do if I had a lot of it. He slowly wrapped his finger around the silver ring on his grenade. That's right. These gauntlets aren't just for show. They've been storing up my sweat inside for one massive blast, he yelled, still holding the hook. Is he serious? That could be dangerous. You gasped. All Might had no choice but to stop the fight now that he was aware of the situation. He spoke through the microphone connected to their earpiece. Young Bakugo, don't do it. You'll seriously hurt him. Oh, he'll be fine as long as he dodges. Bakugo yelled, pulling out the hook. A loud bang followed the explosion visible on the cameras. Midoriya, you shouted. You heard him scream as parts of the building and windows shattered. Smoke beginning to clear. In another camera feed, Uraraka struggled to reach the weapon, trying to get past Ida after the tremor. Midoriya. Midoriya, can you hear me? All Might frantically called through his mic. Izuku seemed alright, despite the scratches and burn marks on him. Get up, Midoriya. Get up, you mumbled. What's the matter? You look scared, Deku. Bakugo taunted again. You dodged the attack so you can still fight, right? Come and get me. It doesn't matter, I'll beat you. Izuku placed his hands on his earpiece to reach Uraraka. Uraraka, come in. What's the situation? It's not good, she responded. Are you ignoring me again? Fine, I'll get your attention. Bakugo yelled, lifting his left hand once more. Bakugo, if you use that weapon again, I'll stop this fight. Your team will lose. All Might warned. What? Attacking on such a large scale inside is inviting destruction to the stronghold you're supposed to protect. That's a poor strategy, whether you're a hero or a villain. The penalty will be a massive loss of points. And not just points either. You thought. Fine. Let's just fight hand to hand. Bakugo declared, charging at full force, getting behind Midoriya and sending an explosion toward his back, causing him to flip forward. Izuku managed to stay on his feet until. Don't forget what you are. Bakugo yelled, grabbing his elbow and tossing him to the ground. You could barely stand to hear Izuku's cries as Bakugo continued to strike him. You're a weakling. Just like that sorry excuse for a friend of yours. He was referring to you, but you brushed it off. That was how everyone treated you. Yet something inside Midoriya snapped and he shouted, Don't talk about her like that. He then punched Bakugo squarely in the nose, causing a small trickle of blood. You've been hiding your true power all these years. What's the deal? And I'm betting that friend of yours is doing the same. You both think you're better than me this entire time? That's what he thinks? You gasped. Silence filled the air, tense and heavy. Bakugo breathing heavily. Midoriya struggling to stand. You idiot. Izuku yelled, You've always been stronger, Kaken. I know you're better than me. Can't you see? That's why I want to beat you, because you're amazing. He clenched his fist, charging One for All. You're even more of an idiot than I realized. Bakugo hissed. Both charged at the same time. This is getting out of hand. You thought nervously, running to the front with all might to see if he could stop the fight. Detroit! Izuku shouted, already charged up as was Bakugo. You couldn't help but scream. All might stop the fight. Both of you. So dash. Uraraka now. Midoriya commanded. You checked the other footage to see Ochako holding onto the pillar next to her. She used one arm to punch upward while the other arm blocked Bakugo's explosion attack. Smaz! A huge gust of wind surrounded the two students fighting, and the dust obscured the camera view. Midoriya, you tried to see through the fog, spotting two figures standing. Bakugo and Midoriya, both battered. In another camera, Uraraka retrieved the weapon. That strategy. That was the only way. I had a chance of winning. Izuku smiled as he fainted. Midoriya, you whispered in awe of how he managed to win against Bakugo. The hero team wins. Later, All Might. You ran outside the spectators' room as small robots took Midoriya to the infirmary. Will he be okay? He'll be all right, he confirmed. You leaned in closer to whisper. One for all is a bit dangerous for him. He's going to be breaking his bones every time he uses it. It's only until he learns to control it. But in the meantime, let's head back to the rest of the students. You nodded, and you both returned to the spectators' room, glancing back to see Midoriya entering the tunnel. That I'll check on you soon, Midoriya. A few battles later. In the new and undamaged building, Todoroki and Shoji, the heroes, faced off against Eijiro and Hagakure, the villains. Before Todoroki left, you wished him good luck. He only nodded in response. You saw on the monitors one of Shoji's many arms transform into an ear and another into a mouth to communicate with Todoroki. He then instructed Shoji to stay out of range from the building as he touched the walls where he stood and froze the entire structure in seconds, including the space where you and the others were. He walked into the room where the weapon was and touched it, claiming victory. The hero team wins. All Might shivered. You rubbed your arms, thinking, so powerful. He froze an entire building. Todoroki then melted the ice in the building, warming the room. When he entered, you stared at him, still recovering from the chill. Did it get cold here? Todoroki asked quietly. A bit. I'll be fine though, you replied, shivering slightly. Next up, FNLN and Eijiro Kirishima as the heroes, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. All Might announced. You felt nervous now, taking a deep breath as you started to walk out of the spectator room. Before you could exit, Todoroki grabbed your hand, catching your attention. Hey, good luck out there. And be careful. Oh, thanks. You smiled as you walked away toward the building. It was strange. It wasn't often Todoroki worried for someone like he did for you, or maybe it was something else. You started on the first floor with Kirishima while Tokoyami and Azui prepared on the fifth floor. You ready, LN? This is going to be a tough fight, Kirishima asked with a toothy grin. Why, yeah, I'm ready, you replied as All Might started the countdown. Start. All Might's countdown almost made you jump and freeze in place. Instead, you and Kirishima quietly moved through the building, brainstorming a quick plan. Every minute counted, so you were trying hard not to mess up. So what's the plan, LN? Kirishima asked. I don't have one. Yeah. But I'll figure something out. You then remembered that your glasses were not ordinary, they were filled with tech from your father's industry. Well, let's try this thing out. You pushed the small button on the side of your glasses, activating the device. Everything was a bit hard to read. I wish I had read the manual before using this. You sighed. Cool glasses. Thanks. Now, let's see if this can help us. You experimented with the buttons, recalling your dad mentioning a heat vision setting. As soon as you thought about it, you spotted two figures a few floors above you. The weapon has to be up there. You pointed at the ceiling. How do you know that? Kirishima scratched his head. You turned to him with a wink. Heat vision. These things are good, but hard to use. Are they like those cool gadgets spies use in movies? Sweet. I guess you could say that. Anyway, we need to find a way up there and get the weapon. Right now, we're dealing with Fumikage and Tsuyu. Luckily, we got a good look at their quirks, so we need to strategize with that information. You kept brainstorming. Kirishima, how loud of a bang can your punches make? You asked. No clue. Why? Think you can keep one of them busy while I try to go in? You're going to the weapon on your own? Isn't that a bit dangerous? He hesitated, concerned about your safety. Trust me. If I can quietly get up to the weapon, we win. Just be careful. You both got into position to create distractions and start running. Ready when you are. You gave a thumbs up as he nodded and began banging on the walls. Through your heat vision, you saw someone resembling Tsuyu running toward you. Split up. Keep Tsuyu busy. You commanded while running. Right. He replied with a smirk, running in the opposite direction and punching the walls to create a diversion. You reached the 5th floor, the weapon just a few feet away. All you had to do was touch it and win. Easy, right? You thought wrong. You spotted Fumikage with a shadow looming behind him, guarding the weapon. The glasses activated the quirk analysis as you kept your eyes on Tokoyami. Shadow? You murmured quietly. The shadow turned its head in your direction, prompting you to quickly hide behind a pillar. A small mumble was heard as footsteps approached. Adrenaline surged through you, shoulders tense and breath hitched. What do I do? What do I do? You thought frantically. You grabbed a hairpin from your pocket and tossed it toward a tin can, making Fumikage turn away. As soon as he did, you dashed from one pillar to another. The ground shook beneath you, and using your heat vision again, you saw Kirishima and Tsuyu engaged in a fierce struggle below. Hang in there, Kiri. You looked around, noticing that Fumikage was still searching for the source of the noise. You remembered you had the white tape that indicated someone was captured, but combat wasn't your strong suit just yet. It was best to play it safe for now. You kept moving, trying not to be seen, which was proving to be a poor strategy. Unfortunately, you were discovered as his shadow swiftly flew toward you. Grabbing the first object you could find to defend yourself, you picked up a pipe. This will do, you thought as you blocked his attack, but he quickly overpowered you, pinning you to the floor. Well, look what the bird dragged out, Fumikage scoffed. The shadow pressed down, and you felt its weight threatening to crush you. Effin, what's happening up there? Kirishima's voice crackled through your earpiece. Not good, you grunted. They've got me pinned down. Frog Girl's right on my tail. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. You saw Kirishima running below where you were pinned. Kiri, stay where you are, you commanded. What? Trust me on this. You kept the fight going for a bit, and before Fumikage could do anything else. Now, hit the wall. Kirishima unleashed a powerful punch on the wall, sending Tokoyami and his shadow stumbling, allowing you to roll closer to the weapon. Just then, Fumikage grabbed your leg, pulling you toward him. You tried to kick him off, but it was no use. You reached for your tape, but it had fallen from your pocket during the struggle. The building shook with Kirishima's punches, and you thought of something risky. Kirishima, I need you to punch again. The building is about to come down. I'll be risking your life. I have no other choice. I'll be fine. I'm coming in hot. He punched the wall again, causing the ceiling to collapse. Fumikage released you as his shadow shielded him from the debris. You quickly rolled away and took cover. Silence enveloped the area, along with a thick fog. Come in. Kirishima shouted. Young LN, respond. All Might's voice boomed in your ear. You clutched a metal object tightly, your eyes squeezed shut. Weapon retrieved, you shouted in victory. The hero team wins. You ran to Fumikage and helped him up, breaking character. Are you okay? You asked, concern in your voice as you extended your hand. I'm all right. You did good, he smiled, taking your hand to stand. Back in the spectators' room, Todoroki observed your strategic moves and your demeanor after the battle. Impressive. She definitely has a different approach than the rest of the class, even without a quirk. I wonder. After class, the school halls were bustling as you made your way to your next class. Suddenly, 3 students grabbed you by the shoulders and slammed your back against a locker with a loud bang. You're the quirkless girl that made it into 1A? The guy in front of you said, arms crossed. That's not even fair. Why would the teachers allow someone like you in the top class? The student on your right spat. Yeah. If it weren't for you, I would have made it to the hero track, the student on your left yelled. Allow me to teach you exactly why I should be your replacement. He tightened his grip around your neck, cutting off your breath. Ha! I can't fight back. What can I dash? You thought as he choked you, your feet no longer touching the ground. Let her go, a firm voice commanded. The guy who held you released you roughly, and you fell to the floor, rubbing your neck. You open your eyes to see Todoroki confronting the 3 students who had been picking on you. Well, if it isn't Mr. Hotshot. What? Are you trying to be a hero to this quirkless girl? One of them mocked. If you really wanted to be a hero, it wouldn't be very heroic to bully someone, would it? Plus, you know nothing about what she's capable of without a quirk. If you ask me, I'd say she has what it takes to be a hero. Todoroki's gaze was steady, and you were taken aback. He never spoke like that about anyone. Todoroki. Now leave. Gur. Just because you're the son of Endeavor doesn't mean you can be the next #1 hero, the guy spat, and with that, he and his friends walked away. Todoroki approached you and helped you to your feet. Are you okay? Oh, Todoroki-san. You mumbled, still catching your breath. I'm fine. Thank you. Are you sure? It looks like he got to you. Pretty badly. No, I promise I'll be okay. Happens all the time. You need to be a little more defensive than that. I know. Just caught me off guard, that's all. Want me to walk with you to class? I wouldn't want you to be late because of them. You gulped and stammered. Of course, I mean, thanks. You both started walking through the halls, an awkward silence settling in until Todoroki broke it. You said this happens to you all the time. How so? Well, it's a long story, but it has to do with me being quirkless. I see. Don't let that stop you from becoming a hero, though. And if you want to talk about it, I'm all ears. Thanks. Maybe one day I'll tell you when I'm ready. As you approached your classroom, you spotted Midoriya, looking much better, though his arm was still bandaged. Midoriya-san, you called out. Oh, Finchan. Good to see you, he smiled. Feeling better? Yeah, I'm okay thanks to Recovery Girl. Don't worry about me. Sorry I couldn't see you on your turn. Nah, don't worry. Let's get to class. Midoriya entered, and before you could follow, you turned to Todoroki. Hey Todoroki-san. Thanks again for helping me back there. I'll explain what I meant to say in detail later, okay? No rush. If you don't want to talk about it, that's all right. Right. You smiled as you headed into class. In Aizawa's class. A class representative? Yes. You'll all pick your class representative, Aizawa informed the class, and suddenly everyone burst into excited chatter, raising their hands and shouting, Pick me! Pick me! Or, I'm going to be class rep. Do you want to be class representative, Todoroki-san? You asked him, resting your head in your hand while your elbow was on the desk. That depends on who they pick, he replied, referring to the rest of the class, who were eager to be chosen. This would have to be a unified vote, otherwise, they'd probably just pick themselves, you muttered. Silence. Everyone please. Ida shouted, getting everyone's attention. The class rep's duty is to lead others. That's not something anyone can do. You must first have the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this position is through a democratic election. Ida spoke with seriousness, but everyone seemed unsure about the idea. Is this really the best idea? Jair asked. We've only known each other for a few days. How do we know who we can trust? Tsuyu added. Besides, everyone will just vote for themselves, Kirishima commented. Most people would, but that meant whoever received the most votes must be the most suitable person for the job. It's the best way, right, Sensei? Ida continued, but Aizawa didn't seem to care. Do what you want, just decide before my nap's over. Ida wrote everyone's names on the board with a curtain to cover the results, including yours, even though you didn't want to be class representative. You weren't very social with everyone, you'd only talk to a couple of people. Just have to. Try not to get voted. You thought, believing it would be impossible. Once everyone voted, Ida dropped the curtains to reveal that your name had 3 votes, just like Midoriya. How did I get 3 votes? You and Midoriya exclaimed in panic at the same time. Okay, you idiots. Who voted for them? Bakugo yelled. What? Did you honestly think anyone was going to vote for you? Zero laughed and he started to complain again. Alright, our class reps are Midoriya and LN since they're tied, and our deputy is Yaoyorozu, Aizawa said, waking from his nap. You saw Midoriya, clearly shaking from the unexpected position, while Yaoyorozu looked calm as always. You raised your hand to speak. I kind of don't want to be class representative. What? Why? The class exclaimed. I'm just not suited for a task like that. Although I appreciate the trust, I think Midoriya-san and Momo-san will be better at this than me. Well, you at least need a title since you got 3 votes. Denki commented. Oh, what about class princess? It has a nice ring to it. Plus, it fits you well, Mina suggested. Is that even a thing? You asked unwillingly. Yeah. You can help the rep and deputy with whatever they need, organize events, and give us orders. Plus, you look and act like a princess, so why not be one for our class? Kirishima said with a smile. You were surprised by his comments since you had only just gotten to know each other during the indoor battle. But I don't even have a quirk, you protested. Pete, who cares? You're super brave. Don't you remember when you rescued me in the entrance exam? Mina added. Yeah, and that's not something newbies do. So you said? Who are you calling a newbie, Froggy? The only newbie here is you and everyone else except me. Bakugo yelled and you rolled your eyes. Bakugo, as I recall, you entered this year too like all of us. Therefore, that also makes you a newbie. So, stop being so disrespectful and rude to others. You crossed your arms and everyone gaped, except Midoriya and Todoroki. Whatever, he scoffed. See? Even you defended me from that bully, so you said? Well, if this is what you all want, you sighed, then class princess it is. Whoa! Everyone cheered loudly. In the lunchroom after class. You finally got your food in the crowded cafeteria, contemplating who you should sit with. Usually, you would eat by yourself or with Midoriya, but this time everyone from 1A was trying to get you to sit with them. You decided against sitting in the crowd and headed to a quieter area in the back. On your way, you spot Todoroki sitting by himself. You thought he liked to be alone, but decided to sit with him anyway to avoid the crowds. Hey, is this spot taken? You asked kindly, almost bashfully. No. Go ahead, Todoroki replied. You both sat in silence as you ate, but you decided to start a light conversation, which was new for you. What do you have for lunch? You asked. This is cold soba. My favorite food, Todoroki answered. Oh, I tried soba before when I moved to Japan, but I never thought it would taste good cold. It can be eaten hot or cold, whatever you prefer. Personally, I like mine cold because it tastes better. Ah, got it. I might ask my dad to make cold soba one day, just to see how it tastes. Your dad cooks? Yeah. He makes great Japanese and American dishes, believe it or not. But he can sometimes mess up when trying something new. I see. By the way, I was thinking about what happened earlier in class. I really didn't want to be class rep, you admitted before asking, who did you even vote for? I voted for you, he replied casually. You did. You almost choked on your noodles. Todoroki voting for you? That was a first. But why? You don't seem like the type to vote for someone you just met, let alone me. You seem like the type to lead, plus I trust you. So, I voted for you. But it seems you got another title than the one I was expecting. Yeah, I wasn't ready for that either. But I appreciate what you said. Thank you. You smiled at him lightly. Another silence settled between you before you spoke again. What other questions are normal to ask here in Japan? Sorry, I just never really spoke to anyone like this. What's your blood type? Todoroki asked, catching you off guard. Oh, positive, you replied. Me too. Really? Isn't that rare or something? But looks like we have something in common after all. He sounded proud, pleased to find someone he could relate to. You were curious about the scar on his left eye but decided it was best not to ask something too personal. Yeah. Maybe we do have a couple of things in common, you smiled, but then heard a group of students snickering and whispering, that's the quirkless girl. Your smile faded as you lowered your head, letting your hair cover your face while you ate. Hey, are you okay? Todoroki asked, trying to get you to look at him. You got quiet so suddenly. Oh, sorry. I don't think these next years are going to be easy for me, you said in a low tone. Why is that? Todoroki sounded genuinely concerned, which was unusual for him. Well, you hesitated, searching for the right words. I grew up getting bullied all the time because I don't have a quirk. And I think I'm going to relive that here too, just like every year. I honestly hoped it would be different, but I guess not. Getting into this course is no easy feat, and passing the entrance exams puts a big target on us. Especially you. No one without a quirk could have passed. They wouldn't even survive. So, you're one of the first, and that creates a tension in the crowd. Watch your back. You nodded in agreement. Before another word could be said, the alarm rang. Warning. Level 3 security breach. What's going on? You gasped. Someone's trying to get into UA through the barrier, Todoroki thought. Come on. We have to evacuate. You both ran, but the crowd was in a panic, making it hard to move. I can't get through. It's a total mob here. You bumped into a locker nearby and decided to climb on top to see what the commotion was about. With a jump, you managed to get your arms and a leg on top of the moving locker, propelling yourself upwards for a better view, though it was quite unstable. In the midst of the crowd, Todoroki was close to the locker. Todoroki, you shouted, reaching out your hand. Grab my hand. I'll pull you up. He squeezed through the crowd until he managed to get up on the locker with you. Thank you, he gasped. Don't mention it, you panted. What's even going on out there? You adjusted your glasses to see through the scope that the angry media was outside. The media? You exclaimed. That's not a real threat? But how could they get past the barrier? It must be something else. Todoroki pondered. Let's think about that later. We need to. You spotted Ida, Midoriya, and Uraraka nearby and thought of an idea to get everyone's attention. Ida, you called out. LN-chan, he responded. Ochako is close to you. Make her touch you so you can float over everyone. Right. He extended his hand to Uraraka, who successfully touched him, allowing him to float above the crowd. Listen. Everything is okay, he shouted at the top of his lungs, making everyone stop and quiet down. It's just the media outside. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. We're UA students. We need to remain calm and prove that we're the best of the best. Everyone sighed as they heard sirens from outside. The police had arrived at the scene, and you watched from inside. Maybe. Ida should have been our class rep. You thought quietly to yourself. After that display of confidence, your opinion of Ida changed. Later in class, the class rep and deputy stood in front to talk when Midoriya suddenly changed the subject. Actually, there's something I want to say, he began nervously. I've thought about this, and I think that Tenya Ida should be our class rep. Everyone was shocked at how he would give up his position like that. He managed to capture everyone's attention and get us in line. So I believe he should be the one to lead our class. Yeah, you know what? If Midoriya vouches for him, I'm good, Kirishima commented, and everyone agreed in unison. I don't care who the rep is, just hurry up, Aizawa said before dozing off again. Ida stood up and spoke. If Midoriya is nominating me for this job, then I humbly accept. I pledge to carry out the duties of class rep to the best of my abilities. He paused to turn to you, who now looked confused by the sudden attention. I couldn't have done this without our class princess. The speech was my doing, but the plan was hers. So, I thank you, and I'm thrilled to be working by your side, Your Excellency. Please, don't call me that. You blushed, hiding your face with one hand. All hail class princess. Ida cheered, and everyone followed suit. I really didn't expect this at all. You blushed again but smiled. You thought that maybe this wouldn't be so bad for you after all. Something from earlier made you think. The media couldn't have broken in like that. You knew that war was drawing near. The next day, you woke up in your apartment as usual and got ready for today's training. According to Aizawa, training would be outside UA, and you would be taking a bus to get there. You didn't want to be late. You put on your hero costume, grabbed your glasses and phone, and made your way downstairs to grab a snack for breakfast. Good morning, Pa. You stopped when you saw your dad asleep on the couch, completely knocked out while working on something on his computer. Work-related stuff. You took a peek and saved whatever file your dad was working on, just in case he accidentally messed up. You took a sticky note and wrote something for him before covering him with a blanket and giving him a kiss on the forehead as you left. Great work, Papa. Get some rest on your free day. You've earned it. See you after school. Fin, said the U.S. classroom. Everyone was ready to board the bus when you arrived. Midoriya didn't have his hero outfit due to the indoor battle with Bokugo. You tried to find Todoroki to ask if you could sit with him. Your focus then shifted to the class representative, who was blowing a whistle to get everyone lined up. Gather around, Class 1A. Use your student numbers to form 2 neat lines so we can board the bus efficiently, he announced. You smiled as you boarded, effectively sitting next to Todoroki. Morning, Todoroki-san, you greeted as you sat down. Morning, he replied. You were both mostly quiet during the trip. Todoroki had his earbuds in, listening to music. You just had your phone to text your dad since you forgot your earphones and didn't want to bother Todoroki, so you quickly sent a message. Hi, Papa. I'm already out to train, beaming face, smiling as take the day to rest, okay? You've done enough already. You deserve this little break the industry gave you. Anyway, see you at home. I love you. You stopped texting, noticing your battery was low. You looked over at Todoroki and scooted closer to him. Need something? He asked, taking off one earbud and noticing you closer. Sorry, just a bit bored. Mind if I listen to music with you? You shyly asked, afraid he would say no due to his usual silence and limited interactions. Sure. Here, he responded, handing you his earbud. You thanked him and put it in. Minutes later, you started to feel sleepy and unintentionally leaned your head on Todoroki's shoulder. He didn't nudge you off. Instead, he tried to stay as still as possible so he wouldn't wake you. Every time Bokugo yelled, he would cover your other ear to keep you from waking up. Todoroki then peeked at your phone, still on. He took it for a second and secretly snapped a picture of you sleeping with him, smiling for once. He then put the phone back where he found it. He gently leaned his head over yours. Students watching began to whisper. Icy Hot got a seat with the class princess. Kirishima started. I'm a bit jealous, Denki said. You two are adorable. Mina softly squealed. Midoriya saw from his seat how you were smiling and comfortable around Todoroki. He smiled himself at seeing you like that with someone other than him. You had depended on Izuku for a long time and had never trusted anyone else but him, his mom, and your father. But when you came to UA, something changed for the better. I'm proud of you, Finchin, he thought to himself. Back in your apartment. Your father was awake and making himself breakfast. He couldn't stop smiling at the small note you left for him. He then received your text, and his smile widened even more. While sitting down, he noticed one of his picture frames on the counter face down. When he went to fix it, his second quirk activated. A vision quirk. He saw a huge dome filled with villains and a giant. Then he saw what looked like the leader of the villains. Finally, he saw blood everywhere and bodies on the floor. Among them was you, his daughter, unconscious, covered in red with no sign of breathing. Immediately, the vision ended as he dropped the picture frame, shattering it. He almost stumbled back, breathing heavily. He tried to call you, but nothing. Something was wrong, and the atmosphere grew heavier by the minute. FN. On the bus. The class arrived at a large dome. Todoroki tapped your shoulder to wake you up without startling you. Ellen, we're here, he whispered. You softly ummed, rubbing your eyes. We've arrived at the training dome. Oh, right behind you, you said, standing up with a stretch and getting out of the bus. Hello, everyone. I've been waiting for you. When you saw who was speaking, you felt your heart race with excitement. Space hero, Squeals, it's Pro Space Hero 13, you exclaimed. You know him? Todoroki asked. He's my favorite hero ever. And he's so cool. I can't wait to show you around. 13 said, leading the group into the dome. Everyone was in awe. A shipwreck, landslide, fire, windstorm, etc. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. I call it Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or for short, USJ. Just like Universal Studios Japan, you mumbled softly along with some students who had the same thought. 13 explained some things before moving on, then addressed you. That reminds me, All Might informed me of someone who has no quirk. Please raise your hand if you're here. You raised your hand, and the group opened the way for him to see you. What's your name, young lady? My name is FNLN, sir, you replied politely. Well then, FN, I should inform you that this training mostly focuses on quirks, but it also emphasizes how someone without a quirk can handle the situation. With practice and patience, I'm sure you'll figure this out. Right. You nodded with determination. All right, now that that's over, before Aizawa could finish, your glasses began to malfunction, detecting unusual quirk readings. You spotted a shadow vortex in the center of the dome, in front of the now deactivated fountain. Aizawa-sensei, behind you. You pointed. The vortex transformed into a shadowy figure with glowing yellow eyes, and a group of villains emerged. What is? You watched, fear coursing through you as you nearly trembled. Stay together and don't move. Aizawa commanded as he adjusted his goggles. This is real. Those are villains. Real villains? You whispered. How did so many villains get into UA? Ijiro pondered. Could the entire campus be under attack? Or is this their only target? Todoroki asked next to you. Either way, if the alarm sensors aren't being triggered, that means a villain must be masking their presence here. He finished. You scanned the area with the quirk analysis feature of your glasses, but everything was happening too quickly for you to process the data. It's hard to get a good look at them. But what you said makes sense. They carefully chose this isolated facility as an entry point, you said as Todoroki continued. They're foolish for trespassing here, but they planned this out. Whatever their objective is, they must have a clear goal in mind. But what could it be? 13. Get them out of here and alert the main campus. Actually, if they have the ability to block our sensors, they might be jamming our regular communications too. Kaminari, try using your quirk to contact the school. Aizawa ordered, receiving an affirmative from Denki. Aizawa-sensei, you can't fight all of them by yourself. Plus, help. You suggested. No. I can handle this on my own. You stay back with the other students. That's an order. But. Go. Come on, FN-chan. Izuku grabbed your hand and started running with the others. You resisted, but he didn't let go. We can't leave him. Aizawa heard you yell. He understood your concern but was confident he could manage. This way. Hurry. Ida shouted, spotting you and Izuku. Midoriya. Come on. LN? A voice rang out near the group. The shadow figure appeared in front of the students alongside a man in a suit, a hat, and a mask over one eye. It's a pleasure to meet you all. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. The shadow said, staring at you. Era. I must say, it was rude not to be invited to such an occasion, especially for you, FNLN. The man in the suit cooed. He knows you? How do you know my name? You asked, panic rising in your voice. Oh, I've heard plenty about you from an old friend. But that's a riddle you'll need to solve without hints, I'm afraid. He chuckled. Stay back, FN-chan. Midoriya ordered softly. Oh, how rude of me. The man continued, addressing the shadow. Were you still speaking? Yes. Although something is amiss. I believe the symbol of peace himself was supposed to be here today, and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not have foreseen. Oh well, in the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. We still have a role to play. They chuckled. 13 was about to use his quirk when Bakugo and Kirishima jumped in to confront the shadow and the suited man. Kiri-san. Bakugo! You exclaimed. You too, get out of the way now. 13 ordered. Well, that's no way to treat a gentleman. I'll take you myself. The suited man yelled while charging toward you. Look out! Midoriya exclaimed. Kirishima blocked the attack and punched him to the side. Are you okay, class princess? He asked you. I'm fine. Thank you. You confirmed. Protect FN. She's their target. 13 yelled. George. Well, if that's how we'll play. The man said, turning to the shadow. My job is to scatter you all and make you regret being here. The shadow growled as it surrounded you all. What? You exclaimed. FN-san. Todoroki yelled as he wrapped his arms around you to shield you. Then you were suddenly warped to another area, away from Todoroki. Todoroki? You called out, where are you? Looking for someone, little FN? The suited man chuckled. Beside him was another man, all in white and blue. Ah, such a shame. A quirkless girl against two gifted villains. That really isn't a fair match, is it now? He cooed again. You took a defensive stance. Listen, I don't know who you are, how you know me, or why you're here, but not having a quirk doesn't mean I'm weak. You said firmly. Isn't that adorable? Such confidence. You really remind me of her, he continued. Her who? Oh, I'm afraid I was sworn to secrecy regarding that information. And I suppose proper introductions are in order. His voice dripped with false courtesy, making you uneasy. My name is Miseo Tatsuya, and this is Mirage. I have no time for your games, Tatsuya. Mirage spat. I'll take it from here. He created copies of himself to engage you in combat. Despite your previous training and fighting experience, you found yourself at a disadvantage, outnumbered and outmatched. All you had were pipes and sticks to defend yourself, but more kept coming. Gah, what kind of quirk is this? You thought, scanning him through your glasses. You gathered some vague information but not much. Holograms? His quirk is holography. He can create copies of anything or anyone. They can be seen and feel real, but it's all a twisted illusion, you mumbled softly. While fighting, you scanned the other guy, Miseo. Before you could read more, he began to speak. Riddle, riddle. I am a color that runs like a river, and soon run the streets, roaring and loud. I live inside you, and I'm dying to come out. What am I? Thinking on his riddle, your head started to feel foggy and light. Dizziness settled in as you wobbled. What is this? You exclaimed, grabbing onto anything for support. You managed to read his quirk before anything else occurred. Riddle. Manipulation. You read. He can make someone feel sick or manipulate the weak mind if they think on a riddle, and if they answer incorrectly, the side effects are dangerous. But unknown. That's what the information indicated. Have to fight. You were thinking on my riddle, weren't you? Haha, think harder on the question, Miseo cooed. Your footing failed when you slipped from the top of the rubble you were standing on. Ah. FN-san. Immediately, you felt arms catch you from below as he slid in his ice. Todoroki-san. You happily exclaimed. Are you okay? He asked. You now realized he was holding you in his arms, making your face flush red. Although he really didn't have much of a choice. Why yeah, I'm okay, you stuttered. You sure? All good. The two villains appeared again in front of you. Looks like we got company, Mirage said. The more, the merrier. Miseo exclaimed, arms outstretched in glee. What do you two want with FN? Todoroki asked, while you stayed behind him. Like I told her, it's a little secret, Tatsuya chuckled. Todoroki growled and created a wall of ice, but it was shattered immediately by a large junk pile robot? What is that thing? You exclaimed. Blocked my attack? Todoroki stared in disbelief. Yuri! Right on time. Miseo cheered. A pale girl with white hair jumped down from the pile and regrouped with the villains. You two can't catch a quirkless child in one go? You've really gone soft, the girl Yuri scoffed. We just wanted you to join the frail, that's all. Tatsuya smirked. That I was fine on my own, Mirage retorted. If you're both done bickering, the boss needs the girl alive now. So, I suggest you two get moving, she said, referring to you. What did they want with you? Stay back. I'll take care of them, Todoroki ordered. Wait, I want to help. No. It's too dangerous, we don't know what they're capable of. And you're their target. Fighting will only put you right in the enemy's hands. Just be careful. These guys are strong with their quirks. Misao can manipulate anyone if you think or answer his riddles incorrectly. Mirage can create holograms that seem real. I just need to analyze the other girl and think of a plan fast, you mumbled to him. Make it quick then. And don't get in my way, he said as he went off to fight. He used his ice to freeze most of Mirage's hologram copies. You stayed behind just like he told you to, while also keeping out of sight from the other villains and completing your analysis. This guy has more fight than that girl. I can't go on. Mirage grunted. Oh, too bad. Perhaps use fewer copies next time. Tatsuya smirked. Oh, shut up. No one asked you. I'll take over then. Yuri used her quirk on the pile of rubble again. Todoroki regrouped with you in hiding. You got anything on them yet? He asked. I got some info, not a whole lot, you started. Yuri's quirk seems to be called Haunt. She can possess any living or non-living thing and use them as puppets. But there's a limit. That quirk lasts for a couple of minutes, plus she can possess only one thing at a time. So, that's our only concern? Seems likely. The puppet kept crushing anything in its way to find you two until it did. Todoroki froze its legs in place. Instinctively, you used a rope you found to trip it from behind. Successfully, the quirk wore off, and it crashed into nothing but rubble. Well, we tried, Yuri sighed. A shadow appeared over the villains again. Misao, Shigaraki needs you urgently, he demanded. I'm on my way. Until we meet again, he smirked as all three warped away. Wait, you yelled. They're gone. I still need to know. How does he recognize me? Who are they working for? You thought. We'll get information soon, don't worry. Right now, I'm worried about All Might. All Might? Why? I interrogated one of the villains I fought. And it appears my theory was right on. A loud thud shook the ground. You and Todoroki moved closer to see that Aizawa was fighting some sort of giant. But quickly, he was injured and struggling. You watched in horror as the giant grabbed his head and pushed it to the ground. Aizawa-sensei, you screamed. You and Todoroki were far from the sight, but you used your glasses scope to see what happened, wishing you had never looked. What did you see? Todoroki asked. That giant. He injured Aizawa-sensei. He could be in serious trouble if we don't do something. You tried to run toward them, but Todoroki stopped you. Hold on, Thifin. It's not the best choice to rush in without a plan. We don't even know where the others are or how many villains are still out there. Not to mention, they're after you. You scanned the area to see where everyone was. Tsu, Mineta, and Midoriya are near Aizawa-sensei. Denki, Momo, and Jiro are at the simulator next to us. And it seems like everyone is where we started, and, oh no, 13. What happened? 13's half broken. Looks like something big happened. There are a couple more people missing. I don't see Ito with the group and... A loud boom and yelling came from the nearby building. You immediately knew who was there. Never mind. We know where Bakugo is now. You rolled your eyes and face-bombed. Another bang from where Aizawa was caught your attention again. You grabbed whatever you could use as a weapon, like the pipe you used earlier and some large, sharp pieces of glass. What are you doing? Todoroki asked. I'm not gonna wait any longer. I'm not leaving Aizawa-sensei die. You yelled as you ran toward the villains. No. FN. Midoriya, Tsuyu, and Mineta were hiding from the scene. The pale man then noticed them and approached, extending a hand to possibly hurt Tsuyu. Aizawa stopped his quirk for a second before he was slammed to the ground again. Running and yelling, you tossed a piece of glass at the villain with many hands. It hit one of his hands. "Stay away from them," you yelled. "Arg. Who dash?" he screeched. "FN-chan." Tsu exclaimed. "Look out." Midoriya shouted while he jumped in for an attack. You jumped out of the way as he hit something. He only hit the giant, which absorbed the impact. Gnome. Quirk. Unknown. Could this be shock absorption? You read from your glasses, then thought. The giant then grabbed Izuku and tossed him into the air. Tsu was using her tongue to catch Midoriya, and the hand guy tried to touch Tsu and Mineta again to hurt them. Everything was happening too fast for you to do anything else. "No!" you screamed. Then something made a loud boom at the entrance door. A tall figure walked in. You saw who it was, feeling part relief but also worry. If whatever information Todoroki had related to the villain's goal to kill All Might, you were afraid that one wrong move would mean disaster. "All Might," you whispered, "that he's here?" "After all this waiting." "The heroic piece of trash shows up," said the pale man with hands all over him. All Might managed to free Aizawa from the giant's grip and then approached you. "Everyone, get back to the entrance. Take Aizawa with you. He doesn't have much time." You all nodded, but you and Midoriya hesitated. "All Might, we can't leave you to fight on your own," you said. "Yeah, that brain villain took one for I smashed him, and didn't break my arm this time. It didn't faze him at all. He's too strong." Midoriya exclaimed, grabbing Aizawa onto his back. All Might simply flashed a peace sign and smiled. "I got this." You joined the others, but kept glancing back at All Might and Toma fighting. It wasn't looking good for All Might. He was in a position where he couldn't escape as Tomu pressed his fingers into his sides. "No," you whispered to yourself. "Nice work, Kurogiri. We've got him just where we want him," the pale man said to the shadow. Blood dripped from All Might, and you couldn't bear to walk away. Izuku then dashed toward All Might and you followed. "Eno Midoriya-san," you shouted as you ran. Before he could be caught by Kurogiri, an explosion erupted nearby, saving him. You stopped in your tracks, surprised to see Bakugo using his quirk against the villain. "Bakugo!" you exclaimed. Then ice encased Nomu's leg and arm that held All Might, and when you saw who it was, you couldn't help but smile. "Todoroki-san." "There you are." Todoroki ran toward you. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," you replied, relieved to see him. Kirishima also joined the scene. "Get them, Nomu," the man commanded as the giant broke free, starting to run at incredible speed. "He's fast," All Might exclaimed. Bakugo was within range, and your legs moved on their own. "Katsuki!" You grabbed Bakugo and pushed him aside, letting Noma hit you instead. You felt your body slam against the wall. "Kaken?" Midoriya exclaimed. "Whoa, you dodged it." "Shut up." "No, I didn't," Bakugo muttered. "That speed. I didn't even see him coming." "Then who?" Before Kirishima could finish, they saw you slammed into the wall by Nomu's attack. You fell to the ground, feeling as if every bone in your body had been shattered, your mouth open but no sound escaping. "F-ensign!" everyone shouted, your ears ringing and vision blurring. "So, that girl protected the child," the pale man commented. Beside him, Misao emerged to see. "Tatsuya, is this not the girl you were searching for?" "Indeed it is. We had a deal. I need her alive." Misao snapped. "She got in his way, nothing I could do about it." You slowly crawled and then stood up, shaking from the pain. "Still standing," you groaned. "Come to us now," Kirishima shouted, and suddenly you felt something stab your leg, causing you to scream. "Egg!" "No!" Todoroki's eyes widened as he yelled. As your legs gave way, you saw that what had stabbed you was a card? It was sharp enough to pierce your skin and get stuck in. Misao approached, holding cards like knives. You ripped the card from your flesh with another scream, your eyes wide with pain. A hand grabbed your wrist and lifted you like a rag doll, your eyes narrowing. "Take a look at what I've done to your precious FN. Such a shame, really." She puts up quite the fight. No one would have survived that attack. Sadly, looks like now, Misao trailed off, but Todoroki interrupted him by freezing his arm that held you. Tatsuya let you go, leaving you on the ground, unconscious. You only remembered Todoroki calling your name along with other voices nearby. Hang in there. Stay with me. Time skip. You woke up in Recovery Girl's clinic bed, dazed and bandaged. This was the first time you had been in her office. Oh, sweetheart, you're finally awake, she greeted you, jumping down from her chair. You got injured pretty badly out there. You should be a little more careful. If it wasn't for my healing, the injuries would have been worse. They'll speed up the process. She placed some gummies in your mouth since you couldn't move your arms yet. The effects began to work as you felt your body slowly healing. What about Aizawa-sensei? And All Might and Midoriya-san? You asked, your voice slightly raspy. They're recovering. Don't worry about them. And Class 1A? No one else was hurt during the fight. Actually, one of them carried you over here. I think his name was Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki-san, you mumbled. Anyways, thank you for telling me. You're free to go. But remember what I said, all right? I've had that young man as a patient so many times, I wouldn't want you to be the next frequent visitor. Understood. Thank you, ma'am. You walked out of the room, still feeling the effects of the impact you took. It was a miracle you were still alive after that. You wondered what happened after you passed out. You looked at your bag where you had your belongings, your phone, a small notepad, and dash. You pulled out a familiar card with an image of the villain who had been hunting you since arriving at the dome. Miseo Tatsuya. Who even are you? What is your goal? You put the card back in the bag and walked to the room where Aizawa was resting. His head was wrapped in bandages, only one closed eye visible. Aizawa-sensei. You teared up as you took a piece of paper from your notepad and wrote a note. Good morning, Aizawa-sensei. I just wanted to let you know I was here when you were asleep. I was really worried about you, but at least I know you're going to be okay. I hope you recover soon. See you back in school. You then took a piece of mint candy from your bag and placed it on top of the note before leaving. Your phone vibrated as you picked it up. As soon as you opened the message, you realized who it was. Todoroki-san, you thought, then suddenly panicked. Wait, how did he get my number? Todoroki-san fires snowflake. Hey FN waving hand. How are you feeling? I hope you're well. I was worried about you. I'm alright. Don't worry. Just walking back home now. Todoroki-san fires snowflake. I'm glad. Mind if I join you? If that's okay with you. Where are you right now? Todoroki-san fires snowflake. At the park near the school. Oh, my apartment isn't far from there. I'll meet you there. The sun began to set as you arrived at the park, spotting Todoroki waiting for you with his school bag. Todoroki, you waved. FN, I'm glad to see you okay. Want to walk? Of course. As you walked through the park toward your apartment, you felt a sense of comfort around Todoroki that made you smile to yourself. Todoroki, thank you. Recovery Girl told me you carried me to the infirmary. You really didn't have to. I know, but I wanted to. You were really hurt back there, and if the pro heroes hadn't shown up, who knows what could have happened. Well, the important thing is that we're alive and well. And I bet my dad is panicking at home. We shouldn't be far now. As you continued walking, you found yourself stealing glances at Todoroki before looking away. He broke the silence first. You must have a close relationship with your father, huh? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Do you have a mother? At his question, you frowned and stopped walking, lowering your head. Oh, sorry. I was just curious. No. I think I can talk a bit about her. Not a lot, though. Are you sure? You nodded, and as you resumed walking, you began to share a bit about your past. When I was a little girl, I wanted to become a hero. The only thing stopping me was that I didn't have a quirk. That created a barrier between my mom, my dad, and me, since family legacies were a huge deal in our household. My mother knew how badly I wanted to be a hero, so she promised to train me to become her equal. But when I discovered the truth, she pushed me away and treated my dad horribly. Then one day, we decided to move here. It was hard to cover the rent, but that's when I met Midoriya. He helped me a lot, and we became friends. That's basically a little of what I can share. I'm just not ready to talk about everything yet. Suddenly, Todoroki hugged you tightly. Todoroki, are you okay? You asked, a bit taken aback. We're very similar, aren't we? He whispered. Huh. I had a similar past to yours. When I got my quirk at the age of 5, my father forced me into training and separated me from my siblings. He pushed me until I could no longer stand. My mother tried to stop it, but my father, Endeavor, wasn't satisfied. Left side was unbearable to her, and one day she poured boiling water on my face. My father then put her in the hospital for hurting his creation. I made a promise to become a hero by only using my right side. I will never be like him. Ever. Todoroki, you hugged him back tightly, your heart aching for both of you. You shared a bitter past and scars from it, though you couldn't remember how you got yours. You pulled away to trace the edges of Todoroki's scar. But your left side, you started, don't you feel limited? You can use it if you learn to control. I can't. My father would just distract me otherwise. I'm not talking about Endeavor, I'm talking about you. You both gazed into each other's eyes until your phone vibrated. It was a message from your dad, expressing his worry. It's my dad. I need to get going. Do you want to talk about this later? Take as much time as you need. I still wish to learn more about you when you're ready. Okay. As you turned to leave, Todoroki stopped you. Oh, one more thing. When you can, look at the gallery on your phone. Why? We'll see. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Bye. You waved and walked home. Once inside your apartment, before you could say a word, your dad rushed in to hug you tightly, trembling. FN, he whimpered. You're okay. Whoa, Dad. Slow down. Oh goodness, you're sweating and shaking. Here, sit next to me. You both sat on the couch as you calmed him down. I was so worried about you, Ken. I thought you weren't going to come back from that villain ambush. What? How do you know? You glanced at a shattered picture frame nearby, realizing what could have caused your dad's fear. It was your second quirk, wasn't it? You whispered. Yes. I had a vision. You were dead, along with so many others. I could hear many screaming, even you. Finn, please. Don't ever scare me like that again. It's okay, Dad. I'm here now, safe in your arms. Get some rest, okay? You whispered, stroking his arms for comfort. After he calmed down, he fell asleep on the couch. You gave him a pillow and blanket before heading to your room to change. Once you were done and before sleeping, you checked your phone to see what Todoroki was talking about. When you opened your gallery, you almost gasped. It was a selfie of you sleeping on Todoroki's shoulder, with him leaning his head against yours. Your cheeks flushed red as you realized how he must have gotten your number. You quickly sent him the picture with a text. Don't you dare post that PC, Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki, don't worry. I won't. Good night, Ivan. See you soon. You too. Sleep well. You placed your phone and glasses on your night table, reflecting on the day's events. As you drifted off to sleep, your thoughts lingered on Todoroki. You were curious to learn more about him soon, and also, why he cared about you so much. FN's POV. Beep 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 beep. My hand reached for the stop button on the alarm clock. I peeked at my phone to see that it was 9:34 a.m. I quickly turned face down into my pillow and drifted off again. 0.5 more minutes. I softly ummed in bed until I heard Papa call me from downstairs. Effin, sweetheart, someone's here to see you. Wake up, he called out. Dot or not, I mumbled while rubbing my eyes. I grabbed my glasses, the Project Isamu, which had become my go-to pair. I quickly brushed my teeth, did my hair, and put on some casual clothes. When I went downstairs, I saw Midoriya-san sitting on the couch with a smile. I still felt a bit drowsy and squinted at the light. Ah, good morning, Ifen-chan. Izuku greeted me, also dressed casually. Yawn morning, Midoriya-kun. Morning, Papa. I yawned and stretched. Morning, sweet pea. Papa smiled at me while making breakfast. How did you sleep last night? Midoriya asked as I sat down next to him. It was good. And you? Same. Still recovering though. I took Midoriya's arm and gently checked it, moving each finger. It looked like it had really healed. You should be more careful, Midoriya-kun. That power could completely overwhelm you if you don't control it quickly. I know. I'll be careful. Breakfast is ready, Papa announced as we sat at the table to eat. So, Izuku, how's your mother doing? Papa started. She's been all right. A bit startled by what happened yesterday. You must have felt the same way, Mr. LN. About that. I rubbed my head. Papa, do you want to explain to him what you saw? What do you mean? You probably never heard, Izuku. Yes, I have telekinesis as my quirk, allowing me to move things with my mind depending on how I feel. But I also have a second quirk. I can see visions of the future. I can't control it, but yesterday, I saw something horrible. All those villains at the dome, the screaming, and so many getting hurt. I was so worried that my daughter was never going to. Papa, don't think about that, okay? I'm glad the industry gave one more day off this weekend so you can recover from the shock. Yeah. Also, you never learn to control that quirk. It happens at random. Very rarely. Papa never intends to use that quirk for the very reason of yesterday. That reminds me. FN, I saw this in your desk, and I feel like I've seen this in my vision too. Papa held up a card that was in my bag yesterday. Aizu and I panicked. Whoa, Papa. Card. Down, I said slowly. That thing is dangerous, Midoriya said. Papa placed the card on the table, revealing the man who had hurt me yesterday. What the? FN-chan, where did you get this from? Izuku asked. I don't remember. It was in my bag when I woke up back at UA. I informed him. It's from Miseo Tatsuya. That's his name? Miseo. Yeah. I then remembered something that Papa told me about the glasses. Papa, didn't you say that these glasses had a recording feature? Yes. When in use, they'll record everything, video and audio. Good. Bring your computer. I stood to grab an empty flash drive and plugged it into the glasses to download the files. Papa got his work computer and started it up. We sat on the couch as the download finished, and I transferred the data from the flash drive to the computer. When I opened it, there were a lot of files, and I couldn't tell which was which. I reviewed the first file to see the indoor battle from a while ago. So that's what you see in your glasses, Pin. Midoriya said. Yeah, a little hard to read, but I'm getting the hang of it. The building is about to fall down. I'll be risking your life. Past Kirishima in the recording said while I was close to the weapon we needed to obtain for the test. I have no other choice. I'll be fine. I heard myself say, just be careful, I'm coming in hot. The building collapsed, and fog surrounded the view of the scene. Fin, come in. Kirishima shouted. Weapon retrieved. I shouted in victory. The recording stopped as I exited the file. That was the first file. Maybe it's here. I clicked on another recording to see the dome again. Aizawa-sensei. Behind you. I pointed at the vortex that appeared. What is? Stay together and don't move. Aizawa commanded. This is real. Those are villains. I skipped a bit to find the part where Miseo appeared. You stay back with the other students. That's an order. But. Go. Come on, FN-chan. Izuku grabbed my hand and started running with the others. This way. Hurry. Ida yelled, spotting us. Midoriya. Come on. LN? There. I exclaimed, letting the video play and comparing the image of the man on the card with the video. It was definitely him. I was certain. I must say, it was rude not to be invited to such an occasion like this. Especially for you, FNLN. How do you know my name? I skipped again to when everyone got separated. My job is to scatter you all and make you suffer. What? FN-san. Todoroki yelled as he wrapped his arms around me to shield me. I skipped again to when I faced him and Mirage alone. Listen, I don't know who you are, how you know me, or why you're here, but me not having a quirk means that I'm weak. I said to them. Isn't that adorable? Such confidence. You really remind me of her when I see you, Miseo continued. His voice irritated me. The nerve of that guy, I swear. I muttered under my breath, still thinking about who this other person Tatsuya was talking about. Her who? The recording continued. Oh, I'm afraid I was sworn to secrecy regarding that information. And I suppose proper introductions are in order. My name is Miseo Tatsuya, and this is Mirage. I paused the recording and looked at the card again. That sure does look like him, Papa commented. What even is his quirk? And that Mirage guy, who's he? Izuku asked. His comrade, along with one more accomplice. I played the video again. We skipped to when I was fighting Mirage's holograms and when Miseo used his riddle to manipulate my mind. Riddle. I am a color that runs like a river, and soon run the streets, roaring and loud. I live inside you, and I'm dying to come out. What am I? We noticed the wobble of my body when he used his quirk. What is this? I exclaimed, grabbing onto anything that could help support my balance. Pause there, Izuku said as I pressed the pause button. He took notes on the data analysis and observed the video. Tatsuya's quirk seems to be riddles and mind manipulation. Just by thinking, he can immerse you in his tricks. The effects of thinking too hard can include dizziness, nausea, hallucinations, and headaches. But when you answer his riddle incorrectly, the side effects are unknown. It could be dangerous for all we know, I explained, recalling my experience during that fight. So you can't even think about his questions? Papa pondered. That's right, I nodded. And from what I saw in the fight against those clones, Mirage's quirk seems to be holographic, Midoriya concluded. Correct. He can create illusions that look and feel real. He can make multiple copies, but he has a limit. But what is it? Wait, there's one more detail. I just need to go forward a bit. I played the video again until Yuri appeared. Yuri! Right on time. Miseo cheered. You too can't catch a quirkless child in one go? You've really gone soft. Yuri scoffed. I paused the video again as Midoriya took notes. Yuri. Her quirk is called Haunt. I read from the quirk analysis. She can possess anything, living or not, and control them at will. She also has limits due to size and time, I concluded. We just have to figure out more later. I can't believe all of this happened to. Papa was interrupted by the next clip. Nomu charged toward the group, and I moved to shove Bakugo out of the way, taking the hit myself. That's how I got injured. And Papa was witnessing all of this now, nearly on the edge of his seat. Still standing, I groaned as I got up from the floor. Come to us now. Kirishima shouted. I screamed as the card I held jabbed into my leg. Ag! No! I heard Todoroki yell. The next clip showed me dangling from Tatsuya's grip after he had hurt me. Take a look at what I've done to your precious FN. Such a shame really. She puts up quite the fight. No one would have survived that attack. Sadly, looks like now, Todoroki froze, his arm holding me. Tatsuya let me go, leaving me on the ground. Hang in there. Stay with me, Todoroki said, holding me as I probably slipped into unconsciousness. Is there a medic around here? Kirishima exclaimed. Todoroki, get her to safety. Izuku urged in the video. Right. The camera view shifted to Todoroki running with me in his arms to get medical attention. That's when the video stopped. I lowered my head as I processed something. Todoroki-san. Saved me. So many times already. What is it, Ifan-chan? Midoriya asked. Nothing. Nothing important. Wondering about something. FN. Papa looked shocked. I can't believe you. You fought those villains and risked your life to save that boy. Kaken. Yeah. I don't even know how I moved. I just did. I'm proud of you, Ifan, but I'm also worried. Please don't do that again, okay? He hugged me tightly and I returned the embrace. I promise, Papa. Don't worry too much, I'm here now. I comforted him again. My phone vibrated and I saw a message from Todoroki. Oh, hang on a sec. Todoroki-san fire snowflake. Good morning, Fin-sen. I was wondering if you wanted to stroll around the city with me. If you're not busy, of course. I would have to see what Papa thinks. I'll let you know, okay? Todoroki-san fires snowflake. Okay, thumbs up. Hey, Papa. I mumbled shyly. One of my classmates wants to hang out with me at the park today. Is it okay if I go? Oh, who is this classmate? He asked. His name is Todoroki. The student from the video who saved me. Really? Todoroki asked you out? That's unusual, Midoriya said curiously. Aizu. It's not a date. Just a hangout, that's all. I said, flustered. Well, if you want to go, I'll allow it. Just don't come home too late, okay? Papa said with a smile. Really? Thank you. I'll get changed right now. All right. Don't worry, I'll stay with your dad if you want. I'll just text Mom saying I'll be here, Midoriya smiled. Oh, Midoriya-kun, thanks. I smiled back while making my way upstairs. I texted Todoroki to let him know I would go. Guess who said yes? Grinning face with big eyes. Todoroki fires snowflake. Thumbs up. I'll see you there. At the park. I walked along the path to find Todoroki waiting by a tree, looking at his phone. He turned to greet me and put his phone away. This is the second time I've seen you in casual clothes. You look nice, he commented, making me blush. Oh, I just put on whatever I'm comfortable with for the day. It's not really a big deal, I bashfully replied. So, you wanted to hang out with me? Yeah. We haven't had much time to sit and talk properly without interruptions, so I thought maybe we could spend the day here together. Ah, that's so nice of you, Todoroki-san. Thanks. My dad just told me not to be home late. Oh, no worries. It won't take us all day. You'll be home before sunset. Okay. We started walking together, and after a moment of silence, I initiated the conversation. So, Todoroki-san, how do you feel after yesterday? I'm alright. I was mostly concerned about you. Recovery girl really helped you. You were in bad shape when I took you in. But that hit on the wall really hurt. I thought we'd never get out of there. I'm just glad we're both alive. That's what matters. I then tried to change the subject. Do you like any particular food? Not really. I mostly stick to cool soba. What about you? If we're talking about Japanese food, I like ramen. But if we're talking American dishes, hamburgers are a classic. I've never actually tried hamburgers before. Really? You should ask my dad. He makes some of the best burgers. Or maybe I'm just being biased, I chuckled softly. My sister usually makes some nice dishes, Todoroki added. Oh right. You told me you had siblings, didn't you? Yes. 4 to be precise. Wow. To be honest, I envy you. I wish I had siblings. I'm an only child in my family. Well, I sometimes think of Midoriya-san as my brother, but in terms of age, I'm only a few months older. You two do seem close. When did you meet? When I moved to Japan, Midoriya saved me from some bullies and helped me find a home, a job, and a school. I feel indebted to him. Bullies? Was it because you were called quirkless? Yeah. Just like my mother. Don't think about that now. Just focus on what you can do. I'll make sure no one says otherwise. Todoroki-san, thank you. We kept walking until I spotted a food stall selling snow cones. Oh, Todoroki. Want some snow cones? I asked him. Sure, he nodded. We approached the stall and ordered our snow cones. Todoroki reached for his wallet to pay. Oh no, Todoroki, you don't have to pay. I protested. I insist. As I received my cone, I noticed a boy around my age sitting on the side of the road, looking hungry. He seemed to be homeless. When he looked at me with an emotionless expression, I decided to order another cone. Can I have another snow cone, please? Sure. Coming right up, the vendor replied. Another cone, FN-san? Todoroki asked. I'll pay for this one. I'll be right back. He watched as I walked toward the boy and handed him the snow cone. Hello there. This is for you. It might not be much, but you seem eager to try one, I smiled. He was quiet as he accepted the cone. The boy then signed a thank you. He seemed to be mute. I only knew a little sign language, but I understood the basics like hello and thank you. I signed you're welcome as I walked back to Todoroki, who handed me my snow cone. You gave your snow cone to that kid? Todoroki asked. He looked hungry, I replied. You really do care for those in need, huh? Yeah. Actually, it turned into a routine. Late at night, I would sneak out of my room to give food to the poor and homeless. Every time I do this, I know I'm doing a good deed for those who need it. I just wish I could do more, but some things are out of my reach. So, I help in any way I can. Is that why I saw you when we first met in the alley? I guess you could say that, I chuckled, recalling our first meeting. Getting almost kidnapped is not the usual way to meet someone. I see your point, he replied. Todoroki wasn't usually the type to express his emotions, based on what I had observed. Let's keep walking together, I suggested. As we walked, we shared interesting stories about each other, mostly mundane and normal topics. I then felt Todoroki's hand brush against mine. His hands were surprisingly colder than I expected. Are you okay? You're turning red, Todoroki noted, looking at me. Am I? I stuttered. Sorry. I'm just not used to holding hands with someone other than my dad, let alone a guy my age. It's okay. I never actually held someone's hand like this before either. It's a new feeling. Well, I appreciate how much you trust me, I replied shyly, feeling my face heat up again. Suddenly, we heard someone in the distance screaming for help. I pulled my hood up and whispered to Todoroki, Did you hear that? Yeah. Let's take a look. We slipped between the buildings and saw an elderly lady having her purse stolen by a thief. We hid back to observe before springing into action as the thief dashed away, leaving the lady on the ground. Stop! Thief! She shouted. Todoroki-sen helped the old lady get to safety. I'll chase that guy. I ran ahead, hot on the thief's trail. I felt like I was running faster than before. The man jumped over trash bins and climbed onto the rooftops, and I followed closely. He was starting to tire. I picked up a small object and threw it at his hand, causing him to drop the purse just as he leaped to another rooftop. Todoroki was right behind me, creating a slick patch of ice on the ground, causing the man to slip. Watch your step, he yelled. Right. I'm going in. I tackled the thief to the ground, and we wrestled. He struggled against me, rolling and pushing. I summoned my strength to pin him down against a small structure and managed to tie his wrists with a bandana I had, like makeshift HNDCFFS. Todoroki rushed over, seeing the thief secured, while I called the police. The police will be here any minute now. Let's get out of here. You got the bag? Right here. We walked over to where Todoroki had seated the woman. She was sitting on a nearby bench as I stepped forward with the purse. Excuse me. Ma'am? We've retrieved your bag. I hope nothing is missing from it, I said, handing her the purse. Thank you, children. Here, have some candy for your troubles. Oh, I can't take those from you. We were just doing what we do best. There's no need to repay us. I see. Well, thank you so much. Have a nice day. As darkness fell, we continued walking home. Phew. Well, that's that. I sighed. We make a good team, Todoroki-san. Really? I'd say you did most of the work. Yeah. But I wouldn't have caught up to him if you hadn't made the floor slippery. Sorry for dragging you into that, though. It doesn't bother me. Besides, it felt nice helping that lady. Is this what you feel like when you sneak out late at night to help others? Yeah. It's never a bother or a burden. I love helping people in need like this. Just then, my phone rang in my pocket. I pulled it out to see a text message. Midoriya-kun? What is it? I got a voicemail from him. That's strange. He usually doesn't record messages for me. I played the audio to hear Midoriya's message. Hey FN-chan. Sorry to interrupt you, but your dad wanted me to leave you a message. The industry called him for a meeting, and he had to rush quickly. He doesn't know when he'll be back, but he wants to be home before dark. If you need something, you can stop by my place. Don't hesitate to ask for whatever you need, okay? Anyway, that's all he wanted me to say. Please text me back soon. Papa had a meeting? But it was his day off, I said, frowning. Maybe it has something to do with the UA Sports Festival coming soon. The UA Sports Festival? That's right. It happens every year at this time. Yeah, and the industry records it every time. So maybe that's why they called him. I just wish he didn't have to worry so much about it. Todoroki placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. I'm sure he's just trying his best, just like you. I smiled at the thought. Yeah, I should try harder too. I'm going to be the greatest hero ever. Motivation surged through me as I spoke, and then I noticed Todoroki smiling at me? That was new. Are you smiling? I asked, intrigued. Beach. Nothing. He turned his head away, covering his mouth with the back of his hand. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. You have a cute smile. That slipped out before I could stop it, but he just smiled. Again. Thank you for the comment. He replied, want me to walk you home? The sooner you get there, the less your dad will worry about you. Oh sure. Can you come with me until I reach the building? Of course. I won't leave until you're home safe. He took my hand again, and we walked back home. I felt so happy with him today. It was a nice break. Hopefully, the sports festival will live up to everyone's expectations once the weekend is over. Chapter End. FN's POV. The weekend passed so quickly. It felt like it lasted only a moment. I got ready for school and left home. On my way to the building, I ran into Todoroki. Hey, Todoroki-san. I called out. Oh, good morning, Vin-san. He said. Heading to class? Yes. You can come along if you wish. Okay. In the classroom. I sat at my desk and waited for class to start. Everyone was talking about the dome incident for a bit, some being chaotic as usual. Then I heard Mina asking Tsu behind her about who would teach class. Aizawa was still recovering, so I wondered who the substitute would be. The door opened and we saw Aizawa-sensei. Morning, class. He said, his head still bandaged up like when we saw him in the infirmary. We were all worried, but he assured us he was fine. He then touched on another subject. Security was going to be tight now, considering the sports festival was coming up. We would only have 45 minutes for normal class, a 30-minute break in between classes, and the rest of the school day would mostly be training. Just by seeing everyone's excited faces, I could tell they were all pumped up for this big event. I remembered watching the sports festival since I was little, along with Midoriya. Now, we were actually going to participate. However, there was a twist. Some pro heroes would show up or watch from TV, and then they would have the chance to interview a few of us like sidekicks, and we would get to choose who to work for. We only had one chance in these 3 years, and we needed to take those chances. If we aimed to be the greatest heroes of all time, this was an opportunity we couldn't waste or overlook. Memories of me and Midoriya watching the festival flashed back into my mind. Flashback. I was sitting on the couch with Midoriya while watching the sports festival, all the students participating with their unique and amazing quirks. Wow, this sports festival is awesome, the younger Midoriya exclaimed, jumping from his seat. Midoriya-san, you're going to get a stomachache from all the food you ate earlier, I chuckled softly. Sorry, but this is too cool. I can't even stay still. I know. I like all the cool quirks. I paused for a moment to ask something. Midoriya, do you think we'll go to the sports festival one day? Even without a quirk? He was quiet for a second, noticing my shy expression. Then he stood up and cleared the pillows away from us. What are you doing? I squeaked as we both ended up on the rugged floor, face to face. Behold! The sports festival is about to start, with the world's next greatest hero, Izuku, and the super amazing and talented hero, FN-chan. He acted like an announcer, and I was so confused. Now, let the games begin. He ran to me and started to tickle me until I could no longer stand, and I did the same. Hey, no fair, Midoriya-san. Fine, you asked for it. Now unleashing my tickle quirk. We laughed and played all night until we were both tired. But being in the sports festival was our dream, and now that dream was coming true. End of flashback. I mean, I knew it was coming, but now I feel like the tension is flying sky high. Kirishima shouted, lifting his fist in the air in excitement. Yeah. If we put in the effort and stand out to a pro, it'll be a giant leap forward. Siro commented. Wow, Everyone is so fired up. Midoriya said. Of course we are. Ida then said, you've enrolled in UA to become a hero, so getting fired up is only natural. I could tell he was shaking with excitement. To be honest, I hadn't noticed until now that I couldn't stop fidgeting with my hands from how nervous I was. You guys. Uraraka called, suddenly wearing a strange look and aura. Let's crush it. In the sports festival. We all sweat-dropped, even though I was a bit distant but still overheard. Whoa. Uraraka-chan, your face. Izuku yelled. I'm gonna go for it. Uraraka pumped her fist in the air, still with the same expression, which terrified me. After that strange scenario, I sat with Todoroki in the cafeteria to eat. He was quieter than usual. So, you thinking about the sports festival? I asked. He chewed on his food without making eye contact with me. Todoroki-san? You okay? Sorry. Just thinking about something. He finally said. Oh, want to share what's on your mind? You and Midoriya are close friends, right? He suddenly directed the question to me. I almost choked on my food when he said that. Why so direct? Yeah. We've known each other since childhood. Why do you ask? I have a hunch about his connection with All Might. He started and I froze, trying not to show any panic. Do you know what that's about? Did he ever tell you more about his quirks and connections? I had to come up with a lie somehow. I knew what was going on behind the scenes with All Might and Midoriya, but no one could know the truth. But would a lie work? I'm sorry, Todoroki-san, but there are some things that Midoriya-kun never told me. Plus, he never mentioned anything in relation to him and All Might. That I see. Sorry to bother you with the question. Thanks for eating with me again. He stood up and left. I exhaled, letting the tension leave me. He almost got some crucial information about Midoriya. For what? Anyway, I couldn't think about that now. We had 2 weeks until the big event, and our class was the biggest target for the first-year students. I need to get to training for the festival. 2 weeks later, on the day of the sports festival. It's time for the festival to start. Training took a lot out of me, but I feel ready. Even if I don't get first place, I'm still going to try my best. Luckily, Aizawa-sensei volunteered to train me, and I must say, he really pushed me, but it was beneficial. His words of encouragement were, even if you don't come in first place, I want you to do your best. Show everyone that you have some fight in you without a quirk. I'll be watching, but you're on your own. I took a deep breath as I entered the kitchen to eat, but Papa wasn't there. That was unusual. Papa? I called out. Woohoo! Go effing go. Yeah. He startled me from behind, wearing face paint that said UA and holding inflatable cheering sticks, the kind people use at sports events. Papa? Don't scare me like that. What are you wearing? I want to cheer my little girl on at the sports festival, of course. So, I got my face painted and I'm ready to shout from the top of my lungs, that's my FN. You're really going to the festival like this? I would, but I'm going to stay here and watch from the TV. I do have to give the industry status report on how the cameras are doing. Oh, never mind. Thanks. I sighed. Having Papa in the stadium like this could be embarrassing enough already, but his support was all I needed. Anyways, I gotta go. See you soon. Do your best out there. In the waiting room, I put on my UA gym uniform and tied my hair in a ponytail. If you have short hair, you keep it down. Midoriya-kun was sitting on one of the benches as I approached him. Hey, Midoriya-kun. I smiled. Hi, FN-chan, he greeted back. Today's the day. The sports festival. Yeah. I think I have butterflies in my stomach, but I think I'm going to be fine. I know you're going to be great. Everyone, are your preparations complete? We're set to enter in no time. Ida yelled as he entered the waiting room. But we didn't even take that long, did we? I mumbled. Midoriya. A familiar voice came in front of us. Todoroki, what is it? Midoriya asked. Looking at things objectively, I think I'm stronger than you, he commented. I had a confused and shocked look on my face. Is this the same Todoroki? Todoroki-san? What are you? I know that. Izuku replied honestly. But All Might has his eyes on you, doesn't he? I'm not trying to pry about that. But I'm going to beat you. Todoroki finally said. He wasn't like this before. It was as if the sports festival was getting to everyone's heads. Oh, what's this? A declaration of war from one of the strongest kids in class. Kaminari raised a brow as Kirishima stood up and walked toward Todoroki. Why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? Don't spring this on him right before the— I'm not here to play nice and make friends, so does it matter? Todoroki cut him off as he walked away. I just stared at him. I thought he said that he and I were similar. Now he says in front of everyone that he doesn't need anyone? He noticed my stare but kept walking. Todoroki, I have no idea what you want with me. Telling me all of that. I think the majority of people are no match for you. Looking at it objectively. Midoriya commented, and Kirishima tried to cheer him up. Midoriya-kun, come on, don't be so negative. So not even I can just let myself lag behind the rest. So, I'm going to go for it with everything I've got too. Izuku said, putting up his fist. Yeah, was all that Todoroki said. I got close to Midoriya to whisper something. Careful, Midoriya-kun, he's on to you about one for all. And now he's declaring war. Watch your back. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Tension was in the air already. This is going to be interesting. Later. We're currently in the waiting tunnel to enter the arena. I quickly fanned myself with my hand as I took a deep breath, getting myself physically and mentally ready. Hey! I heard Present Mike yell as the crowd roared and cheered. You ready, Ifen-chan? Izuku asked me. I nodded and smiled. Everybody, are you ready? It's time for the students to enter the first-year stage. Present Mike continued. That's our cue, everyone, Ida said as we walked out of the tunnel into the ring. Look out, world. Here I come. I thought as I walked and brushed off my fear. Coming out first, the class we all really want to see. The miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. Hero Course Class 1A. Present Mike announced. The crowd cheered louder as we stepped into view. So many people and pro-heroes. It was starting to get hard to focus on anyone. Until I saw Aizawa-sensei, who lightly nodded as if to say good luck, and I returned the gesture. My eyes then went to All Might in his weaker form as he gave me and Midoriya a wink and a thumbs up. I couldn't help but smile. Once we were all in the center, Pro-Hero Midnight began to speak while the boys mumbled to themselves. I just rolled my eyes. Time for the player pledge, she announced. Representing the students are Katsuki Bakugo and FNLN from Class 1A. Everyone had surprised looks on their faces. I could slightly hear them whispering, "Isn't that the quirkless girl? Maya. I wonder how she'll do in the festival without a quirk. And Bakugo's representing too? This is going to end badly." I already knew about the speech I needed to give. Aizawa had informed me that I would represent our class, but no one knew that Bakugo was taking part with me too. Bakugo was behind me as I spoke. Hello everyone. I won't say much, but I want to wish everyone good luck in the festival. And also, just because we faced villains doesn't mean you guys can't beat us. You all have amazing talents and quirks, and I know you all have the willpower to give it all you've got and not hold back. And I'll do the same, quirk or not, I will make it to the top and give it my all too. Thank you for listening. I finished with a bow and walked beside Bakugo to let him speak. The crowd was cheering, and all the students were clapping, some even had tears in their eyes. That's our class princess for ya, Kirishima said while wiping tears away from his eyes. Maybe Class 1A isn't so bad after all, a student from a different class said. What a speech. I have never heard anything more beautiful. Present Mike sounded emotional too. I rubbed the back of my head, blushing at the compliment. Bakugo then stepped up to the mic and declared, I'm not gonna say much either. But all I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna win. I knew he'd say something like that. We all exclaimed. I covered my face with one hand, feeling embarrassed and a bit annoyed. Baka. I muttered softly, while Midnight face-bombed. Now everyone was turning against our class, hurling insults at us, All thanks to Bakugo. Why are you doing something so disgraceful? They were warming up thanks to FN-chan. Ida shouted, making hand chop motions. You'll all make fantastic stepping stones, Bakugo said, giving a thumbs down, which only made everyone more agitated. Sorry about that, guys, he didn't mean it. I chuckled nervously into the mic, feeling the sweat drop. Yes, I did. He snatched the mic from my hands and walked off stage, and I followed suit. Daijubu, FN-chan. You still did good, Karo. Tsuyu patted my shoulder. Thanks, Tsuchun, I sighed. Now let's get started, shall we? Midnight said once everyone calmed down. The first game is what you would call a qualifier. Every year, lots of fine folks end up choking on their tears. Now here is the fateful game. A screen appeared behind her as she explained. This year it's an obstacle race. All 11 classes will participate in this race. The course will be around the outer circumference of the stadium, about 4 kilometers. Our school's selling point is freedom. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Take your places, everyone. We walked over to the red metal door that began to open. Once the 3 green lights went off, Midnight yelled to start running. Everyone rushed out of the door like sardines, making it hard to move through the crowd. Suddenly, I felt a chill on my skin, and I jumped to avoid being frozen, making it out along with Yayorozu, Aoyama, Kirishima, and Bakugo. The floor was so slippery that I struggled to keep my footing, slipping but not falling. Whoa! Wah! I exclaimed as I continued running. As I ran, I could see everyone else breaking free. Surprisingly, Mineta got ahead of me, right behind Todoroki, who was in first. Just as Mineta was about to make a move, a robotic arm appeared out of nowhere and knocked him back. Obstacles have shown up suddenly. Starting with the first barrier. Robo Inferno. Present Mike announced. Oh, super. I mumbled in a groan. Whoa, aren't those the 0-point villains from the entrance exam? Kirishima asked behind me. Looks like it. I saw Todoroki in front of the 3 robots as he charged his ice quirk, mumbling something. I wish they had prepared something a little more difficult. Especially since my dear old dad is watching. What is this? Just like that, he froze the robot and dashed underneath it. I followed closely behind him, weaving between the robot's legs. Careful now. I froze them while they were off balance. Todoroki said as I watched them fall and shatter, on purpose. Shoto Todoroki from Class 1A takes the lead. Present Mike announced. I could faintly hear Midoriya's voice from behind the rubble. FN-chan? Panic surged through me. What am I doing? I thought to myself, urging myself not to stop. Amid the falling robot parts, I spotted a flat piece of metal that I could use as a board to speed up. The floor was still frozen, so this was my chance. Here goes nothing. I grabbed the piece and tossed it down, jumping on to slide across the chaos while everyone else lagged behind. What's this? FN managed to get through the falling robots and is right on Todoroki's tail. Talk about a real player. Present Mike exclaimed. Say, Aizawa, isn't that your student without a quirk? Yes. But ever since she came to UA, she has shown me a new perspective on quirkless people. Let this be an inspiration for all. I successfully made it out, propelling myself forward on my ice board near Todoroki. He glanced over his shoulder at me. How did you get past that robot crash? He asked, still running. Whatever. Just don't get in my way. Sorry, Todoroki-san, but I'm not here to play nice. I'm here to win. I replied confidently. If that's the case. He blasted ice in my path, causing me to stumble. I nearly lost my balance multiple times, spinning in circles while trying to keep moving. I managed to jump off the board and began to run again. Everyone else was behind me when I stopped at a cleared area. The first barrier was a piece of cake, right? Then, what's the second one? If you fall, you're out. If you want to fall, you crawl. This one is called the fall. Present Mike announced. I wonder when they built this stage, Uraraka said behind me. Tsuyu walked to the edge and then jumped. Wait, Tsu! I yelled. Karo! She perfectly landed on the ropes and began to crawl. Easy, she said as we all watched. She's fast, Mina commented. An explosion suddenly interrupted my thoughts as Bakugo used his quirk to propel himself into the air. I looked back at the rope, laying face down at the edge of the cliff, reaching for the rope nearby. Careful, Fen-chan. Wah! I grabbed the rope, but my body slipped from my position, leaving me dangling with one arm. I quickly grabbed it with my other hand. Exhales, don't worry, I'm fine. But I don't recommend doing this. I awkwardly chuckled. I then started to swing and switch arms as I made my way forward like on monkey bars. I remembered my usual park routine, hanging out near the monkey bars all the time. Well, routine and training are paying off, I mumbled, keeping my rhythm as I reached the end. Obstacle 2 cleared. I started to run again. Todoroki and Bakugo were already ahead. I reminded myself that I didn't have to come in first, I just had to get through this and move on. I then saw 2 danger signs near the last barrier. And now, we've quickly arrived at the final barrier. The reality here is that it's a minefield. Present Mike announced. What now? I exclaimed. I began to walk cautiously through the landmines, this obstacle really putting those in the lead at a disadvantage. This was my chance to catch up. Behind me, I could hear explosions. Then suddenly, bang! There's a huge explosion in the back? What's with that force? Bakugo, Todoroki, and I stopped and looked up into the sky. All we could see was smoke until... I gasped as I saw Midoriya soaring through the air. Class 1A's Midoriya is in hot pursuit with that blast. Present Mike exclaimed. Go Midoriya! I started to run again as fast as I could, but a few people were ahead of me. The race was tight as Bakugo, Todoroki, and Midoriya approached the finish line. And the first one back to the stadium is Midoriya. The crowd erupted in cheers as they saw the winner. Once I caught up, I began to cheer too. I ran to him and hugged him tightly. Midoriya, that was so awesome. I can't believe you did that. I exclaimed, filled with excitement. You did amazing too. You're so fast that I thought I would never catch up to you. He smiled back. Well, you finally outmatched me, Midoriya-kun. Congrats. From another perspective. During the race, everyone was cheering, even your father was cheering from the TV, with drones from his industry capturing every moment. What's this? FNLN managed to get through the falling robots and is right on Todoroki's tail. Talk about a real player. The spectator screen in the stadium showcased you sliding on ice and then running, all thanks to the drones. A mysterious figure, resembling a grown man, was watching you intently and took a picture of you when your face was visible. I've finally found you. FN's POV. Time skip. I was walking to the waiting room when I noticed Midoriya and Todoroki talking. I hid as far as I could to listen in. Todoroki? Izuku began, you brought me here, now what? I was overwhelmed. And it made me break the promise I made to myself a long time ago. Ida, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami, Uraraka, none of them felt it. In that moment, I was the only one who could sense your true power. It reminded me of something, experiencing All Might's quirk. Oh yeah? Okay. The power that comes from you is the same as All Might's. Oh no, he's onto him. I thought, trying not to panic. Tell me, Midoriya. Todoroki said. Midoriya wore a panicked expression, mirroring my own. I whispered to myself, shaking slightly, please don't say it. Are you really All Might's secret love child or something? If he's... What? I exclaimed in my head, realizing Midoriya was just as shocked. That was such a strange and random thing to say. Oh, no way. That's not it at all. But I guess even if I was, I would totally say I wasn't, so you'd probably never believe me. Anyway, I promise you've got the wrong idea. Midoriya stammered. That's not it at all, Todoroki continued. I'd suggest there is something between you. And if you're connected to the number 1 hero, that would mean I have even more reasons to beat you. What was he even planning? I sometimes couldn't tell what Todoroki was thinking. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? They were those who sought out potential mates solely with the intention of creating powerful children. My father had not only a rich history of accomplishments but plenty of money to throw at his problems. He bought my mother's relatives to get his hands on her quirk, and now he's raising me to usurp all might. I covered my mouth to stifle a gasp, tears pooling in my eyes as I listened. Did my father tell me something similar to this? I couldn't remember. I refuse to be a tool for that scumbag, he continued. I only see her crying. I remembered she called my left side unbearable before she poured boiling water on my face. I'm going to show him that I reject his power, and I can take first place without using it. I couldn't bear to hear more. I started to run to the bathroom, covering my mouth to hold back sobs as tears streamed down my face. My head throbbed just thinking about what Todoroki said. It felt too familiar. I splashed cold water on my face, mixing it with my tears. I dried my face and placed my hand on my head, leaning slightly forward. Quirk. Marriages? My family tree. What if that marriage fails to create a child like? I stopped my thoughts as I heard the door open. I rubbed my eyes with my arm and dipped my face back into the water. Oh, FN-chan. I was looking everywhere for you. Mina called from the door. Hey bestie, are you okay? Why are your eyes red? Mina-chan. I'm okay, just got some dirt in my eye. I tried to keep my voice steady. Oh, it's fine. That cavalry battle did get wild. I'm still so proud of you for finishing in 4th place. Anyway, the girls are looking for us for that cheering battle. Mind if I go with you? No problem. Although, I'm not convinced about this being a cheering battle, especially if that info came from the boys. Well, we'll never know unless we go there. Not too long later. Before we get started with the final event, there's good news for those who dropped out of the preliminaries. In the end, this is still a sports festival. So to have everyone participate, we have some recreational events in store. Just look how fired up those cheerleaders we called from America are. What's this? Present Mike exclaimed when he saw all the girls from Class 1A, including me, in ridiculous cheerleading outfits and pom-poms. Some of us wore annoyed expressions while others, like me, were embarrassed, my face turning a deep shade of red. Mineta! Kaminari! You tricked us, didn't you? Yamamo yelled at the boys. I had a feeling we were being deceived just so Mineta could have his fun. How did I end up stumbling right into Mineta's hands again? I even used my quirk to make these cute outfits, she sulked, and Uraraka patted her back. Well, we got stuck in this together. I sighed. Might as well do this until the battle starts. Come on, let's have fun. Kagekure cheered. Hagekure actually likes this, huh? Karo, Tsu commented. Alright, everyone, compete your hearts out. And after that, it's the final event. It's a tournament. We're pitting them against each other in one-on-one combat. Present Mike announced. I shyly approached Todoroki, pretending I hadn't heard what he said earlier. Oh, looks like we made it to the final game, huh? I said bashfully. It looks like it, he replied, glancing around. I placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled. Hey, no pressure. Just do your best out there. You know I'm here to cheer you on. FN. He stared at me blankly, aware that he had been competing against me but still appreciating the support. Suddenly, I felt a familiar pain in the scar on my back. I grimaced and reached for my shoulder. What's wrong? Todoroki asked, concerned. Why, I'm okay. This happens all the time. But I was thinking about something I don't know if it has to do with. Now we're going to do a drawing to determine pairings. Midnight announced. Never mind. Let's head over to see the pairings, I said as we started to walk. Hey, Todoroki-san? If we get paired up, don't go easy on me, okay? I grinned. I don't intend to. I hope you won't hold back either, he commented as we approached the board. Let's show the pairings. Round 1, Midoriya vs. Shinso. Round 2, Todoroki vs. Zero. Round 3, Shiozaki vs. Kaminari. Round 4, Ida vs. LN. Round 5, Ashido vs. Aoyama. Round 6, Tokoyami vs. Yaoyorozu. Round 7. Tetsu vs. Kirishima. Round 8. Uraraka vs. Bakugo. Looks like it's you against me, Ida-kun, I said. Don't hold back, okay, class rep? As you wish, my class princess. But please, let me know if I do any significant damage. Peach, relax. Just give it all you've got. Time skip. It was my turn in the tournament against Ida. I wasn't feeling particularly confident. Ida could easily beat me with his skills and speed, and not only that but also. Hello, FN-chun, Ida said as he entered the waiting room. Ida-kun? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you get ready for our fight? I am. I just wanted to wish you good luck. I expect a lot from you on the field. I'll try not to disappoint then, I smiled as he left. Todoroki entered right after Ida. What was that about? Todoroki asked. Nothing. Just wishing good luck for this battle. I see. I came here to do the same. He stepped closer and placed his hands on my shoulders, causing me to blush. But listen, if you ever feel like the battle gets too tough for you, promise me you'll stop the fight. Aye. Todoroki-san, you don't have to. Why do you worry about me so much? I'm not that important. You're wrong. You are important, FN. I am only concerned for your safety. That is all. I widened my eyes at his words. No one else had ever told me that before. I usually only spoke to Midoriya and my dad, so hearing someone else say that almost brought tears of happiness to my eyes. I smiled at him. Thank you. I'll do my best out there. Just you wait. I pumped my fists in the air in cheer before I was called to enter the arena. Alright everyone. It's time for the next round. Up next is Class A's class representative and engine running student at UA, Tenya Ida. And he's up against the class princess of the same class, the girl with no quirk but full of strength, speed, and spunk. It's FNLN. After Present Mike announced us, I started to think of multiple strategies while turning on Isamu. I was so nervous. Ida was really strong, so I had to be careful. Ready? Start. Ida started to run, but I backflipped as quickly as I could. I grabbed his arm, and we found ourselves at each other's backs as I slammed him to the floor. But he didn't stay down. Quick reflexes were key to avoiding injuries. Ida struggled to get me off him, and I did the same. He began to run in circles around me, creating a fog. I could barely see where he was, even with my glasses. I had to turn on heat vision to see a silhouette rushing towards me. I tried to land another punch and a kick, but he was fast enough to deliver a hard hit, sending me backward until I stopped just before touching the out-of-bounds line. Suddenly, I felt something sharp sink into my skin, causing me to wince. I noticed blood beginning to trickle from my arm. All I knew was that it wasn't Ida. He didn't carry any sharp objects, as far as I knew. Looks like Ida got a clean hit on LN. Not bad. I rubbed my mouth to wipe the dirt off my lips as I ran towards him again. But as I went to punch, I felt a jolt of electricity surge through me, making me flinch and stumble in my attacks. Ida took advantage of my momentary weakness to kick me in the back, sending me rolling away from him. Something's not right. I thought. That should have hit him. Is someone playing tricks on me? I looked at the wound again, covering it with my hand. Do you yield, FN-chan? Ida called out. Never. I exhaled as I charged at him again. Despite her wound on her arm, LN's not going down without a fight. She's fierce. Present Mike announced as our battle continued. Ida approached to hit me when we got close enough to push against each other, but he seemed to want to say something. FN-chan, why wouldn't you forfeit? I didn't cause that wound on your arm. It could get worse and be dangerous if not treated. Ida-kun, I don't necessarily want to win, but I want to prove myself to everyone that I'm stronger than anyone knows. So, I'm not gonna give up yet. Or ever. I'm sorry, Kain, but there's nothing you can do to change my mind. If that's how it is, I guess I'll have to make you give up for your own sake. He used his engine to push me back while we wrestled. Fog surrounded us again as I pushed against the ground, my legs holding Ida back. My head was barely outside the line as I used all my strength. Whoa! LN saved herself from going past the barrier. One wrong move and she's out by an inch. I felt the shock again, flinching as I pushed Ida back to get on my feet. Again and tried to hit him, but the electricity jolted through my arms again, causing pain. TCK. What? Engine. Kick. Ga. Ida shouted as he delivered a swift kick. His engine activated, sending me flying back against the wall. I opened my eyes, finding myself sitting near the spot where I had hit the wall, away from the stage. LN is out of bounds. Tenya Ida moves on. Midnight announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Ida rushed over to help me up. At least he was a good sport. Apologies, FN-chan. I had to end it at some point, he said. That's okay, I understand. You did great. You deserve to be in the next round. Thank you. I will do my best in the next round. And please, get your arm checked out, okay? I will. As I walked to the waiting hall, I noticed a few classmates cheering for me. Finchan, you did amazing out there. Uraraka exclaimed, lifting both fists in cheer. Bravo, my dear. Magnifique. Oyama added, applauding. You rocked out there. Kaminari chimed in. I felt a slight blush creeping onto my cheeks as I waved and headed to the changing room. The noise of the crowd faded as I entered. A mirror revealed a long mark on my left arm, a reminder of the impact. I touched the wound gingerly, feeling something solid lodged inside, causing me to flinch in pain. There's definitely something in there. I just have to back. FN-san. I heard a familiar voice and turned to see Ojiro approaching. Hey, Ojiro-san. I greeted him. That's quite a nasty wound you have. Need help cleaning it? Actually, I think there's something stuck in it and I can't get it out. Here, let me see. He took my arm, grabbed a first aid kit nearby, and inspected the wound. I see it. It looks pretty stuck. Okay, I'm going to press down on the wound. I need you to pull out whatever's inside. Let me know if it's too much. I'm ready. I took a sharp breath and sat down. Ojiro crouched beside me, placing his fingers on either side of the small but deep wound. You ready? On 3. He said, and I held my breath. 3. He pressed down, and I stifled a scream, letting out groans instead. My fingers grasped the small round object and pulled it out, gasping in pain. Okay, it's out. Ow. Blood began to flow from my arm as Ojiro quickly pressed a towel against the wound. He took some disinfectant and cleaned around the area, the sting making me wince. He blew gently on it to ease the pain while wrapping bandages around my arm. I took a moment to wash my hands at the nearest fountain, hoping no one would drink from it now. How do you feel? Ojiro asked. Stings. But it helped. Thanks. No problem. But what was that? It's so small. Whoever shot this at me must have wanted me to lose on purpose. But who could have done that? We should tell the teachers. No. I don't want to stop the festival because of that. I'll just accept it. By the way, that's one of the reasons I came to find you. I felt uneasy during your match, like you were being targeted. It reminded me of when we were at the dome fighting those villains. Just be careful out there. I will. If anything comes up, I'll let you know. Anyways, let's try to enjoy our time here while the day lasts. Agreed. I nodded as he waved and walked off. As I made my way to the changing room, Aizawa-sensei caught up with me. I felt a wave of anxiety about what he might say regarding my fight. Ellen. Aizawa-sensei. I stammered under his gaze. I'm sorry I failed you in the tournament. I know you said not to focus solely on first place, but I wanted to achieve more than I thought I could. I don't know what I'm trying to prove, but He placed a hand on my shoulder, stopping my rambling. Ellen, you don't need to prove anything. In fact, you've already shown me something I wasn't expecting. Really? What? Your drive to become a hero. Your dedication to improving every day inspires me and many others at the festival, even some of the students. Never change and keep striving toward your goal. Thank you. I'll keep working hard. I promise. He walked away, leaving me to reflect. Even with my performance against Ida, he still believed in me. I needed to be more cautious, If someone was truly watching or targeting me, it could become dangerous. Chapter End. FN's POV. It looked like it was Midoriya versus Todoroki in the next round. I headed to the waiting room to wish them both good luck and sat down with Ida and Uraraka. FN-chan, who are you rooting for? Uraraka asked. Me? I'm honestly rooting for both of them. I can't really pick just one. How come? You're always near Midoriya, and you just met Todoroki, Ida pointed out, causing my face to flush slightly. Well. Gasps don't tell me. You and Todoroki-kun are. Ochako-chan. That's not it at all. We're just friends, nothing more. Hee if you say so, she teased, making me want to hide my face. Across the stadium, I noticed a tall man covered in flames watching intently. That must be Endeavor, Todoroki's father. It's the first match of the second round. Present Mike announced. These two heroes in training have been frontrunners in the sports festival. It's Midoriya versus Todoroki. The crowd cheered, and I joined in with Uraraka and Ida. But which of these rivals will advance to the next round? Ready? Begin. The battle commenced with Todoroki creating a massive trail of ice, similar to his fight against Zero, while Midoriya flicked his finger to deflect the attack, resulting in a broken finger. I noticed Todoroki's determination to avoid using his fire, even when he had opportunities. I remembered him mentioning a promise to never use his flames, but it seemed like he was struggling against Midoriya. Midoriya, with most of his arm and fingers injured, faced Todoroki's ice attack aimed at ending the match quickly. To my surprise, Midoriya used his broken finger again, worsening his injury. What is he doing? Is he really using his broken finger twice? I exclaimed to myself. He wouldn't survive the next round even if he moved on. You're trembling, Todoroki, Midoriya said, his eyes widening as he looked at him. Midoriya-kun, do you have a plan? I thought as I listened. It's easy to forget that quirks are physical abilities, and that means there's a limit to how much cold your body can handle, right? Todoroki remained silent, staring at him. Listen, we're all giving it our all. Do you think you can win with half your strength? So come at me with everything you've got. The fight intensified with each passing moment. Todoroki looked completely defeated, though not physically. I want to be a pro. Whatever it takes to be a hero. Midoriya punched Todoroki again, catching him off guard. That's why I'm giving it my all, just like you should. I gasped, covering my mouth in shock. The conversation I overheard weeks ago in the park echoed in my mind. Everything Todoroki had said was that what he was thinking? If you don't want to, that's all right. But you don't have the right to be number one if you're not going to use your full power. That statement left Todoroki frozen, just as I was when I recalled my past. He must have been thinking about that too, until he snapped, his right side beginning to freeze. Shut up. That's why. I'm going to win this. I'll surpass you. I stood from my spot and rushed down to get a closer look, making my way to the waiting room halls to reach the arena entrance, eager to watch without being seen. But my father's quirk. Todoroki trembled. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. Midoriya yelled. That struck a nerve with Todoroki, and I noticed a slight tremor in him. And then, it happened. Todoroki's fire ignited, surrounding him. Todoroki-san. You're using it? I whispered. The flames engulfed his left side, blinding the crowd. This is getting out of hand. The two charged their quirks to near maximum. Midnight and Cementos intervened to stop the fight, resulting in a massive explosion. I quickly hid in the tunnel to shield myself from any debris that might fly my way. When everything settled, the scene revealed Midoriya knocked out cold, while Todoroki stood there, half his shirt burned and torn. Midoriya is out of bounds. Todoroki wins. Midnight announced. I hurried to the locker room to grab a new shirt for him before the next round. As I turned, I spotted Endeavor walking in the opposite direction. He didn't notice me as he continued on his way. I could hear Todoroki breathing heavily as I approached. Todoroki-san. I called out. FN-chan. That was so epic. All the boom, bang, pow. It was incredible. I couldn't stay in my seat. I tried to sound optimistic, but he only looked disappointed. I brought you this new shirt. You'll need it before your next battle. Todoroki-san? Congrats on your win. I attempted again, but it only made things awkward. You saw him, he finally asked, glancing behind me. You mean your dad? We locked eyes. Did you talk to him? He thinks I accepted my fate by breaking my promise to only use my right side. Did I really win? It doesn't feel like it. I clenched my fist as I spoke. Todoroki-san, I'm sorry to say this, but Midoriya-kun was right. Everyone is doing their best out there, and so should you. Sometimes being a hero means breaking rules or promises. Going beyond your limits isn't easy, but it's necessary. His eyes widened just like before. You need to see that this is your power. Endeavor doesn't own your power, you do. So, why not use it to carve your own path just like I did? Don't you start with that. Todoroki snapped, startling me as he grabbed my wrist with his cold hand, causing me to flinch. You can't talk about controlling quirks because you don't have one. You don't know what it's like to be treated as a tool. Yes, I do. I know what it feels like, Todoroki. Why? Because I was also involved in a quirk marriage, but it failed. He let go and took a step back. Oh no. What have I done? Todoroki, I can explain. So I was right. You were spying on me when I spoke with Midoriya. I let my curiosity get the better of me, I know. But something about what you said triggered a memory for me. What are you talking about? I lowered the shirt that covered my shoulder, revealing the scar beneath. I suffered memory loss when I got this scar. After the operation, my father never wanted to tell me how I got it, but recently, I've been having nightmares and images of my past before I moved here. I want to know more. More about how I got this scar I bear. When you mentioned your struggles, I wondered. My mother had a powerful quirk. My father has 2 quirks, telekinesis and vision. So I wonder, what if a marriage like that failed? Could it result in a child being quirkless, like me? He stared at me blankly as I exhaled shakily. You know, I've always wanted powers my whole life, so that people would like me and respect me. But I never expected to find someone who never wished for a quirk. I guess some see their quirks as gifts, while others see them as burdens. I stepped closer and extended my hand to him. Give me your hand, I asked, and he complied. I opened his palm and traced my finger along his index finger. The length of the scar is about the size of your index finger. I moved to his pinky finger, tracing it until I reached the small top joint. The width is about the size of the top of your pinky finger. Finally, I placed his hand on his chest, allowing him to feel his heartbeat. Even though this scar looks long and wide, no one can compare to the depth of the pain I feel in that wound. And in my heart, the wound almost reached the inside near the vertebrae, nearly causing permanent damage. But here I am, standing as if nothing ever happened. Tears threatened to fall, but my voice remained steady as I turned away. Remember this, Shoto Todoroki. The scars we bear don't define who we are. They tell us where we came from and how we survived. That was the last thing I saw before I started to walk away. Good luck on your next battle. Later, I called my dad to see how he was. When I put the phone to my ear, I immediately jumped back, pulling it away for a moment. Yeah, that's my girl. Kick some butt. Ha, Papa, stop. I already got eliminated in the tournament. I know. But you were so cool out there. I think even the neighbors are starting to complain a bit about my cheering. He chuckled. I laughed, feeling touched by his encouragement. And I saw that last fight Midoriya had. That was crazy. Is he okay? Yeah, he's fine. It happens all the time. That fire and ice guy looked pretty strong out there too. I frowned a bit at the mention of him. Oh, you mean Todoroki? Oh. So that's the boy you showed me in the video from Project Isamu? Yeah. He is pretty strong, I said, my tone a bit disappointed. You okay, Pumpkin? You sound a bit sad. No. I'm okay, Papa. Hey, you want to celebrate after this? I can bring Midoriya with me. That'll be wonderful. I'll invite Inko over too, It can be sort of like a family celebration. Dinner. With a classic favorite. Yes, burgers. I'm looking forward to it. See you soon. We both hung up as I walked out of the waiting room. I then noticed someone watching me from one of the walls, and they quickly left as I exited the room. Hey, wait. I ran after him, and it led to the tunnel where Midoriya and Todoroki had talked. As I walked slowly, I was suddenly shoved against the wall. Juch. A hand grabbed my chin, forcing my mouth to open and my head to tilt back. Found you. The man purred in my ear with a deep voice. He wore a white lab coat and held something behind his back. So, you're FNLN, am I right? Who's asking? I choked out. Never mind that. I just need to test something with you. Sorry, buddy, but this is a sports festival and I'm not looking forward to being your lab rat. Well, I had to draw you out somehow. So, I decided to force your way out of the match. You made me lose on purpose? All for a good cause. Now let's get back to business, shall we? Just as I was about to throw a punch at him, my body froze in place. What the? I exclaimed. Squirming around won't get you anywhere, he cooed. I couldn't move an inch. I was completely paralyzed. He then pulled out his other hand, revealing a vial filled with a glowing purple and yellow substance. He forced my face up again while pouring the unknown liquid into my mouth. I began to cough and choke, feeling sick. That's it. Chug it all the way down, he said slowly until every drop was gone. He let me go and I collapsed to the ground, gasping and coughing. My vision blurred as he slowly approached me. What did you do to me? I coughed, trying to crawl away. See? That wasn't so hard, was it? Now, I just need one more thing. And then it went dark. Todoroki's POV. My mind had been uneasy lately since my fight with Midoriya and my talk with Efen. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. You need to see that this is your power. Endeavor doesn't own your power, you do. So, why not use it to carve your own path, just like I did? The scars that we bear don't tell us who we are. They tell us where we came from and how we survived. Why can't I get that out of my head? And the way I spoke to FN so disrespectfully. I need to apologize to her. But how can I really approach her after that? Alright everyone. Now, it's Tokoyami Fumikage versus Mina Ashido from Class 1A. The battles were passing faster than I thought. Pretty soon, I would be up next against whoever won this next battle. It didn't take long for Tokoyami to get Ashido out of the arena. Ashido's out of bounds, the winner is. Boom! A sudden explosion cut midnight off her announcement as smoke billowed from one end of the stadium. It looked like it came from outside the waiting room. What was that? Present Mike exclaimed through the mic. No one move. We'll go and investigate, Aizawa-sensei said as he left his post. I ran ahead of him to the potential spot where the impact was. There was dust and smoke everywhere, broken glass, and FN's glasses on the ground. Luckily, they weren't damaged. Once the dust settled, I saw a silhouette with a pair of faintly glowing blue eyes walking toward me. It stopped and I realized it was FN? I couldn't look away from her eyes. Then I heard her voice in my head. Don't let her take me away. FN. I heard another voice. No one else was here with us. It hurts. Her lips moved, echoing as tears streamed down her face. No one. My deep pain. It hurt so much. Suddenly, someone shot her, and she growled, turning to disappear into the smoke again. The source wasn't fire, it must have been the rubble of the area. Then I heard two people collapsing. One was FN back to normal, and the other was a man with a gun and a syringe. I didn't hesitate to run toward her, holding her in my arms, lifting her torso to check if she was breathing. She was, but it was unsteady as she opened her eyes, narrowed. Roki? She gasped. Please hang on. Aizawa-sensei will be here soon. Just stay awake. Hey. It's okay. I'm okay. I forgive you, she whispered as she closed her eyes. I looked at her abdomen, stained with red, her clothes torn and dirty. Aizawa and Midoriya arrived just in time. Sensei. I called out. What happened? he asked, noticing FN with me. FN? Midoriya exclaimed. Who is? Are they a villain? How did they pass the border? I wondered aloud. The sports festival. They looked to be a scientist. But it seems he made some poor choices in his testing. Aizawa inspected, noting the man wasn't breathing. Whatever happened here didn't go as he expected. So, he's dead. What about FN? We need to get her healed. And fast. Or we might lose her too. The robots from the infirmary arrived with a hospital bed to carry her. Todoroki, get LN on the bed. We need to take her for first aid. Aizawa ordered. I gently placed her on the bed as the rest of us gathered around, preparing to take her to Recovery Girl. Once we arrived at the hospital room, we were asked to step outside until they finished with her. I just hoped she would be okay. Later that afternoon, Midoriya and I waited outside for any news about FN. I watched as Midoriya paced back and forth, nervously biting his nails. I seized the moment to ask him something I needed to know. Midoriya. I called out to him. Yeah, Todoroki? He jumped, then turned to me. You know more about FN than I do. She's your childhood friend, isn't she? You're right. But what do you want to know about? I need to know her past. She mentioned something that has been on my mind, and I couldn't ask her directly. Do you know anything about her history? His eyes widened before he lowered his head. She had a difficult past, that's for sure. It's not my place to share, but I know she wouldn't tell her story without tears. I sat down to listen intently. Everything started back in SN, America. She had a wonderful family that she loved dearly. When she discovered she was quirkless, her mother began to change. She treated FN's father poorly, pushing him to work harder for extra money, while she did the same to FN. Her mother would train her every day until she was exhausted. One day, it became too much, and she ended up in the hospital with a serious injury and memory loss. Even after recovering, her mother showed no concern. So, her father decided to leave and moved here. I met FN when we were about 5 years old. She was bullied by others, both then and now. When we became friends, my mother offered Mr. L. and an apartment and a job, allowing FN to attend school with me until her father could manage on his own. Years passed, and she often offered her help, mostly as a way to cope. She would call me to share her troubles and nightmares. I was always there for her during her toughest times, even now. More than ever. Flashback. 3 weeks ago. Midoriya's POV. My phone rang from the side of my bed as I rolled over to answer it. It was late. Who could be calling me at this hour? Hello. Midoriya-kun. I heard FN-chan breathing rapidly, clearly distressed. Whoa, FN-chan. Calm down. Don't let her take me. Please. I understood what she was talking about. I quickly put on a hoodie and headed out through the window. Are you in your room? Why yes. Stay there. I'm coming over. Wait. Midoriya. I hung up before she could argue. I rushed to her window as quickly as I could. Her father didn't seem to be home yet. Her panicked expression was all too familiar. She was having another panic attack. Tears marked her face. Her chest heaved as she pressed her hand against it, and her hands trembled violently. I ran to her and embraced her as I sat down on the bed with her. Hey, look at me. Look at me. You're okay. No one is taking you away. I promise. I'm here. I stroked her hair as she buried her face in my chest, softly sobbing. I'm sorry. I never had a nightmare like this before. It hurt so much. I can't sleep. I settled her body against mine on the bed, holding her close. Her head rested against my chest instead of on the pillow, allowing her to hear my heartbeat. You'll be okay. I'm here now. It doesn't bother me if you call me for something like this. I'll always be here for you. She closed her eyes and snuggled closer to me. I began to hum a soothing song, the vibrations from my chest calming her until she finally drifted off to sleep. End of flashback. Todoroki's POV. FN. She had a difficult and challenging past, but she always presents a different side to the world. All she wishes for is for everyone to live happily and have opportunities. She helps others in any way she can. Her heart is meant for others, she once told me. And honestly, I couldn't ask for a better friend or a better sisterly figure than her. I never realized. I was left speechless. For someone as cheerful as FN, I had no idea how much she had suffered, much like me. Midoriya. Todoroki. Aizawa called us. Aizawa-sensei. How is she? Midoriya quickly asked. Come inside and see. We entered to find Recovery Girl tending to FN's minor injuries. Bandages covered her body, including the area where she had been shot. An oxygen mask rested on her face, surrounded by various machines. But what happened to her? Midoriya asked. One thing I can say is that she's miraculously alive despite her injuries, Recovery Girl began. Right now, she is in a coma. We're not sure why, but she isn't responding. After some tests, we found an unknown serum in her DNA. Researchers are looking into it, but they suspect it could be a quirk. Aizawa explained. A quirk? What kind? I asked. Not sure yet. But here's the other issue. She must have fought someone armed, given the bullet we removed from her. She had already lost too much blood, and if a substance is inside her, insufficient blood could affect her health. We're currently asking students for blood donations, but so far, no one has the same blood type as her. It needs to be the same type? Midoriya asked. Like I said, we don't know what is inside her, and to be safe, we need the same blood type. Blood type O positive is rare. Not even FN's dad has that type. But I do, I said, and everyone looked at me. I volunteer to donate my blood. Todoroki, are you sure? You're going to the next round in the sports festival. This could affect you. Saving a friend is more important. I said without thinking. I owe her an apology, and I want to see her live. At this point, the sports festival is of little consequence. So, do what you must. Alright, but if you feel anything strange, let me know. Let's get started. Minutes later, Aizawa and Recovery Girl prepared me for the blood donation, explaining that it would take at least 4 to 5 tubes to aid her recovery. I sat beside FN's bed as the donation began. How do you feel, Todoroki? Midoriya asked. I feel fine. Don't worry about me. I looked at FN again, and so did Midoriya. She'll wake up soon. I know it. Excuse me. Midoriya, Todoroki, there's something you both need to see. Aizawa returned. Aizawa-sensei? What is it? Midoriya asked, noticing the change in Aizawa's tone. Our research is complete. And the results are. Well, take a look for yourselves. We looked at the computer screen he held out for us. What? That's impossible. Does FN? After a few minutes in the infirmary with FN, the blood donation process was complete, and Recovery Girl stopped the transfer. I noticed FN moving her head slightly and shivering as I took her soft hands into mine. Hey, it's okay. I'm here, I whispered, knowing she probably couldn't hear me. I'll make sure she's all right. You hurry along to the sports festival, Recovery Girl stated. I nodded and left the room, still pondering the results Aizawa-sensei had shown us. If it was true, what could we do? I couldn't get distracted now. My next battle was against Tokoyami. FN would be fine. I would see her when I was done. Later. Time skipped to the finals. I sat in the waiting room for my last battle against Bakugo. I was beginning to lose focus during my last match, unable to stop thinking about my fight with Midoriya, my last conversation with FN, or even my mother. How could I put them out of my mind? Suddenly, the door swung open, and Bakugo stormed in. Hey, what are you doing here? This is my space to know. This is waiting room number 2, he exclaimed, agitated for no reason. I just stared at him, and he got mad again. Fine. Maybe I walked into the wrong room, but don't think that means I'm not going to be on top of my game, got that? He growled, walking toward me. Midoriya. You guys were childhood friends, right? I asked. Was he like that when you were kids? So helpful? He widened his eyes, then snapped. Focus on the match. Whatever your family's problems are, whatever you're feeling, none of that matters. Just make sure you don't hold back. Use your flames on me. Bakugo turned and walked away. Was he serious? I couldn't use my flames. Not again. I would show him and that scoundrel that I could win with just my ice. In the finals. It all comes down to this, folks. From the hero course, Shoto Todoroki vs. Katsuki Bakugo. Present mic announced, and with that, we began. I quickly unleashed my ice from the start. Bakugo countered with his explosions as I created more ice to overwhelm him until I encased him in a large block of ice. But it didn't take long before I heard muffled booming from inside. I was ready when he burst out, grabbing me by the head and flipping me over. I tried again as Bakugo seized my arm. I got distracted by a voice, "Use your left side." It was my father, Endeavor. I widened my eyes. "Do it, Shoto." "What? You think I'm not worthy of your fire?" Bakugo growled. "What were they trying to do? Are they provoking me to use my flames? I don't want there to be any doubt that I'm the best student at the festival. That's only possible if you come at me with everything you've got. There's no point in fighting me with the same power you used against Deku," he shouted again. "So, he just wants to prove that he's the best and show off, that's all?" He raised his voice. "If you don't want to win, then why are you even here?" I was lost in thought, unsure of what to do. "But I want to be a hero too," I exclaimed, recalling my fight with Midoriya. "I'm sorry, Bakugo." I thought, since my fight with Midoriya, I've been uncertain about so much. Whether I made the right choices. What my left side means to me. Sometimes being a hero means you have to break rules or promises. FN's voice echoed in my mind, distracting me. "You need to realize that this is your power. Endeavor doesn't own your power, you do. So, why not use it to carve your own path, just like I did?" "FN-chan? How can I carve this path you speak of? I need answers." "Don't give up. Do your best." I heard Midoriya yell, and at that moment, I felt like I was losing my mind. Bakugo leaped into the air for another attack, and for a brief moment, I felt my fire ignite again. Not like this. I forced my flames to die down. A tear slipped down my face. "I'm sorry, FN-chan." Just as we were about to collide, everything turned dark. When the darkness cleared, everyone could see Bakugo on the ground at a distance from Todoroki, who was now knocked out in his ice structure. Bakugo was furious. "You chose not to use your fire?" he sneered. He got up and rushed to Todoroki, gripping his shirt and yelling at him with a mix of disappointment and desperation. "Stop messing around. This isn't a real win for me unless you try harder. It can't end this way. Now get up." Midnight used her quirk to intervene and stop the fight. "Todoroki is out of bounds. That means Bakugo is the winner," she announced as the crowd erupted in cheers. But all Bakugo felt from this was an empty victory. After the sports festival finally ended, Todoroki visited the hospital where his mother was staying. He was determined to confront the past, starting with her and then moving on to FN. Nervousness bubbled within him as he approached his mother after so many years, but he was resolute. He opened the door to find her by the window and called out softly, "Mom." His mother turned to face him, her expression a mix of surprise and regret as she recognized the son she had hurt long ago. In that moment, Todoroki made a silent vow to himself. "I will rescue her from this place. No matter what." Midoriya's POV. Back in Recovery Girls Clinic, I walked to the door to check on FN, but my phone rang. It was Mr. Ellen. Panic surged through me. What would I say? Aizawa-sensei probably hadn't informed him, and Mr. Ellen must be worried sick about his daughter. Hello. I stammered, my heart racing. "Midoriya-kun, thank goodness you answered," he began. "Is FN with you? She won't answer my calls and I'm starting to worry." Just as I feared, breaking the news wouldn't be easy. About that. I hesitated. "Mr. Ellen, I need to warn you. What I'm about to say might be hard to hear." "What are you talking about?" "FN was injured outside the sports festival. She's in a coma, and there's an unknown substance in her system that the researchers are trying to identify." "I'm so sorry, Mr. Ellen. I wasn't supposed to tell you this until she wakes up, but..." Silence fell on the line, followed by the sound of his sobs. No, my daughter. Tell me she's okay, he cried. Please calm down, sir. Don't worry, I'm here with her. She's breathing and alive. I promise to check on her every day. She's strong, she'll wake up soon. I hope you're right. I can stop by your apartment if you'd like to talk. Thank you, Midoriya. But I'd rather you stay with FN. She needs you more than I do. I'll text you when I'm on my way. All right. He hung up and I could feel the weight of his heartbreak. Suddenly, I heard the machines in FN's room beeping rapidly. I rushed in to find her breathing fast and trembling. Recovery girl. What's happening? Don't ask me. She was fine a moment ago, and then this started. Her panic attacks. I murmured, moving closer to take her hand. She calmed slightly at my touch. Kid, what are you? Ta.orki-san, emido.ryakuen. Papa, she whispered, her voice shaky. It's all right, Finn. It's me, Izuku. No one is going to hurt you. It's just a bad dream. I spoke softly, and gradually her breathing steadied, the tension in her body easing. I continued to rub her hand until she finally relaxed. She's okay. Don't worry. I sighed, sitting beside her. So, this is normal for her? Recovery girl asked. She has panic attacks like this occasionally, usually triggered by nightmares. I kept whispering to her, watching over her. Just then, the door opened, and All Might entered in his weaker form. All Might. I heard what happened from Aizawa. How is she? He asked, moving closer to the bed. Just a panic attack for a moment, but she's all right. How could someone hurt her so badly? I don't know. But that's not all we're dealing with. I know about the results. I contacted the special police forces to assist us once she wakes up. I hope she'll be okay. Wake up soon, Vin. I'm worried about you. 4 days later. Todoroki's POV. It was already halfway through the week, and FN was still in a coma. Midoriya and I had agreed to visit her every day at different times. Recovery girl allowed our class to see FN for only an hour, but Midoriya and I had special permission to come and go as needed, given our close ties to her. No one knew yet about my connection as her blood donor, but I was sure they would find out eventually. Today was my turn to watch over FN. I sat beside her bed, taking her hand as I had done on my first visit after the sports festival and my meeting with my mother. That day, I had apologized for my behavior during the festival, but it felt like no matter how many times I said it, my words would never be enough. FN, it's me, Todoroki. I know you might be tired of hearing this, but I want to apologize again for what I said during the festival. Ever since then, I've felt conflicted. I still don't fully understand my left side, but I've thought a lot about what you said. I can't accept it yet, but I hope you can accept my apology. When you can, please respond to me. Suddenly, I felt a light squeeze on the hand I was holding. FN, I exclaimed, her grip softening. If you can hear me, squeeze my hand again. I placed my other hand over hers, and she moved it again. My eyes widened, and I quickly called Midoriya and Aizawa to come. They rushed in as fast as they could. Todoroki-kun, what is it? Midoriya asked, breathless. It's FN. I think she can hear me. What? How? Sensei, hold her other hand, I instructed, and he complied. Listen to me. Aizawa-sensei and I are holding your hands. Can you squeeze Aizawa's hand? She responded by loosening her grip on mine and squeezing Aizawa's hand. Both Midoriya and Aizawa's eyes widened in disbelief. Really can hear us? Aizawa whispered. Let me try. I released her hand so Midoriya could hold it. FN-chan, it's Midoriya. Can you hear me? She responded again by moving her hand. You're doing so well. I know you'll recover quickly. Everyone is waiting for you, even your dad. I can't wait to talk to you again. A tear rolled down her cheek, and I gently wiped it away with my thumb. Aizawa and Midoriya let her go and then asked me to keep watch over her. I agreed without hesitation, hoping that this coma wouldn't last too long for her to awaken. 1 week later. In the infirmary doorway, Uraraka, Mina, Kirishima, and Ida were trying to get in to see how you were doing, but Recovery Girl refused them entry. What? Why not? Mina asked, frustration evident in her voice. We're not accepting guests at this moment, she replied firmly. But... Kirishima stuttered, but Ida stopped him. Well, if that's the case, please give her these gifts and tell her to get better soon. Uraraka handed a gift bag filled with balloons to Recovery Girl as they turned to leave. Recovery Girl entered the room again and placed the gift on the table near your bed. Midoriya and Todoroki were already in the room with you. More gifts? Midoriya asked, glancing at the bag. I'll set them down here for now, Recovery Girl said. Suddenly, you began to move your head and open your eyes, your whole body reacting. Everyone stood up to see. She's waking up. The stiffness of my body made it painful to move. My eyes slowly opened to reveal two blurry figures above me. I felt something on my face and arms. My vision finally focused on the two who were with me. FN-chan, Midoriya said, concern in his voice. I opened my mouth to speak, but my voice was slightly delayed. Midori.Yukuin? To Doroki-san. I whispered while sitting up, a surge of pain coursing through my abdomen. Oh. Take it easy, FN-chan. You're still healing, Midoriya said gently. What happened? What am I doing here? I asked, confusion washing over me. The sports festival. FN, the sports festival ended a week ago. Please calm down, Todoroki said, my eyes widening in shock. The week? What are you talking about? My thoughts were interrupted as I scrambled to remember, placing my hand on my throat. Oh no, wait. I remember. He poured something in my mouth. And then I got knocked out. Slow down. Tell us everything that happened, FN-chan, Midoriya urged, sitting down in the nearest chair. Just then, Aizawa-sensei entered with a laptop. So you're awake, he said. Aizawa-sensei. I perked up, but the movement caused pain in my abdomen again. I lifted my shirt slightly to see it bandaged with blood on one spot. Why is that? I stuttered, but Aizawa interrupted. That's why I came here. I was about to show something to Midoriya and Todoroki, but now that you're awake, I can show it to you too. What is it, sensei? I knew something was wrong when you fought Ida in the tournament, but I never anticipated this would happen. We managed to retrieve video footage from that day. It took a while to download, but we got it. FN, please know that what you're about to see will change your life forever. Have a look. He handed me the laptop and played the video, while Todoroki and Midoriya huddled closer to see. The video showed a man in a lab coat holding me tightly, restraining me. So, you're FNLN, am I right? He began. Who's asking? I choked out. Never mind that. I just need to test something with you. Sorry, but this is a sports festival, and I'm not looking forward to being your lab rat. Just as I was about to throw a punch, my body became paralyzed. Was it a paralysis quirk? What the? I exclaimed. Squirming around won't get you anywhere, he cooed. The scene replayed just like in real life. He pulled out a vial filled with a glowing purple and yellow substance and forced my face up, pouring the unknown liquid into my mouth. I began to cough and choke. That's it. Chug it all the way down, he said slowly until every drop was gone. He let me go and I collapsed to the ground, gagging and coughing. What did you do to me? I gasped, struggling to crawl. See? That wasn't so hard, was it? Now I just need one more thing. I could hear myself breathing heavily. Todoroki-san. I'm sorry. Suddenly, I let out a fierce roar, my eyes glowing a faded light blue, and a strange aura surrounded me, turning into flames and shards of ice. I lifted my hands, making everything float toward the man. Ice and metal flew at him as he dodged, but he managed to hit me a couple of times as the hazards fell like a hailstorm. As he tried to run again, I used super speed to grab him by his coat, flying upward and slamming him down hard, causing an explosion. The dust settled in the video, revealing the man crawling but still trying to fight me. With one punch, I knocked him down again. Another figure appeared as I turned to face them. Look like Todoroki-san. It hurts. I whispered. No one. My deep pain. It hurt so much. Suddenly, the man pulled out a gun and shot me. I growled and turned to enter the dust again. The man got back up, and we fought again. I formed a knife from my palm while he held a syringe, and we collided. He plunged the syringe into my neck while my knife stabbed him, and then we both collapsed. Todoroki ran toward me and held me in his arms. I was breathing, but it was unsteady. I opened my eyes, narrowed as I gasped, Todoroki-san? Effin-chan. Please hang on. Aizawa-sensei will be here soon. Just stay awake. Hey. It's okay. I'm okay. I forgive you. I whispered as I closed my eyes. Then the video ended. That was me. My heart raced. Wait. Forgive you? Did something happen between you two? Midoriya asked, directing the question at me and Todoroki. Todoroki stuttered. We already settled it, I answered. Todoroki stared at me, confused, but I focused on the video. But, wait, I'm so confused. How did I? I'll explain a bit, Aizawa said. After you were brought here, you were severely injured and shot, which led to significant blood loss. We asked around for blood donations, and Todoroki volunteered. The reason for that is our researchers examined what exactly that man did to you. After investigating, we found out he was a wanted criminal who conducted illegal experiments on young people. You appeared to be his last test subject. It's hard to express my next thought, but tests confirmed that the substance introduced into you has affected your DNA and granted you an unknown and untested quirk. And now you have it. What? I gasped, feeling a mix of confusion and fear. Todoroki and Midoriya didn't seem surprised. Already knew? I asked, my voice trembling. He showed us the results earlier, Todoroki replied. Noticeable changes in your body, such as your eye color, are signs of this quirk, Aizawa continued as I stared into the nearby mirror. I noticed my eye color had changed to a light blue, which was definitely not my original color. Wow, you're right. Her eyes are different, Midoriya commented. Aizawa continued explaining. So far, we know some details about your new quirk, but we were waiting for you to wake up to test it. I suggest you use it with Todoroki. Why? I asked, still trying to process everything. We're unsure how dangerous your quirk could be when combined with Midoriya's, so your safest bet is with him. Okay. So how do I do this? I stuttered. Just touch Todoroki's hand. We exchanged glances, and I slowly reached for Todoroki's hand. I felt a blush creep onto my cheeks as I apologized. I'm sorry, Todoroki-san. It's okay. Do what you need to do, he responded calmly. In an instant, I felt a surge of energy inside me as I pulled my hand back. So, did it work? Midoriya asked, his eyes wide with anticipation. I don't know, I replied. How does it? Suddenly, my hand ignited with flames, and I panicked. In my fright, I accidentally shot ice at the window. I quickly withdrew my hands and tried to steady my breathing. What was that? I exclaimed, breathless. Your new quirk, copy and save, Aizawa explained. I stared at him in disbelief. This changed everything. FN's POV. Copy and save? That's my quirk? How does it work? Questions flooded my mind as Aizawa elaborated. According to our studies, copy and save allows you to copy the quirk of anyone you touch with your hands. However, you must manage it carefully. There is a limit. You can only copy 3 quirks a day. Using too many quirks at once can be dangerous. Your time resets when the clock strikes midnight every day. If you copy the same quirk 3 times on different days, you can fully save that quirk and use it again without needing to touch the original quirk bearer. Wow, I'm so confused, I admitted. Perhaps it's better if I explain, a man in a detective coat said as he entered the infirmary. I instinctively leaned back on my bed, feeling uneasy about strangers in coats. Midoriya seemed to sense my discomfort. It's okay, Ifan-chan. We can trust him, he whispered reassuringly. Pardon the interruption, the man said, bowing slightly as he removed his hat. I would like to speak with Ms. L.N. alone to explain a little more about this. Someone should stay with me, I said nervously. I'll stay, Izuku volunteered. Alright, Aizawa agreed as everyone else left, except for Midoriya. Before we begin, I should introduce myself, the man continued. Naomasa Tsukachi, I'm in charge of the Special Police Force and a close friend of All Might. He entrusted me and my colleagues to keep a closer eye on you from now on. We don't know how dangerous this untested quirk can be, based on the video we reviewed during our investigation. Since this is new for you, we have prepared something to help you control your quirk. He held out a device that resembled a neck collar. This will prevent your quirk from activating when you touch someone. You can wear this when you're not in combat or if you don't want to copy another quirk, which will help keep you safe from potential harm. Tsukachi moved the device closer to me, but I instinctively leaned away, placing my hands on my neck. Wait, I don't think I want to wear a collar everywhere I go. People might think I'm some kind of animal, I said grimly. Well, we don't really. I told you she wouldn't want to wear that. A voice came from the window, revealing All Might in his weaker form. All Might? I exclaimed. How did you get in? The door was open, he replied. I noticed something else in his hands that looked just like the device Tsukachi had. Another collar? I stuttered. Quite the opposite, All Might interrupted my thoughts. I had a company create this, knowing you wouldn't want to wear that thing around your neck. This is a bracelet that can block your quirk. All Might approached my bed and placed the bracelet on my right wrist. I turned my wrist to see a familiar logo on one side of the bracelet. Huh! I gasped softly. That mark. You can thank your father for this. He and his company offered their services to help us, All Might clarified. Papa! Tears welled up in my eyes, but I quickly wiped them away. Ellen, listen carefully. This is important. Tsukachi began, kneeling to meet my gaze. You must keep a low profile regarding your quirk and abilities. Villains are on the rise, and if they were targeting you before, learning about this will put your life and the lives of those close to you at greater risk. If your powers are out of control, we may have to remove your quirk. What? I covered my mouth, realizing I had spoken without thinking. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. Having a quirk is a big deal, and I've wanted this for so long. But since coming here, something has changed. A part of me wants this quirk, but another part doesn't want to accept the dangers that come with it. But I made myself a promise. I would become a hero with or without powers. And I'm not giving up on that promise yet. Please, Mr. Tsukachi. Please let me keep this quirk. If something goes wrong or I lose control again, you can remove it. Even if I complain. Until then, I'm going to learn how to use this properly. I won't let you down. All Might looked at me with a small smile. Tsukachi nodded and replied, All right, I'll take you up on that offer. A wide smile spread across my face. Thank you so much. A buzzing sound interrupted me. Izuku handed me my phone. It's your dad, Aifen-chan, he said. I didn't answer the call. I wanted to see Papa with my own eyes, not just hear his voice. I glanced at the time and saw it was 10 a.m. before asking Midoriya something. Is he alone in the apartment? I asked. I think Mom is there with him, Midoriya replied. Then let's spend the day there. I slowly got up from the bed, wobbling slightly as Midoriya helped me regain my footing. Mr. Aizawa told me that he gave the students an extended break from the sports festival, considering you needed rest and time to process everything at your own pace. You have time to explain most things to your father. I already told him some information, All Might informed. Thank you, I said weakly as Midoriya and I walked out of the infirmary, hearing All Might remind us, remember, keep the bracelet on the whole time. Later, after changing into a new set of clothes, we walked to my apartment. Midoriya helped me navigate home. When we reached the door, I felt nervous about knocking. Midoriya motioned for me to do it. We waited a moment for a response until we saw Inko Midoriya inside. Izuku, welcome BA? She gasped, shocked to see me, covering her mouth with her hands. That reaction made Papa turn to look at me, his eyes wide with surprise and tears, mirroring my own. That I'm home. I sniffed, laughing through my tears. Papa dropped everything and rushed toward me. I sobbed and ran into his arms. Papa! I held him tightly, feeling tears streaming down my face. He pulled away to rest his forehead against mine. My dear Iftin, welcome home, he sobbed, which also brought tears to Inko's eyes. But what exactly happened to you? The festival, that video, the new quirk, and the device the company made. Papa began to speak rapidly until I shushed him. Hey, easy there, Papa. Sit down, and I'll tell you everything. FN's POV. After our break from the festival, things were back to normal. Or sort of. I still had to face my class and explain what had happened to me. The rain caught me off guard, so I grabbed my umbrella. Suddenly, Ida appeared out of nowhere, catching my attention. What are you doing walking so leisurely? What? Effengen, you're here? Ida-kun. I started to run after him, careful not to slip. Oh, never mind. We're late. Late? But we're 5 minutes early, aren't we? The baseline for students worthy of UA is starting the day's activities 10 minutes early. We reached our lockers while Ida put away his raincoat. I remembered something Midoriya had told me and asked him, Hey Ida, Midoriya-kun told me what happened. How's your brother? Ah, so you heard. He's doing fine. He's healing nicely, so please don't worry too much. Oh, good. And how have you been doing? I'm okay now. It was a long nap, but I recovered nicely and I'm ready to get to work again. I decided not to ask more as we made our way to our homeroom. I knew that discussing Ida's brother was a delicate topic right now. While I was in my coma, Ida had received a call informing him that his brother was attacked by the hero killer, Stain. I hoped everything was all right with him. Ida politely opened the classroom door for me, and I entered first. Everyone was chatting with their usual friends until they noticed me, their expressions shifting to surprise. Guys, she's here. I heard Kaminari exclaim as a large group gathered around me. I'm so glad you're okay, FN-chan. Yamamo said. Yeah, seriously. You had me worried there, Kirishima added. It's good to see you again, Fumikage commented. Oh, I missed you so much. I thought you were never going to wake up. Mina exclaimed, launching herself into my arms and making me gasp for breath. Amina-chan. I'm glad to see you too, but that's a bit tight. I gasped. Once everyone settled down, I headed to my seat, passing Bakugo, who was giving me his usual intense glare. Hey, congrats on winning the festival, Bakugo, I said, trying to be sincere for once. He pushed me away with a scoff and a dismissive, whatever. From the video my dad showed me, it seemed like he wasn't fully satisfied with his victory. As I sat down at my desk, I noticed an origami flower resting there, accompanied by a little, get well, note. I knew my classmates had been sending me get better soon gifts, but I thought I had received most of them at home. The handwriting looked familiar, but it wasn't Midoriya's. I sat there, staring at it when I noticed Todoroki next to me, unpacking his things. Hey, Todoroki, did you do this? I asked. No, I didn't. Who gave you that? He replied. I don't know. Oh, maybe it was from someone who didn't want to give it to you in person? Hagakure suggested. You mean like a special someone? Ojiro chimed in. Yeah, something like that. I noticed Todoroki slightly turning his head at our conversation, which made me curious. Can you extras be quiet back there? Bakugo growled suddenly. Wait, did he? Morning, Aizawa-sensei greeted as he walked in. Aizawa-sensei, I'm glad to see you were able to remove your bandages. Tsuyu said, and most of us nodded in agreement. The old lady was a bit overdramatic with her treatment. But putting that aside, we have some important matters to discuss, he said. Now, most of you know that LN got caught up in an incident during the sports festival. What you all don't know is what exactly happened to her. I gulped, realizing where this was going. LN, is it all right if I share this information with the class? He asked, probably sensing my nervousness. I can explain for myself, sensei. If you'll allow it. Then step forward. I nervously stood up and walked to the front of the class, feeling my body shake and my cheeks warm. Taking a deep breath, I spoke. Well, it's a complicated story, but I was tested on by someone who invaded the festival. Turns out that whatever he did to me gave me a quirk. I said the last part slowly, feeling anxious, but everyone exclaimed, "What? You have a quirk now?" Surprise. Hey. I chuckled nervously. Yes. I was thinking of practicing a bit today to demonstrate. So get changed and meet me outside, Aizawa said as he left. We stepped outside to see an arena set up for battle training, and Aizawa explained the rules. This will be a short demonstration. I'm going to pick 3 of you to go against LN in a one-on-one tag team combat. LN will be on her own since she is the one needing this training demo. But she's completely outmatched. Kaminari commented. Maybe, but you'll see what happens. Now, Ellen, take some time to think of a plan while I organize your opponents. I nodded and began to strategize while removing my bracelet. Suddenly, I felt a hand brush against mine, causing me to flinch. You'll need the extra help. Todoroki whispered. Todoroki, isn't this cheating? No. You'll be using your quirk. Keep track of how many times you use it in training. I can do this. All right, we're ready, Aizawa said as I took my position in the arena. You need to get your opponents off this area. You're allowed to use your quirk, but be mindful of how many times you'll use it. I gave a thumbs up as I prepared. I signaled to Midoriya and Todoroki that my quirk count was 1 for today. Point 3.2.1. Begin. Uraraka stepped into the arena and charged toward me. As she reached for me, I slipped away and tried to push her off, but I failed. Focusing on Todoroki's quirk, I turned the floor around me to ice and created pillars to block her. Wow. She has ice. Mina exclaimed. Not bad, Finchin. But I'm still going to try to get you out. Uraraka said confidently. Sorry, Ochako-chan, but I'm going to have to borrow your quirk. I said as I skated toward her and touched her to copy her ability. Perfect. I thought to myself, gliding to each pillar and making them float. Everyone watched in awe. Watch out. I sent chunks of ice flying toward her until she was out of bounds. Uraraka is down. Next opponent, Mineta. Aizawa announced. Having Mineta close to me wasn't a good idea, so I decided to end his round quickly. He launched his purple ball at me while I dodged. He made one of his suggestive comments before I grabbed him by the face and pushed him out of bounds. I didn't even need my quirk for him. What a weirdo. I sighed. Mineta is out. Final opponent, Bakugo. Oh great. I said nervously as Bakugo charged at me, explosions erupting from his hands while he shouted threats. I blocked him with my ice and we stood there, staring each other down. What? You're going to bail out like half and half did in the tournament? Or laugh behind my back like Deku? He growled. I knew you were hiding this from me too. So, I'm going to show you that you're just as weak, 4 eyes. He charged at me again, nearly blasting me out of bounds before I rolled away. He's not giving me enough time to think. I thought. And I can only copy one more quirk. My plan was to use Bakugo's quirk against him, but getting close wouldn't be as easy as it was with Ochako. An idea struck me, and I thickened the ice on the floor again. You really think I'm scared of icy floors? I'm getting tired of this, he scoffed, charging at me. I dodged again, smirking. You want to heat things up, Katsuki? Well, I've got that covered. I used fire to create a mist, making it hard for Bakugo to see me as I got closer and successfully touched him. Thanks for the quirk, I playfully said. He tried to punch me again, but I used zero gravity on myself to float above the mist. Sweat trickled down my hands, causing an explosion to land on the ground. As the mist cleared, I floated back down and saw Bakugo barely out of bounds. What? I gasped. Nice try. Using my quirk against me is a good strategy. But not enough. Dada-o. He launched himself into the air and spun back down toward me, ready to finish the match. I created a shield just in time to block the incoming blow. With a large chunk of ice remaining from my shield, I used zero gravity to make it float before letting it drop. Release! I commanded as the ice fell, creating a shockwave that pushed Bakugo out of the arena. Bakugo is out. That's game, Aizawa announced. I panted, kneeling on the ground with 3 fingers raised. I'm at my limit. I can't copy any more quirks today, I thought, putting my bracelet back on. When I returned to the group, I was met with cheers. That was awesome. Such strength. You used multiple quirks at the same time. What was that? Everyone exclaimed in unison. And my new quirk. Copy and save, I said, rubbing my head, feeling overwhelmed by the attention. They erupted again. That's the coolest quirk I've ever seen. Back in the classroom, Aizawa addressed us. Today's hero informational PRD is a little special. It's time to pick your code names or hero names. Excitement buzzed through the room. All right, settle down, Aizawa continued. This is related to the draft nominations by pros I mentioned the other day. Now, the tally of nominations is as follows. Typically, the results are more balanced, but this year the attention leaned towards two of you. The names displayed on the board showed Todoroki had the most nominations. Todoroki, 4,123. Bakugo, 3,556. Wow, Todoroki. Looks like you're the favorite around here. I giggled, but he took the compliment lightly. Seeing Bakugo all straight-jacketed on the winner's stand must have scared some pros off, Siro commented. Pros aren't going to be scared. Bakugo yelled. I glanced at the board again and noticed I had no nominations, just like Midoriya. How come you didn't get any nominations, FN? Mina asked. I didn't have a quirk during the festival, so no one probably chose me. Even those who didn't get any nominations will still be interviewed, Aizawa clarified. Anyways, about your hero names, those are temporary. But if you don't come up with a serious name, you'll have hell to pay later, a voice interrupted as Midnight walked into the room. The names you pick now are how the world will know you. In many cases, they stick after becoming pros. Well, she's right. I'll have Ms. Midnight evaluate your naming skills since I definitely can't, Aizawa said, grabbing his sleeping bag again. He passed out boards and markers to everyone, and we started brainstorming. 15 minutes later. All right, let's start presenting names, starting with those who are ready. Midnight announced. What? We're presenting. I felt nervous. Who would be brave enough to go first? I'll go first. Aoyama stood up. Here it is. Shining hero, I cannot stop twinkling, he proudly declared, and we all sweat dropped. Come on. It'll be easier to take out the and shorten cannot to can't, Midnight suggested. You're right, mademoiselle. It seemed they both liked it. Next up was Mina. My hero name is Alien Queen. Are you referring to that creature with the acidic blood? I don't think so. Midnight disagreed as Mina sat back down, disappointed. Sue went up next and presented Rainy Season Hero, Froppy. That's adorable. It has a nice, friendly feel to it. Midnight agreed as we all cheered her name. At least this was getting less weird, thanks to Tsu. Kirishima went up next, Sturdy Hero, Red Riot. But is that out of respect for the hero, Crimson Riot? Yeah. It's pretty old-fashioned, but that's the hero image I'm going for. HM. If you're bearing a name you admire, it'll come with that much more pressure. I'm prepared for that. Actually, that name really suits Kiri. Now I felt intimidated. What name would I choose? More students presented their names. Looks like I'm next. Todoroki stood up, and I whispered good luck to him as he presented his hero name. Just your name? Are you sure? Midnight asked, and Todoroki nodded. I lowered my head in embarrassment. So many possible hero names for him, and he chooses his own name. Well, it couldn't be helped. Couldn't you come up with something more original? I whispered as he sat back down. That I couldn't really think of anything else. Fair enough. I can't think of anything either. I fidgeted with the rims of my glasses and then remembered something my dad told me. Gasp, wait. I got it. You have a name? Todoroki asked. I think so. But I don't want to go next. I'll wait to be sure. I kept watching everyone else present. What in the world, Bakugo? I face-bombed. I'm gonna say that's a no, Midnight said. Huh? What do you mean? Why don't you be Explosion Boy? Kirishima snickered. You shut up, weird hair. Okay, my turn. Ochako stood up to present her name. This is what I thought of, Uravity. Sounds stylish. Midnight commented as we clapped, and she exhaled in relief. Not going to lie, her hero name is so cute, and it fits her too. Choosing hero names is going smoother than I thought. All that's left is Bakugo, who needs to rethink his Ida, Thelen, and Midoriya. I looked over at Ida and wondered if he was going to take his brother's name, considering the incident that happened. You're using your first name too? Okay, Midnight said. But why? I thought he was going to honor his brother with his hero name. I whispered. Todoroki looked in my direction, but I didn't look back. Midoriya, are you ready to present your hero name? Midnight asked him as he nodded and stood up. When he revealed his board, I gasped. Is he serious? Midoriya. I said softly. Are you okay with that? Kaminari asked. Yeah. Remember, that can be your name forever, another student commented. Yeah, I know. I didn't really like this name at first. But someone changed its meaning, and it had a huge impact on me. I saw Uraraka smiling and I smiled back. It made me really happy. Therefore, my hero name is Deku. That's really cute, and it sounds really cool. I like it. Midnight clapped as we did the same. LN, are you ready? Midnight directed towards me. I nodded and walked forward. I had a bit of trouble picking a name since I'm still not too familiar with my new quirk, but I remembered something that someone really special to me said. This name represents a quality that every hero needs to overcome hardships. Bravery. So my hero name is Isamu. That's delightful. And it has such meaning. Whoever gave you the idea must be really special to you, aren't they? Why, yeah, they are. I smiled. Everyone clapped as we finished the presentation, and I sat back down. How was that? I asked Todoroki. I like it a lot. It suits you, he responded. Thanks, I smiled. Lord Explosion Murder. That's basically the same thing. Later. Now that everyone's decided on their hero names, we'll go back to discussing the internships, Aizawa said as we listened carefully. They will last for a week. As for where you'll have them, those who received offers from pros will be given your own list to choose from. Those who didn't receive offers will choose from among 40 agencies around the country that will be accepting our interns. They all work in different places and have different specialties. Think carefully before you choose. Yes, sir, we responded. Once they passed out the papers, everyone began discussing which ones they wanted to do while I stared at my paper until I decided to approach Todoroki to see how he was doing. Found an agency for your internship? I asked. Maybe. And you? Not really. I doubt many know that I now have a quirk. I didn't really do much in the sports festival. I'm sure something will come to you. You think so? Of course. Thanks. I'm sure I'll find an internship. All I have to focus on is someone who can help me control my new ability. So, I won't give up. And neither should you. I'm sure wherever you are, just know that I'm rooting for you. I appreciate it. We should probably get going. The next day arrived, and it was finally time for our on-the-job training. I had made my decision based on the recommendations Aizawa gave me. Right now, we're at the train station with the others, waiting for Aizawa to arrive with our improved costumes. When he arrived, he explained that the costumes weren't allowed in public unless instructed otherwise. Someone I was worried about was Ida. He was going to his brother's agency, the same place where he had been attacked. Midoriya, Uraraka, and I approached him. Hey, Ida. I called out. If you need someone to talk to, you can always talk to us, Midoriya said. Uraraka nodded in agreement. Yes, Ida responded as he headed to his train, and we watched him go. I wished I had done more. I turned to Todoroki and saw he was already on the train. I had to get to mine before it left. FN's POV. 45 minutes later. I arrived at the agency I chose from my recommendations, hoping I wouldn't regret this decision. I approached the counter and spoke with the lady to check. FNLN. I'm here for my internship. Of course. Right this way. She led me to one of the offices and told me to wait outside until the pro hero was ready. I began to feel a bit nervous. Sir, the other UA student has arrived. Bring her in, a deep voice responded as the lady gestured for me to come in. Sorry to keep you waiting, miss. Endeavor will see you now. Yup. I chose to intern with Endeavor. Okay, I said as I walked in and bowed before speaking. Ah, you're the one Eraserhead recommended for the internship? He said. In front of him was Todoroki. Why was he here? I thought he despised his father. He seemed surprised to see me, and his expression changed. FN-san, he widened his eyes. Todoroki-san? I didn't think you'd be here. I'm so sorry for interrupting. No, please. You weren't interrupting. Come, Endeavor said as I stepped forward next to Todoroki, who couldn't stop staring at me. I looked at him for a second before turning back to Endeavor. So, based on what I've been told, you came here not only to intern but also to figure out how to control a new quirk you have, am I right? Yes. I look forward to learning as much as I can from you. I bowed again. Todoroki looked at me with concern. Very well then. You two should both get ready, he added. We're going out. Where to? Todoroki asked. It's time I show you two what it means to be a hero, he said confidently as he walked away from his office. Before I left, Todoroki grabbed my arm to stop me and asked, Why did you come to intern here? I should ask you the same thing. I thought you hated your father. I do, but I needed to find answers, and also, my perspective on how to achieve my goal changed because of you. Because of... Why is that? You told me that I should use my full strength to carve my own path, not the one Endeavor wants. The reason I chose him is to learn how to become like the number 2 hero, with my own eyes and ears. I was surprised to hear him say that. But enough about me. I want to know why you're here. I told you to stay away from him because of what happened to Todoroki. My recommendation list was the worst one ever. I had to pick someone. Listen, I'll be fine as long as I learn how to use my quirk properly, I whispered with a hint of frustration. He sighed before responding. All right, I'll take your word for it. But if my old man gives you any trouble, you come straight to me, and I'll deal with it personally. If it'll make you worry less about me. For now, let's just get ready. And stay close to me. I nodded as we went to the changing rooms to put on our hero outfits. The school made a few adjustments to my costume, making it lighter and more durable with lightweight shoes, a face mask to cover my mouth and nose when needed, fingerless gloves, and of course, I wore my bracelet to keep my powers in check. My quirk count was currently at 1 since I accidentally touched my father's hand without my bracelet today. So, I had telekinesis for the day until midnight. I met back up with Todoroki, who had completely changed into his outfit. The look suited him well. Nice outfit. I complimented. Thanks. Yours looks good too, he replied. Endeavor announced that we were taking a work trip to Hosu by train, the same place where Ito was. Something didn't feel right. I wondered if he was okay. He hadn't been himself since the festival. Maybe I could figure things out there. When we arrived in Hosu, we saw a fire and heard screaming in one area. I stayed close to Todoroki as we ran with Endeavor to the site. Suddenly, my phone started to vibrate along with Todoroki's. Huh? What is it? He asked as I showed him my phone. Midoriya-kun just sent me a location. No message attached to it. He sent me the same one. Something's off. What if he's in danger? Come on. He grabbed my hand and started to run, dragging me with him. You should be watching me. Wait, where are you two going? Endeavor called out, but we didn't stop. An alleyway at 4210 Eco Street. If you finish what you're doing or see extra pros, send them there. We're leaving you here to handle this trouble. I'm sure you can manage. And with that, we were on our own, and there didn't seem to be anyone in these alleyways. I tried to call Midoriya, but he didn't answer. He had to be in danger if he wasn't responding. He won't answer the phone, I said, slipping my phone into my pocket. Then he must be in a fight, Todoroki concluded. I noticed his grip on my hand was firm. Seizing the moment, I removed my bracelet to copy his quirk. He caught on as I hesitated. FN-chan? Keep running. I need to copy your quirk if we're going into battle. This will be the 3rd time you've copied my quirk. Does that mean it'll be saved for next time? Maybe. We won't know unless we try. When I copied his quirk for the third time, something felt different within me. Quirk fully saved. We continued running until I heard a familiar voice just around the corner. Smosh! That voice. Midori Yakuen! I exclaimed, still sprinting. That means we're close. Let's hurry. We ran as fast as we could until we spotted 3 people on the ground and a villain looming over what appeared to be a badly injured Ida, paralyzed on the floor, while Midoriya and another person were nearby. Todoroki charged his left side and unleashed flames at the villain, forcing him to step back. Someone else is here? Today's been full of distractions, the villain said, dodging Todoroki's flames. That must be the hero killer, Stain. Midoriya. You need to gather more details in situations like this, Todoroki said. We were almost too late to stop him. But we're here now, so hang in there, I said, focusing on my ice. You too, Todoroki and FN? Ida rasped. How did you two get here? Midoriya asked until he noticed. Wait, you're using your left side? How did we get here? The message took a while to decipher. You're not really the type to send frantic messages without a reason, Todoroki began. Not to mention, I tried to call you to see what was wrong, and you didn't answer. I finished his thought, creating ice on the floor and using telekinesis to slide everyone safely behind us. Effenshan, is that telekinesis and ice? Midoriya exclaimed in shock. I have no idea what I'm doing. But I'll do anything to protect you guys. I replied. Everything's okay. The pros will be here any minute. Todoroki said, firing at Stain again as I prepared to join the fight. Stain leaped to get closer, but we maintained our distance until I could analyze his quirk with Isamu. You won't take any more lives, hero killer, Todoroki declared, standing face to face with him. He looked so cool. Guys, you can't let him taste your blood. Midoriya warned. I think he can control actions by swallowing it. I ran the quirk analysis, but Isamu kept buffering. So he ingests blood to immobilize people. That explains the blades, I concluded, piecing together the information Midoriya provided as I tried to get Isamu functioning again. All I have to do is keep my distance. Just then, a knife flew toward Todoroki's left cheek, leaving a shallow cut. You have good friends, Ingenium. Or you did. Todoroki-san. I gasped. Stain lunged at him again with his blade, but I created an iceberg between them to block the attack. The sword. He threw it at the same time as the knife. Todoroki shouted. The hero killer grabbed him, getting close enough to attempt to lick his blood, but Todoroki used fire to push him away. He retrieved his sword while I overwhelmed Stain with giant chunks of ice, throwing them at him as Todoroki unleashed fire once more. Why are you 3 doing this? I heard Ida say, please. So, I've inherited my brother's name. I'm the one who has to defeat the hero killer. You're Ingenium now? That's amusing. Todoroki scoffed while attacking simultaneously with me. The Ingenium I knew never had that look on his face. You've got a dark side. Guess my family isn't the only one. The professionals managed to call an ambulance after Stain was taken into custody and got us medical help and some rest. I had a few injuries, but I knew I'd be fine. Each of us sat on different beds, dressed in patient clothing and completely bandaged. I kept drifting in and out of sleep, tossing and turning in my bed. Eventually, I decided to sit up instead. Did you sleep, Midoriya-kun? I heard Todoroki ask. No, not really, he replied. I figured. Same here. Yun didn't really get enough sleep. I couldn't stop thinking about what happened. I said, rubbing my eyes. Thinking about that fight, he did something incredible, Midoriya continued. With my leg injured, I was an easy target. He could have killed me if he wanted to. Same with me. He had a clear shot when I was at a disadvantage. He could have targeted me when I was vulnerable, I pointed out. Yeah. It seems to me that he let us 3 live on purpose, Todoroki added. I'm impressed by you, Ida. He was actually trying to kill you, but you stood your ground. Ida lowered his head again. I was. Oh, looks like they're awake. Gran Torino entered our room, accompanied by someone else. Gran Torino! Midoriya exclaimed. And Manuel too, Ida noticed. I guessed he was with him during his internship. Baka, I could yell at you for hours, he said, scowling at Midoriya. He let out a small apology before Gran Torino added, Before I do, you have a visitor. We looked toward the door and saw a tall man with a dog-shaped head approaching us. This is Hosu's chief of police, Kenji Surigami. We stood up from our beds, but he gestured for us to remain seated. No, please stay where you are. Woof. Woof? I thought to myself, trying not to seem shocked. So, you're the UA students who took down the hero killer, he said as we nodded. Stain had some serious injuries and is receiving treatment under strict guard. Since you're UA students, I'm sure you already know that when superpowers were still becoming the norm, the police placed high importance on leadership and standards, ensuring quirks weren't used as weapons. Then the professional role of hero emerged to fill that gap. For an individual's use of force and power that can easily harm others' actions that would normally be condemned to be accepted officially is thanks to the early heroes who adhered to the ethics and rules of the profession. Even against the hero killer, it is a clear violation of the rules for uncertified individuals to cause injury with their quirks without specific instructions from their guardians or supervisors. I observed everyone's expressions as we continued listening. The four of you, along with pro-heroes Endeavor, Manuel, and Gran Torino, must face strict consequences. Todoroki stood up, visibly agitated. Wait a minute. If Ida hadn't stepped in, Native could have been killed. And if Midoriya hadn't come, both of them would have died. Calm down, Todoroki. Midoriya said nervously. Are you saying we should have just stood by and watched people die because the hero killer was in Hosu? That's ridiculous. Wait. Are you suggesting that as long as everything turns out okay, it's fine to bend the rules? Surigami interjected. I had pondered that question when I first started training to be a hero, and I had voiced similar thoughts before. Todoroki was not backing down, and I could sense his frustration boiling over. Isn't it a hero's job to save people? That's why you are not a full-fledged hero yet. What are you being taught at UA and by Endeavor? The chief responded. You can't just say that. As he stepped forward, I jumped up from my bed and grasped his arm firmly, shaking slightly. Todoroki-san, please calm down. Let's at least hear what else he has to say. He noticed the urgency in my eyes and relaxed his grip. I held onto his hand as the chief continued speaking. That was the official opinion of the police, the chief clarified. The punishment would only apply if this had happened in public. However, since it didn't, the burn scars could support Endeavor being the hero who saved the day, and it would end there. So, you're saying a pro would take the credit even though we were the ones who actually defeated the villain? I asked, raising my hand. Correct. Thankfully, there were very few witnesses. The violation can be overlooked here. But this also means no one will know about your good judgment or achievements. Personally, I don't want to be the one to fault promising young heroes for one big mistake. Regardless, we need to take responsibility for being negligent in our supervisory duties, Manuel said. Ida approached Manuel and bowed, apologizing. I understand. I won't let it happen again. Because of the unfairness of adults, you won't receive the praise you might have otherwise, but at least, the chief bowed slightly, as someone who also protects the peace, I can say thank you. Todoroki calmed down, muttering with a hint of disappointment, please start with that next time. Try to cool off, icy hot. Giggled softly, hoping to lighten the mood. After the conversation, we fell into a quiet recovery. Midoriya left the room to make a phone call. Meanwhile, I texted my dad to let him know I was fine. He was probably worried sick about me. Midoriya returned just as Ida finally spoke. My left hand might have damage that's permanent. What? Permanent? Midoriya and I gasped. Apparently, there's a chance it could be healed with nerve transplant surgery. The first thing I should have done was call Manuel, but I got lost in my anger. I hate it so much, I can't deny I spoke the truth. He stared at his bandaged arm, likely thinking about his brother again. Until I can call myself a real hero, I'll leave my left hand as it is. Are you sure? Todoroki asked, concerned. Ida-kun, I feel the same way. Let's grow stronger together, Midoriya promised, extending a fist for a bump. Ida nodded in agreement. Todoroki seemed to be lost in thought as he stared at his own hand. Everything okay, Todoroki-san? I asked. I feel kinda bad. About what? Whenever I'm involved, someone's hand gets hurt. Is something wrong with me? Am I cursed? We stared at him in surprise before bursting into laughter. Todoroki, I didn't know you had a sense of humor. Midoriya chuckled. This isn't a joke. I'm like the hand crusher or something. The hand crusher. Our laughter grew louder at his serious tone. I felt a blush creeping up as I found it both funny and a bit endearing. Effen-chan? Why are you blushing? Ida asked, noticing my reaction. Echa. What? I'm not blushing. I just laughed a bit too hard. I stammered, trying to cover up my embarrassment. Do you need me to cool you down? Todoroki asked. No, I'm okay. I felt awkward for a moment. Midoriya just chuckled. What's so funny, Midoriya-kun? You always get so nervous around Todoroki-kun. Why is that? He teased, causing my blush to deepen. I should say the same about you and Ochako-chan. I shot back, and he turned as red as a tomato, making me laugh. Effen-chan. Not funny. Am I really wrong though? I giggled. Todoroki smiled at the exchange, and I wondered about the closeness we shared. Was what Midoriya suggested actually happening between us? Suddenly, my phone rang. It was my dad calling. Oh, give me a sec, you guys. I'll be right back. I stepped out of the room to answer. Hello. Effen. Thank goodness you're okay. I saw it all on the news. Are you hurt? Where are you right now? Papa, calm down. I'm at the Hosa hospital, and I'm fine. Midoriya-kun and Todoroki-san are with me. Are they okay too? Yeah, they're fine. Exhales, thank goodness. Listen, Vin, I've been thinking about something lately. I gulped, sensing the seriousness in his tone. Go on. Ever since the villain attack last month, seeing how these villains are after you, not to mention you were basically tested on with your quirk, are you sure you still want to be a hero? What do you mean? If it were up to me, I would have asked you to drop out of the hero course, but this is your dream, and it's so dangerous. I'm afraid to lose you, honey. What if you didn't survive that? I wouldn't forgive myself if I lost my daughter. Papa. I felt tears welling up but fought to stay composed. But this is your decision to make. Not mine. All I need is an answer. I paused for a moment, gathering my thoughts before responding. If I'm being honest with you, Papa, I was scared and thought about leaving UA. But something changed during the sports festival when I discovered my quirk, and even now, being a hero means risking your life to save others, and that includes you as well. And with this new power I have now, who would I be if I backed out? Someone inspired me to keep going, and I want to honor them. Don't you remember what Isamu means? It means bravery. And I will honor that name as the next hero. So, I'm staying to become a hero. I promise I'll make you proud. The call was quiet for a moment before he spoke. Effen, you're still the same as always. I'll let you stay and support you in any way I can. Thank you, Papa. I promise I won't let you down. I know you won't. I love you, sweetie. I'll see you back home. We ended the call, and my tears pooled in my eyes until I wiped them away. I won't get distracted from my goal to become a hero. Todoroki's POV. Effen-chan was outside talking on the phone. I listened a bit without seeming like I was eavesdropping. I heard how she had thought of dropping out of UA, but someone inspired her to keep going. I wondered who that someone was. Maybe it was Midoriya or even her father. But she would have mentioned him as an inspiration. As I finished my thoughts, she came back in. So, what did he say? Midoriya asked. It wasn't much. Just checking on us, she dismissed. Oh, he must have been so worried about you. He was. But I reassured him a bit. Effen-chan said, her voice tinged with insecurity. The doctor said that we're free to go, So you two should return to your internships, Ida suggested. Todoroki-san, are you going too? She asked. Yeah. I'll go with you. I want to see the look on his face when he realizes it was actually his son who took down the hero killer, I said as I grabbed my bag and waited at the door. It wasn't long before FN came out of the room and put on her jacket. Ready to go? Before we do, I need to ask. I started, what drives you to become a hero? Even without a quirk, you still have that determination to keep going. Are you inspired by someone? She tensed up, her face flushed. Well, the truth is, I've always held on to my ideals, but the one who truly inspires me to keep going is you, Todoroki-san. I was surprised to hear her say that. Why me? Well, we're both similar and we both want to become heroes because of our harsh pasts, and I just think you're super cool and strong and very kind. So you really are my biggest motivation. Sorry, I didn't mean to get too corny. I smiled and replied, that's nice of you to say. I appreciate it. Really? Of course. We've both come this far, and I think of you as my inspiration too. How you never give up, no matter the odds or your past. I admire that. Her eyes widened, and she lowered her head as mixed feelings flooded my mind. It was like I had feelings for her. Just say it to her. FN's POV. Just confess to him already. I shouted in my head, feeling tense. I grabbed Todoroki's hand to stop and say something. Todoroki? I blushed again but quickly let. And never mind. It's nothing. Nothing important. Sorry, I nervously brushed it off. Oh, let's go, he said as I walked beside him. Unexpectedly, he took my hand as we walked together. Why can't I just tell him how I feel? Time skip. We were all back in UA after our internships. Most everyone was discussing what they did, and some even looked very different. Especially Bokugo. What happened to him? I softly laughed, while Shiro and Kirishima laughed loudly. Stop laughing or I'll get you. Bokugo yelled. I'd like to see you try, pretty boy. They laughed as Bokugo kept yelling until his hair spiked back up. I stood from my seat and walked to Todoroki's desk, even though it wasn't too far. How are you feeling? I asked. Alright, I guess. How about you? Todoroki asked. Still a bit overwhelmed. Also, I haven't tried my fully saved quirk yet. Maybe you can try during training soon. Midoriya and Ida came to us to talk for a bit before class started. Morning, you two. I greeted them. Morning to you as well, Ida smiled, and I was glad to see him back to his normal self again. The ones who've transformed a lot are clearly you four, Kaminari commented, drawing attention. Oh yeah, the hero killer. If the pros weren't there, who knows what would have happened to you guys, Shiro said to us. We're glad you're still alive, Yamamo commented. They say you guys got rescued by Endeavor. That's the number 2 hero for you. Hagakure said. I looked at Todoroki, but he seemed to have gotten over it. I dismissed the talk when I gave Todoroki a pat on the back and said, don't beat yourself up, okay? After that, we just waited for Aizawa-sensei to arrive. After class, I went to the lunchroom with Todoroki. As we walked, I handed him a bento box my father made for both of us before coming to school. He had prepared some cold soba for us, which surprisingly turned out well. Todoroki seemed to like it, so it was a successful recipe. Thank you, Effenshun, he said. No problem. Papa did a good job, actually. We kept eating together. I changed into my exercise uniform and then went to the training gym to practice my quirk and physical strength. Aizawa had given me permission to train here as much as I could. Mostly, I would do some climbing and swinging while Todoroki watched and kept track of time. You're getting better at controlling your quirk, Todoroki commented as I ran back to him. I still need to improve a couple of things, I said as I grabbed a small transparent bottle with lemon water. Is that water? He asked. Yeah. I just added lemon to it. Apparently, lemons by themselves or with water help neutralize the overwhelming energy I feel after using my quirk. It's a bit weird, but it helps. I see. Anyways, I'll get cleaned up and changed. Thanks for being here with me today, Todoroki-san. No problem. If you need me for anything else, just let me know. Actually, I nervously paused. I need to tell you something after class. Maybe we can talk it over on our way home? Of course. I'll be waiting. I smiled and left, feeling a bit shaky. What am I doing? I hope I don't mess this up. Later that day, we walked near the beach on our way home when I started to talk to him. I can't mess this up. I can't. You said you wanted to talk? Todoroki started. Yeah, but please know that whatever I'm going to say doesn't have to change things between us, okay? Okay. Why? Well, the thing is, I mutter before swallowing hard. When I started at UA, you were the only one who treated me kindly, even though I was completely different from everyone else, well, besides Midoriya, of course. Since then, every time we talk and hang out, I feel a comfort I've never experienced with anyone else. It's like I trust you with my life. And like I said before in Hosu, you are my biggest inspiration to keep becoming a hero. Even after you saved me by transferring your blood and helped me control my quirk, I began to feel something special towards you. I swallow again, noticing he's still focused on me. All that I'm trying to say is that I like you. Like me? In what way? In a romantic way. But like I said, if you disagree, nothing has to change between us and... He takes my hand, making me look deeply into his eyes. F-Chan. I thought you would never say that. Huh. I have also developed feelings for you. You're strong, brave, smart, and kinder than I ever imagined. You said I was your motivation to keep working hard to become a hero, but you're the same for me. My goal used to be unwavering, but after the sports festival, my ideals changed. I thought I had no true purpose for becoming a hero. But now, I want to become a hero so I can fight by your side. We'll be the two greatest heroes this world has ever seen. I was just afraid to tell you. The way we worked together against Stain felt like we were two halves of a whole when we combined our fire and ice quirks. To be honest, you impressed me. I want to grow stronger with you. He pauses for a moment, looking shyly at our feet. But, are you sure you want someone like me to be your partner for life? Yes. If it's okay with you, let's both aim for the top. Let's be the world's most unstoppable heroes. Yes. That is a promise. He hugs me tightly, and I return the embrace. His warmth feels even more comforting than the last time. Faith, I heard that couples usually give each other nicknames. Do you mind if I give you one? He suggests. Oh, if you want. Got any ideas? I guess I didn't really think that far ahead. Maybe something related to your quirk? We fall silent for a moment before Todoroki speaks. How about my little snowflake? I love it. I smile. I don't really have any nicknames in mind for you. How about I just call you Shoto-kun? You can call me whatever you want. It doesn't bother me. Right. We hold hands as we walk back home. It feels so comforting to be with Shoto, and now we're officially together. This day couldn't get any better. It was now foundational hero study time, and we prepared to go outside in our hero costumes to hear what All Might had in store for us today. Hopefully it would be something a bit easy. Right on the heels of all your workplace experiences, this time we'll mix in an element of play. We'll be doing a rescue training. If it's a rescue training, shouldn't we be doing this at the USJ? Ida asks. No. That place is for disaster rescue, All Might replies. Anyways, this place is a playground. Where densely packed lanes make this construction site seem more like a complex labyrinth. Please make groups of 5. Since this class is uneven, one group will have 6. I ended up in a group with Midoriya, Siro, Ojiro, Mina, and Ida. Before we started, I bumped into Ochako to see if I could borrow her quirk. She agreed without hesitation, and I was ready to go. We'll do the training one group at a time. When I give out the distress signal somewhere in the area, you all start simultaneously from outside. This is a competition to see who can come to my aid first. I felt more confident as we stepped forward to the starting line. All Might positioned himself in the middle. Now all we had to do was find him in this labyrinth. I used Ochako's quirk to make my shoes lightweight and activated my heat vision to locate him. Start! All Might announced, and I instinctively began running and jumping as if I were on the moon. I combined my normal speed with zero gravity and telekinesis to move faster. I dashed through tubes and over rooftops without stopping, spotting a tall figure in the distance with my heat vision. Target spotted. I mumbled to myself. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Midoriya suddenly speeding ahead of me. I was surprised, but I kept pushing myself to run faster. However, Midoriya lost his footing and slipped from a rail. I felt a pang of guilt as I continued forward, just inches away from All Might, but Zero reached him first. And it's over, All Might announced. I realized I had arrived second. Congratulations. Alright, that was kinda cutting it close though, Effin-san. Zero commented. Yeah. Congrats, Zero. I huffed, trying to catch my breath. Everyone else made it too, even Midoriya. You okay? I asked him. Okay, he replied, his voice muffled against the ground. You did good. You too, he said, still on the ground, giving me a thumbs up as I helped him up. After the race, I noticed All Might giving Midoriya a thumbs up and saying something to him before he leaned in and whispered in my ear, "You're doing great too, young Effin. You've mastered your quirk well already. Keep it up." I will. I smiled widely as I left. After class. Today, school felt like it was going to take forever. I was growing more anxious for the afternoon with each passing minute, but I hoped to use up all my energy during personal training. As I changed and headed out, Midoriya walked toward me after his meeting with All Might. "Hey, Midoriya-kun." I greeted. "Hi, Effin-chan. Where are you off to?" I was just asking for Aizawa-sensei's permission to train. He said I had until 5 p.m. Oh? Mind if I come with you? I've been meaning to ask if I could write about you and your quirk in my notes. If you're okay with it. He sounded a bit shy at the end, but I responded with the biggest smile on my face. Yes, yes, yes. I would love that. Come on. I tugged on his arm as we ran to the training grounds. During our training, Midoriya-kun carefully observed me and took notes about my copy and save quirk. I could feel some changes in myself when I used too many combined quirks at once, even with my limit. I was practicing on a punching bag when Midoriya-kun started a conversation. "You're actually getting better at this," he commented. "Thanks. I've been practicing for a while now. Hopefully, I can learn how to develop my quirk more often in my training routine." I agree. In terms of physical abilities, you're fine. But what about using your quirk? Well, I do have some saved-up quirks now. Maybe I'll try those. Saved-up quirks? I'm actually curious to see how they work without copying them first. Go for it. I focused on my saved quirk, searching for which one to use. Let's try. Ice and Fire. I froze a training dummy and then punched it with my other arm, which was engulfed in flames, causing it to disintegrate. Oh, cool. I cheered to myself. So awesome. Having saved quirks like that would definitely come in handy in the future, Midoriya said, jotting down notes. I don't have many options yet, but I'll try to copy more quirks for training. I smiled as I sat down. So, do you have any plans for later? Not much, just helping my mom with a couple of house chores. And you? I actually got invited to meet Todoroki's mom at the hospital later today. Oh really? That's good. I know Todoroki-kun might be a bit nervous when it comes to his mom, so maybe some company would help him. That's what I thought. I'm thinking of taking cookies to give her as a gift. I'm sure she'll like them as much as I do. You make some of the best cookies ever. But you're just saying that to make me feel better. No, I mean it. I could eat an entire batch of them if I could. I laughed at his thought but remembered that when we were children, he liked them so much that he had a stomachache after eating 10 cookies in one sitting. Anyways, I'm going to get ready. I'll leave an extra batch of cookies for you and Inko. Yes. Thanks. I waved goodbye to Midoriya as I walked back home. Later in the afternoon, while the cookies were baking and cooling, I changed into something casual and simple. Papa was getting ready for work again, so he promised to take me to Todoroki's house to meet up with him. I made some extra cookies for Midoriya and for Todoroki's siblings, just in case. I placed a couple of cookies in a neat box and wrapped it nicely to make it look presentable. I texted Todoroki to let him know I was on my way. He sent me his location so that we wouldn't get lost. I'm ready to go, Papa. I smiled while holding the gift boxes and my small purse on my wrist. Let's get going then. We left our apartment, and Papa drove to drop me off first. It wasn't a long drive to get there. I kissed Papa's cheek and waved goodbye as he drove to work. His house had a beautiful traditional Japanese style. I nervously walked up to Todoroki's front door and knocked, still holding the boxes of cookies. My heart was racing. I had never been to someone else's house before, having only been to Midoriya's once or twice. The door opened to reveal a woman with white hair and a small red streak of highlights like Todoroki. "Oh, hello. You must be the girl Shoto was waiting for," she said sweetly.
Yeah.
"I'm FNLN, it's nice to meet you." I bowed politely. "My name is Fuyumi Todoroki. Please come in." She gestured for me to enter as I took off my shoes. "I brought these cookies as a gift. One for you and one for your mom. I hope you like chocolate chip, it's my personal homemade recipe," I said with a nervous chuckle. "Ah, thank you so much. I'll put them somewhere for later." I handed her one of the boxes as she set it on a nearby table. I looked around the house, noticing a few pictures of Todoroki's family when he was younger, along with his siblings, his mother, and his father. I noticed he didn't have the scar in those pictures, so they must have been taken before he went through so much. Fuyumi then called for Shoto and he came. "Hey Shoto-kun," I said with a bright smile. "Hi FN-chan. Good to see you again. Are you ready to go?" "Yup." I put my shoes back on as he politely opened the door for me. Fuyumi made sure she was at the door so she could close it once we were out. "Be careful out there, you too," she waved. "We will," Shoto replied, motioning with his hand. "See you soon." I waved back. We took a bus to the hospital where his mom was. Once we arrived, we talked to the receptionist to find out where Todoroki's mom was. "Hello, how can we help you today?" she greeted. "Can you tell us which room Rei Todoroki is in?" Todoroki asked. She checked the list for the name. "Ah, Todoroki. You must be her son." He nodded. "And her daughter?" I shook my head. I'm just a friend accompanying him." "Oh, I see. All right. Her room is number 48 on the 3rd floor." "Thank you," we both said as we took the elevator up. It wasn't too hard to find the room, but having Todoroki enter was the challenging part. I took the box with one arm as I held Shoto's hand. "She'll be happy to see you. Don't be afraid." "I'll be right with you," I kindly smiled, and he returned the gesture. "What would I do without you, my little snowflake?" "Not this," I giggled softly. Todoroki turned the doorknob and entered the room. His mom was sitting on the hospital bed, looking out the window before turning to see us. "Shoto," she said, tears in her eyes. "Hello, mother," he greeted her softly. I let go of his hand, and he went to hug her while I stood back to give them some space. After a moment, she noticed me standing across the room. "Oh, who's this with you?" "Oh right. Mom, this is FNLN, my friend from UA." He brought me forward to her as I bowed again. Hello. It's nice to meet you." "You're FN? Shoto told me a lot about you. It's wonderful to meet you. You can call me Rei." I brought a little gift I made. "Just some cookies," I said, handing her the box. "Ah, thank you so much. Let's sit down and chat for a while together." "Oh, okay." We both took a chair and started talking about how we met, the sports festival, and shared some happy memories about our families. The more time I spent with them, the closer I felt to them, like family. I should get used to it since Shoto and I are now boyfriend and girlfriend. I talked about myself to Rei while she and Shoto did the same. "Wait a minute, I have something to show you that I've kept for years." Rei reached for her drawer and pulled out a folded piece of paper, handing it to me. I opened it to see a picture of Todoroki as a child. This photo made me squeal at his cuteness. Shoto blushed bright red as he snatched the photo away from me, holding it up high enough for me to not reach. I tried to jump to grab it, but he kept switching it from hand to hand. "Mine." I managed to squeak while trying to grab the photo again. Finally, I pulled his wrist down and grabbed the picture back. He groaned in defeat. Is it okay if I keep it? I asked her, and Shoto turned even redder. No. You're not keeping that. You'll have to catch me first, Shoto-kun. Oh yeah? Come here. He lunged forward again to grab it, but I ran around the room like a child with him chasing after me. Rei was bursting with laughter and cheer. Todoroki finally caught up to me and playfully knocked me down to the floor, starting to tickle me. I held the picture tight as he tickled me everywhere, and I laughed uncontrollably. Drop the photo. Ha. Ha. I said drop it or I'll tickle you until you do, he teased with a smirk, going for another tickle, making me squeal from the sudden move. Ha. She can keep the picture, Shoto, Rei said from the back. He sighed as he helped me up. Phew. I'm out of breath. I panted, still clutching the picture. Shoto, I didn't know you had this side to you, I commented. What do you mean? You're a completely different person when it comes to me compared to school. In school, you're always so cold and intimidating. But when you're alone with me, you're this big softy. I giggled. F-and-chan. He said, hiding his mouth and turning his embarrassed face away. We sat back down, and I looked at the photo again, noticing Todoroki didn't have a scar in it. I wondered how things were before everything that happened with Shoto's family and how things were with mine before we moved. It felt like the earliest memories of my life were lost after my scar operation. What? Todoroki noticed me and looked at his phone to check the time. I think we should get going. Oh, okay, I said, standing up. Rei looked at us with a smile. I'm glad I met you today. Shoto, take good care of this lovely girl. She's been through so much. Yes, Mom, he said, hugging her. I went up to hug her too when she whispered something in my ear. You're a sweet girl. Look after Shoto for me. I can tell he's happy with you. I'm so glad I met you today, and I mean it. Come visit again soon, precious. Her words made me tear up. Inko was like this when I met her, and now that Rei said those words, I felt special to both of them. We waved goodbye as we walked back to the elevator. When we were outside, Shoto and I held hands as we walked to the bus stop. I told you she'd be happy to see you again, I said to him. Thank you for coming with me. I don't know what I would have done without you. It was nothing. I stopped abruptly as I felt an eerie presence nearby. I squeezed Shoto's left hand and whispered, Shoto, how close is the bus? Not that far. Why? Good. Keep walking faster. I looked around again, feeling the adrenaline rush to the point where I almost started shaking. As we quickly approached the stop, a hand reached out to grab me roughly. I was about to scream for help when my captor held his arm over my mouth and pulled me back into a dark alleyway. Shoto-kun. I muffled. F-and-chan. He stopped when the person holding me pulled a sharp card from his sleeve and pressed it against my neck. Now, little LN, we don't want to cause a scene here, do we? He chuckled. That voice. I thought. It's been a long time, hasn't it? I haven't seen you since our first meeting. It was Tatsuya. Todoroki got his fire ready as a warning, knowing well what happened the last time we used our quirks without permission. Let her go, he growled. Ooh, you must be Endeavor's son. What a surprise. I thought you never wanted to use your left side, isn't that what you said at the sports festival? Gur. My father has nothing to do with this. Let go of my snowflake. Gasp. So, you're both together now? That's wonderful. Congratulations. Oh, young love. Such a blessing, he teased as I glared at him. What do you want from her? Todoroki finally asked. Must I explain myself to you? If you hurt her at all, I swear I'll. Tatsuya let go of my mouth and squeezed my throat. Shoto-kun. Don't. He looked at me with panicked eyes. But I'm afraid I'll have to cut your little date short. After all, I do have to carry out my boss's wishes to bring our wanted fugitive to them. And maybe to All for One as well, for that matter. Wanted fugitive? I widened my eyes at the name. All for One? It sounded like one for all, like the quirk Midoriya has. What? Who's All for One? I gasped. Oh, they never told you? He mocked. Them? I realized who he was talking about. If that's the case, then I need answers. You know, I'm a man who likes to play fair, and since you have no clue what I speak of, I'll let you and your hot and cold boyfriend go. However, if I see you again the next time we meet, or if you call the authorities on me right now, I'll have to eliminate you both first. He chuckled again as he let me go, and I ran to Todoroki. Catch you later, you lovely couple. Ah. He vanished in a smoke bomb without a trace. Todoroki ran to where he was standing, but he was gone. Wait. Forget him, Shoto-kun. I said, he's gone. Are you okay though? I'm fine. A bit shocked. I didn't expect him to come out of nowhere like that. Never mind. Come on, our bus is arriving. Oh right. I hurried alongside him to the bus stop, just in time to board. We settled into the back together, our hands intertwined as we made our way to Todoroki's house. I texted my dad again to check when he would be home. Dad said he'll be late tonight again. He always pushes himself like this. Looks like I'll be alone for the night. Do you want to stay at my place for dinner then? He asked. Huh. After what happened earlier, I don't like the idea of you being at your apartment alone. Why not stay with me until your dad gets back, or even after school tomorrow if he's coming late? Oh, are you sure? I don't want to be a bother. I'll need to ask Dad what he thinks. I texted my dad about the idea, and he quickly replied with a yes, saying I could go home after school if I wanted to. Well, he said yes. So it's a sleepover. Alright. And if you need any extra clothes, I can always ask my sister if she has some. Okay. I smiled as we headed back to Shoto's house, still pondering what Tatsuya had mentioned earlier. I sent a message to Midoriya and All Might to arrange a meeting at school before class. Midoriya-kun, All Might. I need to talk to you about something important after class tomorrow. Broccoli green circle Izuku green circle broccoli. Oh, okay, see you soon then. Smiling face with smiling eyes. White medium star, All Might man superhero beaming face with smiling eyes. Thumbs up. Alright, young LN, I'll set up the meeting. I'll share the details before class. Chapter end. Todoroki's POV. Dinner's ready, you two. Fuyumi called out for me and FN to eat. After our encounter with Tatsuya, we decided to keep it to ourselves. FN seemed calm, but I could sense her tension. While we waited for my sister to finish cooking, I sat with her on the couch, trying to relax together. Come on. Let's eat, I said, standing up. Okay, she replied with a smile. I walked to the dining room and offered FN a seat next to me. Natsu. Dinner time. Fuyumi called out to my brother, Natsuo. He noticed FN and greeted her. Oh, I didn't know we had a guest over, he said. The name's Natsuo. Nice to meet you. I'm FNLN. It's nice to meet you too, she replied, waving with a smile. We all sat down to eat dinner. I had soba as usual, while FN wanted to try some of my sister's fried chicken and rice. She seemed to enjoy it a lot, her eyes sparkling with delight. This is so good. I haven't tasted food like this in forever, she exclaimed, her mouth full before she swallowed. Sorry, that was a bit rude. I just can't help it. Thank you. You can take some for tomorrow if you want. There's plenty of leftovers, Fuyumi said enthusiastically. I'll take some for my dad. Thank you so much. FN replied. So, you're from Shoto's class? Natsuo asked. How's he been in school with you? Probably a bit quiet, I'm guessing. At first, but after spending time with him and getting to know him, Shoto-kun is really a kind person. Honestly, I wouldn't ask for a better friend. FN, I have you to thank for being someone so special to me, I said, feeling my cheeks warm at her kind words. I see why Shoto always talks about you. You two are so adorable together, Fuyumi commented, making us both blush. Nothing like that, I stammered. Why, we just like to hang out together. That's all, Finn added, flustered. We both wanted to keep our relationship a secret, especially from my father. Regardless, I'm glad my little brother found someone to trust, Fuyumi said again. Yeah. Good for you. Natsuo added. Everyone seemed to get along well. I was happy my siblings accepted FN just like I did. And then pulled out her phone after receiving a text. Is it your dad? I asked her. Yeah. He's still working. I hope he gets home early, she replied. You and me both. I'm actually curious. What's your father like? Fuyumi asked. Oh, my dad? I've always considered him my hero. I was so scared when we moved from America, but he was always there for me. Even now, he supports me in every way he can. He's someone special to me, so I promised him that I would repay him for everything he's done. Natsuo frowned slightly. Family topics were a touchy subject for him, like for most of us. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you upset, Natsuo. And stuttered. No, it's okay. I'm glad you have a nice father. I wish I had one like yours, he said softly before standing up. Thanks for the food, sis. Good night. Natsu. Wait. Fuyumi tried to stop him, but he left. Sorry for his behavior, she apologized. After our mother went to the hospital and what happened to Shoto and Toya, things haven't been the same for us. Especially for Natsuo. I understand. I've been there before. With my mother. Frowned slightly, and I quickly changed the subject. Chan, if you don't want to talk about it, it's okay. I know it's hard for you. Alright. Sorry. You don't have to apologize, I reassured her. I left some pajamas in the guest room if you want to change. If you need anything else, just let me know, Fuyumi said. Okay. Thanks, replied, walking out and waving goodnight. See you tomorrow then. Good night, Finchan, I said back. Once she was gone, I helped Fuyumi clean the table. You weren't wrong when you said how LN is. She's a nice girl, Fuyumi said. Yeah. She's been through so much too. I want to help her in any way I can. I replied. I can tell. And I probably shouldn't have said anything about her mother. It's okay. You didn't know. I should have told you before she came over today. She has a history with her mother, just like us and our father. I see. Silence filled the room. I stood up and was about to leave. Don't worry too much. I'm sure she's all right. I'm going to bed. Okay. Good night. Good night, Wani-chan. I left the room to change and sleep. I hoped FN would feel better after what happened earlier today. FN's POV. Questions filled my mind as I walked to All Might's office. Something Tatsuya mentioned was vague, and I hoped All Might could answer my questions. I needed to know more about All for One. I knocked on the door until I heard, "Come in." As I entered, I saw Midoriya sitting in front of All Might in his weaker form, who was on a couch near a low table, with an empty chair next to him. Take a seat, young LN, All Might said as I sat down. You said you needed to talk about something? Midoriya asked. It took me a moment to find my voice. Eventually I did. I started trying not to shake. Chan. I need to ask you something. Both of you, I gulped. The other day, ran into Tatsuya. The guy who's been after me. You what? Tatsuya? Midoriya exclaimed. That villain from the USJ? How did you escape? All Might asked why'd I. That's where my question comes in. He mentioned 2 people possibly needing me for something. All Might. Midoriya-kun. Who is All for One? They both froze. All for One. So you do know who they are? I perked up. Please tell me. Slow down, LN. All Might gestured as I sat back down. I can't believe this Tatsuya guy told you about All for One. I'm sorry. We never meant for you to know. Let me explain. I listened carefully. The quirk that Midoriya has is unique, and I thought it best for him to know its origin. Now it appears that you must know too. This is important, and you must keep it a secret from everyone. One for All was derived from another unusual quirk, a power that's very old. In other words, it was something different, Midoriya commented. The name of that quirk is All for One. It allowed its user to take quirks from others, and the user could keep the quirk for themselves or give it to someone else. So, he can steal powers? I asked. Back when quirks first started to appear, it was impossible to define what it meant to be a normal person. Laws and rights were debated, civilization stalled, and society faced turmoil. During this chaotic PRD, one person managed to rally many together. He went by the name of his power, All for One. He took quirks from others, and with his overwhelming abilities, he spread his influence across the country. He manipulated people to serve his purposes and committed terrible acts with little resistance. In the blink of an eye, he became the leader of the League of Villains and ruled over Japan. But why don't the textbooks mention something like that? I've never heard anything like this since I arrived, let alone in school, I pondered aloud. Because it's the kind of shameful history people would rather forget, and when a person gains power, they enjoy showing it off. What does One for All have to do with this? As I said, All for One could give quirks. He made people trust him and submit to his will by altering their abilities. Some couldn't bear the quirks they were given and became mindless beings. Just like the Nomu. I gasped at the thought. How cruel. I couldn't imagine those people who had their quirks taken by All for One. Some quirks actually evolved as they were passed on, even combining with other power sets. This evil man had a quirkless younger brother who was small and sickly, but he had a strong sense of justice that couldn't have been more different. It pained the brother to see All for One's deeds, so he kept resisting. Then All for One transferred a quirk to his sibling, one that would allow him to stockpile power. We don't know if it was a gift or if he just wanted to force him to submit. So, does it mean? Yes. Even though everyone thought he was quirkless, it turns out the brother did have a quirk, though he hadn't realized it. He had a seemingly useless power that only allowed him to pass on quirks. And so the stockpiling ability merged with the younger brother's power. That is how One for All came to be. I stood still, wide-eyed at the story. I honestly couldn't believe Tatsuya would reveal so little yet so much. I sometimes find it ironic, but justice so often spawns from evil. Wait, if this power has been around for so long, then why did Tatsuya mention him as if he's still alive? According to what All Might told me earlier, some quirks halt aging, so he's technically immortal, Midoriya commented again. The younger brother decided to entrust this new quirk to future generations. Even though he couldn't defeat All for One, he hoped One for All would continue to grow in power until it was strong enough to stop him. Eventually, it was my turn, and I managed to defeat All for One. Or so I thought, but he survived and is back as the mastermind behind the League of Villains. He paused for a moment before continuing. Now you also know the entire purpose of One for All is to defeat All for One. You're saying that Midoriya-kun would one day have to. I looked at Izuku with concern in my eyes. Let's just hope it doesn't come to that. I still don't get it. Why would All for One want me then? I don't think he would want you specifically. Indeed. You mentioned there was a second person behind your persecution. Did he mention a name? All Might asked. No. All I know is that she hired Tatsuya along with his comrades, Mirage and Yuri, to find me as a wanted fugitive. Who could it be? Midoriya wondered. Whoever it is, they must want me for a reason. And not for my quirk. So Tatsuya doesn't know you have a quirk? Izuku asked as I shook my head. No, and I've been hiding it from the public. So they want me for another reason. Whatever that reason is, I'm just glad you're here safe, All Might assured. But you mustn't let the villains know about your quirk. If they want you and find out about your new quirk, you'll become a bigger target. I nodded, and Midoriya added, just please, call for help from us the next time villains are near you. I was with Todoroki, so there was no reason to worry too much. Thank goodness. Is there anything else, young LN? Not really. If anything comes up, I'll let you know. All right then. You should both head to class. You have 7 minutes before it starts. Yes. Midoriya and I bowed as we left. I stepped out of All Might's office and headed to class. I would have to tell Todoroki that it was a false alarm, just so that he wouldn't find out about this big secret. Still, I worried for Midoriya. All Might's POV. As soon as LN and Midoriya left, I received a phone call. They were at it again. Hello. Hello, All Might. I must inform you about something regarding FNLN's quirk. A researcher from the Special Police Force with Tsukachi said through the line. We discovered something from LN's DNA sample. Somehow, This quirk evolves inside of her over time. We've been getting strange readings from it for the past 2 days, and we fear that copy and save can become dangerous if she keeps using it frequently. It could become unstable to the point where she could lose her mind and consciousness, like in the security video you showed us from the sports festival. I froze while listening. Our best course of action would be to take her quirk as soon as possible before it gets out of hand. But she's been handling it just fine, especially with the device I commissioned. That may be the case. But remember that this is an untested quirk. Like an untamed animal, we fear the worst if we don't take action. Isn't there anything we can do? I don't want to force her to give up her quirk. She's a walking time bomb if she still has this power. If we don't do something, please give her a chance. I have faith in LN. She's strong, and surely she can handle this quirk on her own. But fine. She has until the end of summer break. If she can maintain control of her quirk by the end of the summer training camp, she can keep it. If not, we'll be forced to take it from her. That's all right, because I'll make sure she can control it. I'll contact you if we have any further updates. Thank you for your time. He hung up as I pondered once more, worrying about LN. If she doesn't learn to control her powers and the League of Villains is searching for her, then I fear she has little time left to continue her hero journey. FN's POV. Class 1A and 1B were having a training camp trip this summer, and I was incredibly excited. This could be my chance to learn how to use my quirk properly and improve even more. After a few hours, our bus stopped, and we all got out to stretch our legs. I stayed close to Todoroki to check on him, but he seemed fine. You thought we just stopped for a break? Aizawa said to us with his usual skeptical expression. We turned to see 2 women in cat costumes stepping out of a car. One was dressed in red, and the other in blue. These are the pro heroes who will be working with you during camp. The Pussycats, Aizawa informed us. Greet them, everyone. Nice to meet you, we all chimed in. You will all be staying at the foot of that mountain over there. The woman in red pointed to a distant location that looked like it was miles away. I even zoomed in my vision with Isamu. Then why did we stop here? Uraraka asked. Wait, could this mean? Oh no. I whispered, realizing what they might be thinking. Let's run back to the bus. Ciro suggested softly. It's 9:30 right now. If you're quick, maybe around noon, she said again as we all turned to run back to the bus. Kiddies who don't make it by 12:30 won't get lunch. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but training camp. Aizawa began, just as the woman in blue jumped between him and the bus door, pushing us toward the forest. That has begun. I let out a startled scream as I used telekinesis to make myself and everyone else float down safely. Since this is ours, you can use your quirks as you wish. You have 3 hours. After getting through the beast forest, she yelled from above us. Everyone got up and stared at the forest. Beast forest? Sounds like something from a video game. Kaminari commented. Well, there's no use in complaining. We have to go. Kirishima said. I was standing next to Todoroki when we felt a rumble and heard something. A beast, a student screamed. Koda ran forward to see if his quirk could call it, but the beast only swung at him until Midoriya pushed him out of the way. I stopped the beast from moving with telekinesis, giving everyone a chance to escape. FN-chan. I heard someone call my name. I can only hold it for so long. I grunted. Todoroki froze its legs, Ida and Bakugo stunned it with their quirks, and finally, Midoriya delivered a powerful smash that caused an explosion. What now? Do we run? Mina asked, looking around. If we don't make it by noon, we won't have anything to eat. Sato pointed out. That's right. We have to cut through these woods using the shortest route, Yamamo said. Let's go, Class 1A. Hours later, the class emerged from the forest, our clothes scratched and torn, some of us feeling a bit queasy. I used a healing quirk that someone at UA had let me copy. Shoto seemed fine, with just a couple of scratches. Honestly, I thought it would take longer. You guys didn't have as hard a time, one of the cat ladies exclaimed. You all did great. Especially you 5. She pointed at Midoriya, Ida, Bakugo, Shoto, and me. Wait me. How? Were you able to act without hesitation because of experience? She asked, her enthusiasm overwhelming us a bit. As she stepped back, Midoriya noticed a child standing next to Mandalay, the red cat lady. Whose child is that? He asked. Oh, he's not one of ours. He's my cousin's kid, Pixie Bob replied. Come on, Kota, say hi. The boy's face was filled with anger, and his expression made it clear he was not interested in talking to us. Midoriya approached him, trying to be friendly. Hi. I'm Izuku Midoriya from UA High School's hero course. Nice to meet you. He extended his hand for a shake, but Kota punched him in a very uncomfortable spot. I froze, rushing over to check on Midoriya. Midoriya-kun, are you okay? I'm fine, he winced. I couldn't help but stare at the child, whose glare felt intense. I don't intend to hang out with some wannabe heroes, he shouted angrily as he walked away. Is he serious? I returned to Midoriya, who assured me he was all right. This camp should be interesting. Later, I piled food onto my plate as I sat with Shoto. He watched me eat with a slight smile. You were hungry, weren't you? He asked. No. I mumbled with my mouth full, just starving. He chuckled lightly as he began to eat, I could tell. I quickly chewed my food before speaking again. So, are you going to bed after this? Probably. It's going to be a long day tomorrow. What about you? I might do the same. Let me know if you need anything from me, okay? His unexpected words made me pause. We were still working on his choice of words, but I appreciated his openness. Later, as I walked to my sleeping area, I gazed out the window at the stars, feeling drawn to stargaze outside. I found a perfect spot with minimal light, allowing me to admire the many stars surrounding the glowing moon. Suddenly, a rustle from the bushes made me alert. Effen-chan. There you are. Todoroki emerged and I sighed. Shoto-kun? What are you doing out here? I thought you were going to sleep. I was. But then I saw you coming here, and I didn't want to leave you alone. I sat back down as he joined me, both of us looking up at the beautiful night sky. The sky looks beautiful, he commented. Yeah, it really does. I noticed Shoto's hand resting close to mine. As I considered holding it, I hesitated and shyly pulled back. Nothing shines brighter than these stars combined. He took my hand gently, but then the person sitting next to me. I blushed, surprised by his words. Shoto. I don't know what to say. My breath caught in my throat. Hey, you don't need to feel embarrassed about our relationship. I thought you wanted to keep this a secret from everyone, especially your father. I know. I don't want to force you to keep quiet. But at the same time, I don't want to be afraid to be something more to you, my little snowflake. I stared at him as he moved closer, allowing me to rest my head on his shoulder. The warmth from him was comforting. We both cherished this small moment while it lasted. The next day, it was time for more training. We all woke up at 5:30 a.m. and got dressed to meet Aizawa-sensei outside. Today we will begin training camp to increase your strength. It is to prepare you for the challenges that are becoming more real by the minute. So, Bakugo, try throwing this ball. Your previous record from when you started school was 745.3 meters. He handed Bakugo the ball, who stepped forward. Then, here I go. Bakugo yelled as he threw the ball with his quirk. 763.3 meters. What? Everyone exclaimed. Not much of an improvement. It's been 3 months since school started. Through various experiences, you all have definitely improved. But as you see, your quirks themselves haven't improved, Aizawa explained. That's why we are starting to work on your quirks. It's going to be tough, it will feel like you're dying. But try not to actually die. A few minutes later, everyone was focused on their own training while I concentrated on using 3 copied quirks simultaneously. Aizawa wanted me to try using multiple quirks at the same time, and he was keeping a close watch on me. I felt a bit nervous. Today, I had telekinesis, ice and fire, and Mandalay had allowed me to copy her quirk, telepathy. She said that if I could master her quirk in a short amount of time, she'd let me keep it for later use. I trained by creating large pieces of ice and making them float with telekinesis, then parkoured over them until I was almost in the sky. From above, I attempted to communicate with Mandalay using telepathy before dropping back down and using fire to melt the ice beneath me while also cushioning my fall. When Aizawa said we would feel like dying, he wasn't kidding. I felt like I might pass out any minute as I lay on the ground, my body aching. Todoroki shielded me from the sun as he approached. Need help? He extended his arm, and I sprang back to my feet. I'm a bit tired, I admitted. Well, dinner's coming up, so we have time for a break. Okay. Days later, once everyone had their fill, Pixie Bob called us to participate in something called the Test of Courage in the forest. Okay. So Class B will be the first scares. Class A will go in pairs every 3 minutes. There are tags with your names written on them in the middle of your route, so bring those back with you, she informed. To be honest, I get easily startled. The group that scares the most people with creativity and imagination wins. A taller man dressed like Pixie Bob and Mandalay, called Tiger, announced. Now, you will draw lots to determine your partners. I went to draw lots and saw Bakugo's name on the paper. But Todoroki was already with him, and everyone else had a partner except me. Pixie Bob seemed to notice. LN, what's wrong? Well, I got Bakugo as my partner, but Todoroki-kun is already on his team, I explained. That's okay. We can have a team of 3. Go on. Thank you. I bowed and quickly joined the team. What the? Why are you here, Four Eyes? Bakugo growled. I didn't have another partner. Plus, I drew a lot with your name. Whatever. Just don't slow me down. He turned away from me to the rest of the class. Don't listen to him. I'm happy you're here, Shoto said, making me smile as I thanked him. All right. Team Bakugo, Todoroki, and LN. Go on. We were sent to the forest, and I started to feel a bit anxious. I could hear others screaming, which made me even more nervous. Are you okay, LN? Todoroki asked, concerned. Suddenly, some girls popped up and startled me. Bakugo and Todoroki didn't even flinch. That wasn't too bad, right? Shoto said to me. Yeah. It wasn't so. I stopped as I sniffed the air. It was smoke. Was there a fire? Why are you smelling the air? What are you, a dog? Shoo. I hushed him and used Isamu to look a few feet ahead. It was blue fire. Mountain fire. What? I then focused on something else. Pink gas filled the forest. It's poisonous. Don't breathe it in. We covered our mouths and noses with our hands and started running. We need to look for our classmates. Shoto yelled. FN-chan, can you see anyone? I used Isamu again to scan the area. I couldn't find anyone until I spotted a guy from Class B on the ground, unconscious. Over here. We rushed to him as Shoto carried him on his back. We have to avoid the finish line and get back to camp. I'm worried about the others who are still in the forest, but there's not much we can do now, Todoroki said. Hopefully, Ragdoll can take care of everyone else. You and me both, I nodded. Don't tell me what to do, Bakugo was interrupted by something in front of us. We stopped and my body tensed. Who's that? Hey, which group was in front of us again? Bakugo asked. Tokoyami and Shoji, right? I replied. So pretty. I have to work. What a beautiful sight. Don't tempt me. I have a job to do. The villain approached us with a creepy glare that sent chills down my spine. I widened my eyes and stepped back, reaching for a knife I had in my bag. No fighting, is that the rule? Bakugo said, uncovering his mouth. Then something rang in my ear. Everyone in Class A and B. In the name of Pro Hero Erasehead, you are granted permission to engage in combat. Mandalay. I recognized her voice. We have discovered one of the villain's targets. It's 2 of the students who go by the names of Kaken and FN-chan. The villain's target? FN's POV. Kaken and FN should avoid villain contact. Mandalay kept saying through her quirk. I froze in place and couldn't move. Why would the villains want me? Suddenly, some metal objects flew at me, and Todoroki wrapped his arms around me, moving us out of the way. My thoughts stopped as I looked at him. Shoto-kun. Don't worry, my snowflake. I won't let them lay a single finger on you, he whispered in my ear. I nodded and replied, I can't use my quirk. If they find out, that'll just make me a bigger target. They're already after Bakugo for some reason. Who knows if it is for his quirk? In that case, you're fist fighting again? I might, but I have this. I showed him a knife. How do you have? Never mind that. Look out. The villain attacked again, and Shoto blocked with his ice. I noticed the villain's teeth were metallic and could extend and sharpen themselves. Bakugo rushed in, using his quirk. Was he going crazy? Todoroki made ice again to protect him. Don't go rushing carelessly into things. The villain's teeth were now stuck in ice, and Bakugo muttered something. Deku did something about this, I know it. I don't care what anyone says. He appeared in front of us and jabbed his teeth into the ground. We were in a tough spot. Over there. I see ice. I heard a voice coming toward us. Midoriya-kun. Bakugo. Todoroki. One of you make some light. Shoji yelled while being chased by Dark Shadow, who looked bigger and had red eyes. Hurry up and make light. Dark Shadow is out of control. Look. Dark Shadow slammed the villain into the trees, and its teeth were ripped out. I haven't had enough fun yet. Dark Shadow yelled. I took off my bracelet and created a burst of fire, but it was contained so that I wouldn't burn the trees. Then Dark Shadow calmed down, now Tokoyami on the floor. I'm sorry, Shoji and Midoriya. I let my anger take over and released Dark Shadow. It's okay. No one can blame you for that, I said to him. We confirmed 2 of the villain's targets, Kaken and FN-chan, Midoriya-kun said, making me tense. Bakugo and LN? Are they trying to harm them? Why? Tokoyami asked. I'm not sure. Anyway, I think the camp is the safest place for them since there are 2 pro heroes there. I see. So our mission is to escort Bakugo and LN there. But at the clearing, the Pussycats are still fighting. Going back on the path would bring us to the attention of the villains, and we'd lose time. We should cut straight across. I nodded as we positioned ourselves in the middle of everyone. What's with all this? Bakugo yelled for no reason. You 2 will stay in the middle, Shoto said. I don't need your protection, stupid extras. Let's go. I started to walk and almost couldn't contain my laughter. Then Uraraka and Tsu came to us. But when we least expected it, I sensed someone nearby. I looked in their direction and saw them pointing and throwing something at Bakugo and Todoroki. Look out. I pushed him out of the way as my glasses fell from my face. Then it all went dark. Todoroki's POV. Look out. FN-chan pushed me away just before everything changed, and then she vanished in an instant. Bakugo was gone too. FN-chan. Ha. My, what lovely cards I've obtained. A great addition to my collection. A familiar voice chuckled. It was that villain, Tatsuya. He held up 2 cards with Bakugo and FN's names printed on them. They must be trapped inside. Give them back. Midoriya shouted, his voice filled with anger. Give them back? That's a strange thing to say. Bakugo and LN don't belong to anyone. Except as lovely cards for display, he taunted. FN-chan belongs to me. Now let her go. Now. I yelled, activating my right side with double the power. Oh, that's right. Your little snowflake is yours? Oh no. He's not implying what I think he is. Todoroki-kun, what is he talking about? Midoriya asked, looking at me, but I couldn't meet his gaze. He never told you? About the feelings these 2 have for each other? Truly sweet. I tensed. This wasn't supposed to happen. Not like this. Wait, Todoroki-kun. Go on. Try to save your little damsel in distress. Your little snowflake is waiting, hero. Ha. Shut up. I yelled, creating the largest iceberg I could muster to hit him, but I missed. He dodged and leaped into the air. I promised FN-chan that I wouldn't let them take her away. I broke my promise. And now our secret relationship was out in the open. Uraraka, take this guy. I said, releasing the student on my back and charging toward the villain. I blasted massive ice blocks again and again, but still missed. "You're getting a bit heated," Tatsuya hummed, dangling the cards. This guy was really getting on my nerves. Vanguard Action Squad. Targets successfully collected. As arranged, head to the retrieval point in the next 5 minutes. "No. I won't let you," Midoriya yelled as we both started running. "This guy is fast." Frustration bubbled within me. I couldn't let him take them. We managed to catch up with him, using our quirks to propel ourselves into the air. When we landed, we encountered another villain with scars and staples all over his face, who blasted blue fire at us. Strange. I shot ice again, but he dodged it once more. "Why do you want them?" Well, in Bakugo's case, it's because of his quirk and something else. LN, on the other hand, Tatsuya needed to capture her for someone as a wanted fugitive. Then Tatsuya approached the guy fighting us. "The one and only. Where are they?" Tatsuya rummaged through his pockets but couldn't find them. "Midoriya, Todoroki, we're running away." Based on what he just did, I don't know what your quirk is, but inside that right pocket of yours, you kept flaunting. Shoji lifted his hand, revealing 2 cards. Bakugo and LN. Shoji. The villain with the purple teleporting quirk appeared as all the villains began to retreat. "Wait, our goal isn't." "Oh, that?" They seemed so eager to rush out here, I thought I'd give them a little gift. What was Tatsuya talking about? "When I flaunt something, it's always because there's something I don't want you to see." He took off his hat and pulled out 2 cards, containing Bakugo and FN-chan. "Darn it! He tricked us." "No way!" Midoriya and I exclaimed simultaneously. Shoji examined the cards, which were completely blank instead of showing the 2. "My ice!" I yelled angrily. "During your freeze attack, I prepared blank cards and put them in my right pocket. As I said, you were getting too heated, and it clouded your judgment." He chuckled again. My hands clenched into fists. Midoriya shouted, and Shoji and I started to run. "Guess that's our—" He was cut off by a blue laser shooting toward him. "Who was that?" "Aoyama." The laser hit Tatsuya's hand, causing him to drop the cards, which somehow multiplied. We jumped to grab them. Shoji thought he had one, but it was just a hologram. Another villain wearing white and blue, Mirage, snatched one of the cards. I reached for one, but the scarred guy grabbed it before I could. "That's sad." "Shoto Todoroki," he whispered, holding the cards as I stumbled to the ground. "No." Midoriya started to run toward the villains. Tatsuya snapped his fingers, and both Bakugo and FN-chan emerged from the cards. I could see FN-chan, visibly shaken and reaching out for me, calling my name. "Shotoku." She struggled against Mirage's grip as he pressed a cloth over her mouth and nose until she fell unconscious. "This can't be happening." "FN-chan." I yelled as I ran toward her. The villains made their escape through a portal. I was too late. She was gone. "No!" I screamed again, slamming my fist on the ground. I glanced at Midoriya, who also failed to save Bakugo. We both felt the weight of our defeat, our pain echoing in our screams. Agagaga. Hours later, I was at the hospital visiting Midoriya with the rest of the class, but I didn't feel ready to face them yet. I held FN's glasses, which she dropped when she saved me, remembering how I failed to save her. "I need to come clean," I muttered, recalling how Tatsuya had exposed our relationship. I needed to explain that we kept it hidden because of my father. I entered the door leading to Midoriya's hospital room. "Todoroki-kun." Midoriya and I made eye contact. I was quiet for a moment. "I'm so sorry, Midoriya-kun. I couldn't save them." "No one can blame you for this, Todoroki," Midoriya said uncertainly. "All Might told me that there are people beyond our reach." It was so close to saving them. I needed to save them. "Then come on. Both of you." Kirishima held out his hands to us. I knew he was also desperate to get our friends back. "We can save Bakugo and FN-chan." We both looked at him, considering it. "So, you're going to get Momo-chan to make you another receiver, track the bad guy, and then try to save Bakugo and if Enchan all by yourselves? Mina asked. The villains who attacked the camp planned to harm some of us. But they took them alive. What we don't know is how long they'll let them live. I said, my voice thick with emotion. I couldn't bear the thought of Enchan in danger if we didn't act. That's why we're going after them. Have you guys lost your minds? Ida yelled. You guys. Kirishima began to sulk before Tsuyu spoke up. Listen, we're all shocked that Bakugo and Enchan were taken from us. But we have to be rational. It doesn't matter how noble your intentions are. If you go out there trying to find the bad guys while breaking the rules, then you're acting like villains, not heroes. I squeezed my eyes shut in frustration, glancing at FN's glasses. My desperation was palpable. That doesn't matter to me. I'm going to find her. And no one is stopping me from getting my little snowflake back. Everyone stared, but at this point, I was beyond embarrassment, especially after Tatsuya's comment. Wait. Little snowflake? Uraraka questioned. You never explained that. That villain Tatsuya mentioned something about you two having feelings for each other. Midoriya said. So, you two were really? Ida realized. Enchan is my significant other. What? No way. Everyone began whispering, and Mina asked, how long have you two been like this? A few months. But I feel like I've had these feelings for a while, ever since I first saw her. That's why she's so special to me. But why keep it a secret from us? Kirishima asked. It's a personal reason. And it's not my place to say it without her next to me. It was difficult to explain that it was because of him. Because of Endeavor, our relationship had to remain a secret. Todoroki. This gives me all the more reason to find Enchan. I was quiet for a moment, but then the doctor told us to leave so Midoriya could rest. That if we're doing this, it's tonight. I heard Kirishima say as I walked out, gripping the glasses with determination. Outside. I stood outside the hospital with Ijiro, waiting for the others to give their answers. Knowing Midoriya, he would likely want to go out there and find his friends. Ida came outside too, clearly against the idea and trying to stop us. But, of all people, why you two? Ida exclaimed, clenching his teeth and fists, frustrated that no one would listen to him. He glared at me and Midoriya. The two of you. You scolded me for my reckless pursuit. Who received a special pardon after that incident. Why are you trying to make the same mistake I made? Why are you trying to bring more trouble onto UA knowing your actions will reflect on them? Deku, we have to. I know you don't like us breaking the rules, but Midoriya began, but Ida interrupted, punching the air in frustration, making everyone gasp. I'm frustrated too. And concerned, obviously. I'm the class rep. I'm worried about all of my classmates, not just Bakugo and Enchan. Ida yelled again as we all faced him. When I saw your injuries, lying on that bed just like my brother. What if your body ends up unrecoverable just like his because I didn't step in? Does my concern not matter to any of you? He started to sob, and Midoriya looked at him with disappointment and sadness. Do my feelings not mean anything? Of course it does. Midoriya said in a tired whisper until I spoke. Ida-kun, I want to save them too. You've got it wrong. We're not trying to confront and attack them head-on. We're going to rescue them without combat. Yeah, this is a covert operation. A way for us to fight without breaking the rules, Kirishima added with a smirk. I believe in them. The only reason I'm going is as a failsafe. Should the unthinkable happen, I will prevent it. Yaoyorozu said, making Kirishima and me smile. After being told my hands can still reach them. I just can't sit still. Not when Kaken, my childhood friend, even though he hates me, and Enchan, a friend who acts like a sister to me, are out there. Please understand. Midoriya said earnestly. Ida sighed and then said, I still think this is a bad idea. So I'm going with you. It caught us off guard but made us smile. Thank you, Ida-kun. Midoriya said. I took FN's glasses again and wore them, hoping they would help me find her. Todoroki-kun? Where did you get that? Midoriya looked at me in shock. They fell when she pushed me away from Tatsuya's attack to save me. I'm willing to use anything to save her, and this can help me, I said determinedly. So, we're heading out then? Kirishima asked as we all nodded. I'll get you back, my little snowflake. I promise. FN's POV. She's taking a while to wake up. I can say the same for that Tatsuya guy. Where is he anyway? He went to report to our boss. Don't worry, he'll be back soon. Usually, the meetings are short. Two voices were speaking as I slowly opened my eyes. My vision was blurry, and the stench of this place was overwhelming. All I could remember was Shotoku-kun screaming my name, and then everything went dark. My heart raced as my vision cleared. I was kneeling on the ground with my hands tied in front of me and a GG in my mouth. Looking up, I saw Yuri, the girl who accompanied Tatsuya at the dome, and a strange man in a black coat, his skin marked with scars and staples. Rise and shine, LN, he said, and I narrowed my brows in anger. Took you long enough, Yuri commented with a dissatisfied tone. Just then, Mirage entered the room. Tatsuya told me to bring her in, he stated. The scarred man roughly grabbed my tied wrists, forcing me to stand and walk to another room. Inside, I saw Bakugo tied up with some sort of buckle and a metal cube on his hands. Shigaraki, Tatsuya, and several other villains were watching the news on TV about the attack. Shigaraki looked at me with a blank but surprised expression, and I mirrored his gaze. They made me sit in a chair while a wild-looking blonde girl pointed a knife at me, ready to strike if I tried to scream or escape. Toga. Don't overwhelm her like that, Tatsuya said with a casual tone. She knows what will happen if she tries to escape. I growled at him, tugging at my restraints as he smirked. What's with that sour face, little LN? Don't be mad at me. I told you to be quiet, Shigaraki interjected. Now, we captured you for a reason. You both stood out to the League of Villains, and you're both valuable in many ways: strength, agility, coordination, and even intellect. So I ask, will you join our league? The room fell silent. I slowly felt my wrists, realizing my bracelet was missing, and it was only 11:54 p.m. I still had my quirks for today, but I needed to be careful. If I could just reach Bakugo with Mandalay's quirk, I could devise a plan to escape. It's worth a shot. Bakugo, can you hear me? He glanced in my direction without saying a word. That might mean he could hear me. A good first step. Listen, I don't have much time before my counter resets. If we escape, I need you to keep quiet about my quirk. I was already a target without one, so who knows what they'll do if they find out I have one now. If you have to fight with your quirk and I just use my physical strength, then we have a chance to make it out alive. I hate to say it, but I'm counting on you. Toga, Dabi, release their restraints, Shigaraki ordered. These two are gonna fight, you know? Dabi remarked. It's fine. We need to treat them equally since we're scouting him. Wait a moment, Toga. I'll release LN's restraints, Tatsuya said. But I wanted to do it, she pouted. Twice, you do Bakugo's, Dabi instructed. What? Me? No way. Twice protested, clearly annoyed. Man. Tatsuya and Twice released our restraints in sync. We apologize for using such forceful methods, but we're not just a mob trying to commit crimes, another villain said. Even though our situations differ, everyone here has been restricted and suffered because of people, rules, and heroes, Shigaraki added. I glanced at the clock in the corner of the room. It was midnight. Time's up. I looked at Bakugo, who seemed to have the same idea. I am sure you both have also, Shigaraki began, but we cut him off. I pulled out my knife and swung at Tatsuya while Bakugo blasted an explosion toward Spinner's face. I rushed to Bakugo's side, staying close to him. We listened quietly to your endless and annoying talking. Stupid people can't get to the point, so they're always talking for too long, Bakugo yelled. Basically, you mean we want to harass people, so please join us, right? We exchanged smirks. For once, we were on the same side. Don't bother. I want to win like All Might, and FN wants to win without a quirk. No matter what anyone says, that won't change either of us. Bakugo surprised me. Is this the same guy I went to school with for years? Right, Four Eyes? Katsuki. Shigaraki's hand, which had been on his face, fell to the ground as he muttered something. Just so you know, we're still allowed to fight. Bakugo yelled again with a smirk. You both know exactly what position you're in, huh? Guess you're not as dumb as I thought, Mirage commented. No. They're idiots. Dabi snapped. Even if they weren't going to join us, they should have pretended we were winning them over. They've done it now. Yuri whispered. We won't do something. We don't want to, even if we're only faking it. We also don't want to be in this annoying place any longer, I said, still in my battle stance. Father. Shigaraki raised his hand. Shigaraki. Don't do it. Calm down. Kurojiiri yelled as I lifted my knife in defense. Don't touch either of them. Any of you. Shigaraki said, his eyes wild. He picked up the hand with only 3 fingers and placed it back on his face. These two are valuable pieces. I wish you both would have listened to me a little more. I thought we could come to an understanding. Come to an understanding? No way. I replied angrily. Then I have no choice. The heroes said they were continuing their investigation of us. We don't have time to talk leisurely. Shigaraki kept speaking, turning around to see something. What is that? I thought. Master. Give me your power, he said. That was a good decision. Tamura Shigaraki, a man spoke from the shadows. Master? You're not the boss around here. That's not funny, Bakugo remarked as we turned to look. Kurojiiri, Mirage, compress, make them go to sleep again, Shigaraki commanded. I can't believe they're such bad listeners. I'm almost impressed. He began to approach us, and I tightened my grip on my knife. What should I do? Hello. This is Pizza Cameo store. We all froze at the unexpected distraction until Smereas. All Might burst through the door, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Shigaraki shouted something, but he was powerless to act. Long branches ensnared the villain. It had to be the pro-hero, Kamui Woods. Tatsuya threw 3 cards at Bakugo, and I swung my knife to intercept them before they could reach him. Just then, Gran Torino charged in, knocking Tatsuya aside and giving us a chance to regroup with All Might. FN's POV. This can't be happening. Are you all seeing this? All Might's been deflated. As the news broadcast continued, murmurs from the crowd grew so loud that I struggled to hold back my tears. I glanced at Midoriya, who mirrored my panic. No. I whispered shakily, covering my mouth. His secret is. Midoriya couldn't finish his thought. The truth of All Might's identity was out, and All for One was still attacking. He began to taunt All Might in front of everyone as we stood in shock. In the corner of the screen, I saw a trapped civilian trying to encourage All Might. All Might, please. We need you. The murmurs from the crowd shifted dramatically. Haven't you always been able to save us no matter what? Yeah. Even if he looks different, he's still the same All Might. You can do it. The crowd erupted in cheers. I joined in, tears streaming down my face. Don't give up. Win this. Midoriya shouted alongside me. Beat him. Bakugo added, and the 3 of us shouted his name together. All Might. With renewed strength, All Might prepared to fight. I could barely see what happened next due to the deafening cheers from the crowd, including my own. I won't lose. All Might declared as he charged his attack. The other pro-heroes arrived just in time to back him up. The crowd continued to rally for All Might. I was trembling. Could he really make it out alive? With blow after blow, and one final punch. United States of Smash. He landed a tremendous hit on All for One, and we lost sight of what happened next. Then I saw a figure standing in the center of the crater. All Might had won. The crowd erupted in wild cheers as he raised his arm in triumph. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. He was still standing and had emerged victorious. Once everything settled, pro-heroes began to survey the area for any civilians who might have been trapped, while reporters rushed to cover the unfolding events. The villain thought to be the ringleader is now. Oh, There they are leading him to the maiden. As All Might and the others remain on high alert, All Might interrupted the reporter by pointing directly at the camera. Now. His voice made Midoriya and me turn back to the TV, our expressions filled with shock. It's your turn. While many might interpret this as a warning to other villains, Midoriya and I understood it was meant for him, the next symbol of peace. Tears filled our eyes as I hugged him tightly, knowing that things were about to change, for better or worse. 1 hour later. It was still dark as Midoriya comforted me while walking me back to my apartment to meet up with Todoroki and then my father. I was still wiping tears from my eyes when I spotted Yamamo and Shoto rushing toward me. Shoto-kun. I threw myself into his arms. Effen-chan. Thank goodness you're all right. He stroked my head gently, calming me down. We'll leave you two alone, Momo said. Yeah. If you need anything, just call, Midoriya added. Thank you. All of you, I smiled as they departed. Todoroki walked me home, keeping me close as he reassured me. I felt nervous about seeing my father after everything that had happened. Effen-chan, I'm so sorry. I could have prevented this if I had just arrived on time to save you. I placed a finger on his lips to silence him. Shoto, don't blame yourself. None of this is your fault. Besides, I'm here with you now, so it's all okay. He smiled, then noticed he was wearing my glasses. He took them off and handed them back to me. Oh, I almost forgot. I believe these are yours. My glasses. Thank you, I exclaimed, putting them on. Honestly, I would have let Shoto keep them, but they were part of my hero gear. We continued walking until we heard sirens nearby, and I caught a strange smell in the air. What's that smell? I asked, and Todoroki nodded, having noticed it too. It's coming from over there. We both ran toward the source of the smoke. A crowd had gathered around a familiar building as we approached. Everyone stay back. Pro heroes like Backdraft were already on the scene. 2 people emerged from the building, coughing, but what they said next struck me to the core. There's a man with a telekinesis quirk inside. He gave us enough time to escape, but he's trapped and injured. No. Papa. Effen-chan. Wait. I heard Shoto call out, but I sprinted inside. I dashed to the back of the apartment where my room was located. The ladders were too hot from the fire, so I froze them to climb up. Once I was inside, I jumped through the window and surveyed the chaos of smoke and flames. Everything was charred. Then I heard someone coughing nearby. Help! Somebody help! Papa! I rushed toward the sound, bending the flames away to reach him. Felt the heat searing my skin as I pushed through, and my scar throbbed painfully. Why was this happening now? I ignored the pain as I rushed to him. Papa was trapped under rubble, and I moved as quickly as I could. Papa! I shouted, his eyes barely open. His face was bruised, and he was losing so much blood. FN? He rasped. Hold on. Coughs, I'll get you out. I froze the rubble and lifted it to pull Papa away from it and out to the window where I had entered. Just as we stood by the window, something exploded inside, and the shockwave pushed us out. Luckily, I managed to break our fall with a burst of zero gravity. I laid Papa on his back on the ground, tears streaming down my face. Papa! I sobbed. I'm so glad. Sure, don't talk too much. Save your strength. Help is on the way. Effin, it's okay. I'm not going to die. Without seeing my daughter alive. He slowly closed his eyes, and panic surged through me as I shook him to wake him up. Papa? Oh no. Stay awake. Please. I saw how severe his wounds were and thought of one possible way to help him. I needed to use a 4th quirk. Even though it risked my life, if I could use a healing quirk on him, he should be fine. At this point, what happened to me didn't matter. I focused my energy on the 4th quirk to heal him. The healing process was quick, but so was the drain on my strength and vision. I fought to stay awake until the healing was complete. Papa's breathing steadied again. I then collapsed on the ground, but not before pulling out an emergency whistle and blowing it for help. As I crawled near Papa to be embraced by him, I heard him whisper, "My sweet daughter. Help." I rasped as I coughed again. I closed my eyes and then opened them to see two figures running toward us. F and Chan. I heard Shoto's voice as he approached. I tried to stand and walk to him but stumbled as he caught me. Next to Shoto was Backdraft, accompanied by some medics who took Papa to the ambulance. Wait. No, Papthuf. My coughs worsened as Shoto held me. I felt like I couldn't move. F and Chan, please. Don't move too much. You look fatigued. That I'm fine. I used a fourth quirk to save him. Sorry, I said as my eyes closed and everything went black. Todoroki's POV. F and Chan. I called out her name as she collapsed against me. She was out cold. We'll take him to the hospital as fast as we can. What about this girl? Backdraftest. I'll take her. She doesn't have many injuries. I can tend to her wounds myself. Very well. But if something happens to her, contact us or the hospital. Yes, sir. I carried FN in my arms as I moved away from the burning building. Now they had no place to live. I wanted to know who or what caused this. I texted Midoriya to inform him of the situation, hoping for a quick reply. In the meantime, I texted Fuyumi to prepare the guest room for her and gather some fresh clothes. I just hoped she could calm down once she woke up. Later that night, as I held FN-chan, I knocked on the door and my sister answered. There you are, Shoto. I was worried something might have happened to, she gasped as I walked in with FN, her arms marked with burns and scratches. Oh my god. What happened to her? FN and her dad got caught in an accident at her apartment. Her dad is being transferred to the hospital, and I offered to take care of her until then, I explained. So that's why you texted me. Yeah. Is the guest room ready? Yes. Right this way. Fuyumi led me to the guest room, which had a bed, drawers, and a night table. I gently settled FN-chan down in bed, then walked out quietly with my sister. I'll tend to her wounds soon. In the meantime, can you let her borrow some spare clothes and get her something to eat when she wakes up? I asked her. Of course. If her apartment was burned, that means she lost all her things. How horrible. She felt pity for FN and offered her help. As she turned to her room, we heard an explosion from another room. He's been like that ever since he came home. Feel free to go say hi, Fuyumi said, pointing to one of the rooms where my father was training. That I can't accept this. Not like this. I should have earned it myself, not by him failing. This must be because of All Might's retirement. He wanted to be the #1 hero so badly with his own hands. Now he couldn't accept that he was #1 by default. I ignored his attitude again as I walked to another room to get FN-chan some extra blankets. As long as Endeavor didn't hurt her, I should be fine. The next morning, 8 a.m. I woke up to check on FN-chan. Dad was already out, so we wouldn't be bothered. As I walked to the guest room, I heard a scream. I rushed to the room to find FN-chan in a panic, shivering. The walls around her were frozen as she breathed rapidly. FN-chan. Hey, it's okay. Where am I? What happened? Where's Papa? She breathed. You're safe. I sat next to her and embraced her. It hurts. My body hurts a lot. She cried and shook. I hugged her on my left side, trying to warm her up. She was really cold. It must have been her quirk activating by accident. That was strange. It was probably due to how tired and stressed she was after her rescue. Shoto-kun, she whispered as her shaking subsided. It's okay now. I'll explain everything. But first, I need you to calm down. I don't want to see you cry. Sorry. She sniffled a bit before I softly hummed the song Midoriya had mentioned to me a while ago. I wasn't the best singer, but I didn't know how else to stop her from shaking and crying. I heard FN's soft voice humming along with me as she finally calmed down. Are you feeling better? I asked her in a whisper. So warm. She snuggled in closer, and we both smiled, keeping each other warm. I'm glad. After a few minutes of hugging, FN-chan pulled away, and I got a first aid kit to tend to her wounds and burns. As I worked on her, I explained what had happened. She felt like she couldn't shed more tears when I mentioned her father in the hospital, but she still tried to be strong. I didn't want to wake up, sorry if it still hurts a bit. That's okay. Thank you though. Why did you decide to bring me here with you? But because I was worried about you. Isn't it my job as your significant other to protect you? Shoto-kun. That's so sweet. She smiled softly as I wrapped her arms in bandages. Just then, the doors slid open, and Fuyumi appeared. Is everything okay in here? I heard some commotion. She said, holding a cup of tea. She just had a panic attack. She's all right now. Oh, here, I made you some tea. Shoto said that ginger and lemon tea helps neutralize your quirk. Why? Thank you, Fuyumi-san. FN said, taking the tea. As she sipped, her shoulders began to relax. I'm so sorry to hear what happened to you, LN. Take as much time as you need to be here, Fuyumi continued. Yes. I'll take you to see your father soon. I'm just waiting for the medics to call me in to visit him, I explained. Okay. She smiled weakly. I have some new clothes for you. I'll go get them so you can take a shower. Follow me. FN-chan followed Fuyumi to the guest bathroom to shower. Natsuo walked past them toward me. I heard what happened last night on the news. Is she okay? He asked, concerned. Yeah. If the doctor calls me, we're going to see FN-chan's dad at the hospital, I explained. I see, but Shoto, out of all the places she could have gone, why did she come here? What do you mean? I'm talking about, well, him. Endeavor, right? He stood quietly for a moment, then sighed. She's a kind and good kid. I see that she makes you happy, and you're trying to help her, but having her stay here is dangerous. Don't you remember what happened to you? To Mom. Natsuo, trust me when I say I promised myself that Dad won't even lay a finger on her. He leaned closer to whisper, don't mess this up. Then he walked away. I promise I won't. FN is safe with me. FN's POV. I changed into Fuyumi's spare clothes that she let me borrow. Shoto promised to take me shopping for the essentials I lost in the fire last night. After shopping, the plan was to visit Papa at the hospital and be back before dark. I went to the dining table for breakfast. It was just some simple eggs and bacon with a mini muffin for dessert. I mostly stayed quiet as everyone sat down. Good morning, LN. Natsuo said as he sat down with his plate. Oh, morning, I replied with a small smile. Hey, if you need anything, just let me know. I want to help however I can. Natsuo. Thank you. Shoto noticed I wasn't my usual self. I had a restless night, even though I was unconscious. It felt like I slept for just a moment before waking up. I still had my phone, and the text messages were nearly overwhelming. I received messages from almost everyone in Class 1A, even All Might and Aizawa. I only replied to a few of them, feeling too tired to answer them all. Hey, don't worry. Once we're done with breakfast, I'll take you wherever you need or want to be, Shoto said next to me. Oh, thank you, Shoto-kun, I said, looking down. He clearly noticed something was seriously wrong with me. Once we finished, Shoto took me to the mall and bought some clothes, shoes, a hairbrush, bags, and other essentials. I wasn't talking much, which made Shoto worry. I usually would say a word or two, but mostly I just nodded or shook my head. Instead of chatting during the walk, there was an uncomfortable silence. I avoided making eye contact with Shoto, keeping my gaze on my feet. He didn't say anything either. After we left, Shoto received a phone call from the hospital. Looks like visiting hours are open. Let's take a bus there, he said. Really? Okay, I replied, my eyes brightening a bit. Once we got on the bus and arrived at the hospital, we asked the receptionist for Papa's room. Hello. How can we help you? The receptionist asked. As I was about to speak, Shoto spoke first. We're looking for Mr. LN's room. All right, just give me a second. My heart raced as I thought about Papa being worried about me not coming home sooner. Here it is. His room is the third one on the left. Thank you. I stuttered as we walked down the hall. You seem nervous, Shoto said, holding my hand. I am, actually. He's either upset or worried about the incident. I think he would be relieved to see you alive. He won't be upset, he reassured me as I looked at him. We stopped by his door, and my fist was ready to knock, but I hesitated. Shoto placed his hand over mine. Don't be so nervous. He'll be happy to see you, he said. Can you stay with me as I do this? Of course. I smiled and then we both knocked. The doctor opened the door and let us in. I saw Papa in the hospital bed next to a window, connected to oxygen machines. I wanted to cry at the sight of him, but I held it together. I needed to ask the doctor what happened to him. You're his children? He asked. I'm his daughter. He's my classmate and a close friend, I explained. All right. Well, Mr. Ln is currently in a difficult state to explain. During his recovery, he mentioned using his telekinesis quirk too much to save some people in the fire, which affected part of his brain. How often does he use his quirk? Not very often. He usually lifts small objects, unlike me, who can lift heavier items. That's the other thing that happened to him. Depending on how he uses his quirk, it can affect the mind of its user. Telekinesis can be dangerous if not carefully treated or mastered. Because of this, he keeps slipping in and out of consciousness at random times. But don't worry, he's recovering well. We just need to stabilize him once his brain returns to normal. In the meantime, we can let you know when he's awake for you to see him, like right now. I looked at Papa, then back at the doctor as he pointed something out. Before I forget, we found something on his chest when he was brought in. Take a look at this. He handed me a small picture of a wound Papa had. The cuts were stained, and the shape looked unusual. This didn't seem to be an accident, but rather an incident. I think someone deliberately set the building on fire and hurt him. But who? All I could do was tear up. How could someone do this to him? What is that strange mark? Shoto pointed at the wound shaped like AB and AC together. Was it some sort of initial? An insignia? And why carve it into his skin like that? We don't know. We handed this to the police and are on the case. The wound doesn't seem too deep, but he should be careful with it. Thank you, doctor, Shoto said as the doctor walked out, leaving us alone. I moved closer to Papa's bed, tears streaming down my face, and Shoto took my hand. I'm right here, my little snowflake, he said soothingly. Papa. I choked out, then spoke again. Papa, it's me. I'm here with you. Can you hear me? FN? Papa's eyes slowly opened, and we were shocked to see him. He smiled as I cried and hugged him tightly. There's my little girl. Papa said, his voice raspy. So sorry, Papa. I'm sorry I couldn't get to you sooner. I'm so happy you're okay. Sweetheart. I'm so happy to see you all right. He noticed Shoto and gestured for him to hug him, which he did. Todoroki, thank you. I know you've been taking care of my daughter. I had a dream, or perhaps a vision, of you looking after her after the accident. Thank you so much, Papa said to Shoto. Mr. Ln. I'm happy to help, Shoto replied. Papa, try not to use your quirk too much. Your head is already in bad shape, I said. Don't worry. I'll be fine. I looked down, feeling Papa's hand on my cheek, urging me to look back at him. FN, please listen to me. I'll be all right. You shouldn't worry about me so much. Right now, you should focus on becoming a hero. But I don't want to leave you like this, I said, crying. I know, dear. But I will always be with you. I promise you, I'll be there when you become the next greatest hero. You've already come a long way, even from your kidnapping. You can't give up on me now. I closed my eyes and opened them with determination. Yes, I won't fail, Papa. I'll be a hero for you. I promise. That's my hero. He smiled, then looked at Todoroki. Son, become a hero. For both of us too. Todoroki swallowed. I promise. Papa closed his eyes again and drifted back to sleep. The side effects of his quirk must be stronger than I thought if it took him a few minutes to pass out. We then left the hospital and walked back to Todoroki's house. I glanced at him for a moment before looking down. As I did, he grabbed my hand as we walked. You okay? He asked. I'll be fine. Just a bit stressed. How am I going to focus when I can't shake this feeling that this manhunt that Tatsuya has been on ever since the dome attack? It's gone too far. I started to cry as I stopped in my tracks. It's not fair, Shoto. Why do so many get hurt when I'm involved? I feel like I've been nothing but a burden, and I'm just so useless. Even with a quirk, I feel like a defenseless child. And now people I love get hurt because some psychotic villains want me. I can't take any more of this. I covered my teary eyes with my arm as my chest burned with overwhelming emotions. Shoto just stared at me and then lifted my chin to meet his gaze. He used the front of his sleeve to wipe my tears away as he comforted me. I know how you feel. But don't you ever call yourself a burden, my little snowflake? He said in the sweetest voice he could muster. But are you still helping me? I'm a burden to you too since we met in that alley. I said, still frustrated. No. Since we met in that alleyway, we became friends, then partners. And nothing will change that. I sniffled as he took my hand again and led me down another path. Maybe this could cheer you up. Follow me. We lightly ran to wherever Todoroki was taking me. I stumbled a bit from the shaking when I was crying, but we eventually came to a stop at a beautiful lake with a forest in the distance. I was awestruck. Shoto seemed to come here often from the way he was smiling. When I have thoughts like you have right now, I come here to calm down a bit, he said, getting close to the edge of the water as we watched the sunset. And I also like to do this. He used his ice quirk to freeze the lake into solid ice. Shoto, are you going to melt that? I asked. Yeah, I'll melt it once we're done. He crouched down to my feet and froze the soles of my shoes to make ice skates. Whoa! I gasped in awe. Shall we? Shoto stepped onto the ice first, extending his hand. I hesitated. I don't know. Shoto, I've never skated before. I said nervously as I took his hand. Don't worry. I can teach you as we go. We'll just go nice and easy for you to relax. We started to glide across the lake of ice while I clutched onto Shoto's hands. If I felt him slightly letting go, I would panic and tug his arm. Shoto, please don't let go. Don't worry, I won't. You're doing great though. Just keep the rhythm of your skating pattern going like you're doing. Don't let your body get too stiff, just relax. We skated for a while, our movements becoming almost like a waltz dance on ice. It was nice. Shoto let me go, and I skated on my own without even realizing it as I admired how gracefully he moved. I never thought he would skate like a figure skater. My smile widened as I didn't realize I was about to bump into him when he grabbed me, and we looked into each other's eyes, flustered, then smiled. Hey there, handsome, I teased, giggling lightly. There's that smile I missed. It looks good on you, snowflake, Shoto commented. Thank you. For everything, I said bashfully. Oh, that reminds me, there's something I want to give you. He pulled out a small box with 2 rings. They both had our initials on them. I was shocked to see such a beautiful item. I wanted to give it to you before the training camp but couldn't find the right time. So, maybe now is a good time, he said as he slipped the ring onto my finger and placed his ring on his own. This will symbolize that we are heroes together and partners. Shoto, it's beautiful. Thank you so much. I promise to get stronger to become the heroes you want us to be, I said, both of us smiling. We shared a moment of silence before Todoroki asked, Hey, can you close your eyes for me real quick? Oh, okay. I complied, feeling a bit nervous. Why exactly did you ask to? Suddenly, I felt a gentle touch on my lips. It was Todoroki, kissing me. I was taken aback and a bit flustered, but I found myself kissing him back before we pulled away. How did I do? He asked, his face now flushed. I enjoyed every second, I replied, mirroring his expression. This is the first time I've kissed someone like that, he admitted. I'm glad my first one was with you. We both smiled and turned our gaze back to the sunset. We should head back home before they start wondering where we are, he suggested. Oh, all right. We climbed out of the lake, and Todoroki thawed the ice along with my skates. We chatted the entire way back to the house. This was just what I needed to take my mind off my problems, and I was grateful not to be alone in this. All Might's POV. That same day, I called young Midoriya to check on LN after the accident. He entered my office and took a seat. Young Midoriya. Hey, All Might, you called? He asked, settling down. How's young LN doing? She passed out beside the building with her dad, but she's all right now. Her dad is in the hospital due to a side effect of his quirk. Least, that's what she texted me before I got here. At least they're both alive. That's good. About that, she mentioned something that left me concerned. She used a fourth quirk to save her dad, which is why she passed out, and her powers went a bit haywire at night. What? Why didn't you tell me this before? I exclaimed, standing up in alarm. Todoroki said he handled it. There's nothing to worry about. That's just it. I took a deep breath and explained something even LN didn't know. Midoriya, you know that LN's quirk is untested and potentially dangerous, right? Yes. But she's learned how to use it properly. It was just now. I know. But I recently received a call from researchers looking into her quirk. What they told me changed everything. Her quirk can evolve within her DNA, and it could be dangerous if we're not careful. Right now, Aizawa and I are going to keep a closer eye on her when she uses her quirk. If LN isn't careful, she could lose her mind and consciousness due to this stockpiling ability. In other words, FNLN could end up in a very dire situation. I frowned as I said that, and Midoriya looked like he was about to tear up. What? No. Isn't there a way to help her? As long as she keeps her powers in check, she'll be fine. But if she doesn't, this could happen, and the authorities might be forced to intervene. I promise that I won't let that happen to her, he declared, determination in his eyes. I trust you in this, young Midoriya. A phone began to vibrate, and Midoriya picked it up, his expression turning puzzled. It's FN-chan. She sent me a picture of. What even is this? What is it? I asked. Some sort of injury on Mr. LN. But it looks. He showed me the text and picture, reading the message aloud. I don't think this was an accident. Someone is targeting us. Oh my. What do you think? Not sure. Third-person POV. Before the fire incident. Boss. I gazed at the city from the rooftop as I heard Tatsuya approaching. Tatsuya. Tell me what's going on out there. I step away for a moment to see all for one fighting heroes. And the girl. About that. She escaped. What? What do you mean she escaped? Those UA students used the attack as a distraction and took her with Bakugo as well. I was already agitated when he continued. That's not all. She seems to have a quirk. She what? Impossible. She never had a quirk. Of course, that foolish scientist I hired. That idiot messed everything up. This wasn't supposed to happen. Boss. Relax, we'll find a way to catch her. Alive or otherwise. No. Forget about the alive or otherwise thing. I want her alive for her quirk. And then I'll proceed with the original plan. Understood. What about the League? Forget them. They're useless anyway. I've already contacted someone to do a favor for me. Now it seems the plan has changed a bit. Who? Overhaul. One of his henchmen was supposed to bring me something, but it seems they got misled. Now, I have something to do. Do you have the information? Right here. And the address to LN's apartment. I took the papers he had, which included pictures of all the people LN cares about. It's time she learns what it feels like to lose everything. Perfect. Wait until I get back for the next part of the plan. Long live Blade Carver. FN's POV. It was 9 a.m. when I woke up and got dressed to visit someone. I just needed to make a quick stop to get some flowers before heading out. In the hallway, I bumped into Shoto. Oh, morning FN-chan, he greeted. Morning Shoto-kun. You're going out? Yeah. Just need to take care of something first. Don't worry, I'll be back in time for dinner. Take your time. But please be careful out there. I will. See you later. I walked out the door to the flower shop, then headed to the hospital where Ray was. The receptionist pointed me to her room. I knocked and waited for an answer before stepping inside. The door is open. Come in, a voice called from the other side. I peeked in and then walked inside. Hello. She turned to see me and, unexpectedly, ran towards me to hug me tightly. Oh, Ellen. Thank goodness you're okay, she exclaimed, holding my face gently with both hands. I saw what happened on the news. About the villains and the accident. Never mind that. I'm so glad you're alive. Thank you for your concern, I said softly. It felt strange. I saw Ray as a mother figure to me. All I could think about was if my real mom were around, she wouldn't care. But this woman, her concern and love for me were so heartwarming. Shoto has a wonderful mother. I just wish things were better for all of his family. Let's talk for a bit. She got a chair for me and sat next to me to chat. We mostly talked about Shoto, how Papa was doing after the accident, how I had been coping with everything, and other topics. The time I spent there was soothing and helped clear my head a bit. Mrs. Todoroki? I began. Dear, you can call me Ray if you're comfortable with it, she assured me, noticing my hesitation. Ray, thank you so much for this short time. I wish we had all the time in the world to do this more often because, well, you're aware that I had an absent mother. But now, I consider you a motherly figure. You're so sweet, kind, and willing to listen. Honestly, I feel a bit jealous of Shoto for having such a wonderful mother despite the circumstances. I just wanted to say thank you. That's all. Ellen, you're very sweet as well. I see you as family. Despite your mother abandoning you, I promise to be here when you need me. Just say the word. I hugged her again, feeling a bit shaky as I embraced her. I whispered a thank you in her ear, trying not to cry. I should get going before they kick me out. I'll come back soon, Ray. Please do. I'd love to spend more time with you. I smiled as I left the building. I was now on my way to the other hospital where my father was. During the walk, I heard my phone ring. It was Midoriya. Hello. Hey, Ifan-chan. How are you feeling? A bit overwhelmed. I'm on my way to see my dad right now. What about you? I'm still trying to figure out that text you sent me. I showed it to All Might, and he's having the police investigate it while I do some research on my own. Do you really think someone did this on purpose? How else would my dad have that scar? Someone must be targeting him. Or even me. Tatsuya? No. This doesn't seem like him. He wouldn't take things this far, would he? He's a villain, we never know what they're thinking. Yeah, but why target my dad of all people? Sigh, this isn't getting us anywhere. We have so many questions. Listen, we'll try to get some info and see this whole thing through. Don't worry, okay? No one else is going to get hurt. I hope you're right. In any case, if you need anything from me, you know where to find me, okay? Thanks, Midoriya. Always here to help. We hung up as I took a bus to the hospital. Once I arrived, I walked into my father's room to see him awake in bed with Aizawa next to him. Aizawa-sensei? Effin, there you are, my father said. Good you're here. Have a seat, Aizawa said as I did so. I was informed of what happened and your father's condition, so I'll make this brief for both of you. I'm here to inform you about the dorm rooms. Dorms? Yes. Ever since the camp attack, the school decided to create dorms for the students to keep a closer eye on them, to prevent what happened to you from ever happening again. The room was quiet for a moment until my father spoke. That I'll allow it for her. Papa, are you sure? I asked, surprised as I stood up to hold his hand. Of course. I want you to become the hero you've always wanted to be. I told you, didn't I? I'm keeping my word on supporting you. I trust this man to look after you while I recover. I believe in you, my sweet FN. We stared at him as he fell unconscious again. Aizawa looked back at me, still holding my father's hand. Ellen. Before Aizawa could say anything, I spoke. I'll go, I said, looking back at him with determination. If my dad said it was okay for me to go back, then I will. He stood from his chair and stepped toward the door. Then meet me when you're ready this afternoon. I'll be waiting at the pin location I sent to your phone, he said as he left. I looked at my phone to see the message, then kissed my father on the forehead and left. I would have to let Shoto know about packing my things. He probably knew about the dorms by now, so all that was left was to go. In the afternoon, I walked with Todoroki to where the dorms were. It was a large building close to the school. Everyone else was waiting outside, and they greeted me with smiles. FN-chan, everyone exclaimed. Some of them, like Mina, Kirishima, and Ochako, ran towards me and hugged me tightly. Everyone started to talk at once, relieved that I was okay. It made me feel so loved. "All right, everyone, settle down," Aizawa said as we joined the group. "Now, I'll briefly explain about the dorms, but first, for now, we'll focus on getting provisional licenses." This meant we would be able to use our quirks in hero work legally. This is important. Listen up. Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, Todoroki, Midoriya, Ida. These 5 went to save Bakugo and LN that night. Your reactions tell me you were at least aware of it. I'm going to set aside a number of issues and say this. I would have expelled everyone except Bakugo, LN, Jiro, and Hagakure. Of course, the 5 who went, but also the 12 who knew but didn't stop them, betrayed our trust, no matter the reason. I found that a bit unfair. If they had told the teachers, we would still be captured or worse. I would appreciate it if you could follow the proper procedures and act accordingly to regain that trust. That is all. Now we're going inside. I stared at everyone, who had sorry expressions on their faces. I then looked at Bakugo, who had a strange look in his eyes, but not his usual one. He started to move towards Kaminari. "Katsuki? What are you?" I said as I saw him grab Denki by the shirt and pull him behind a bush. What did Bakugo do?" Zero asked. Katsuki then approached Kirishima with money in his hands and handed it to him. Kiri looked shocked, as did most of us. "Wait, you're scaring me. What is this? Did you shake someone down for money?" Kirishima asked, surprised. "No. I withdrew this money," he replied. FN's POV. We were all getting ready for our provisional license test by creating our ultimate moves. Everyone already had a super move, except me. I had no idea what to do. I started by combining 3 quirks at random and seeing what I could work with. Telekinesis, ice and fire, and zero gravity? No, that's too basic. Electricity, creation, and erasure? That doesn't even fit together. I was growing frustrated. Combining quirks doesn't work. What can I do? Ellen. I snapped out of my trance as I heard Aizawa-sensei approaching. "Sensei. You seem to be struggling. Is something wrong?" "I'm trying to combine quirks, but I can't find a perfect combination. I'm at a loss, Sensei. I won't be able to create an ultimate move before the test." Panic began to rise within me until I felt Aizawa's hand on my shoulder. "Try not to panic. I'll make sure you're able to create an ultimate move on time," he said. "But how can I?" He silenced me and began to think. "Try using your quirk at the same time. Not combining quirks, but fusing them with all that stockpiled energy in one go." I was still confused, but I understood what he was trying to convey. "Here." He stepped closer and helped me get into position. "Legs spread slightly, back straight, chin up, and focus on your energy in your body, but not too much." I closed my eyes and concentrated on my stored quirks all at once. I tried to use a quirk as I normally would, but this time I let all my quirks flow together, filling my body with energy. Full quirk. Blast. I clenched my entire body and unleashed a surge of stockpiled energy. I could see a mix of electricity, wind, shockwaves, ice, and other quirks I had copied and saved. The aftermath was just body pain and an overwhelming sensation within my quirk. How was that, Sensei?" I asked, panting. He stared for a moment before speaking. "Keep up the good work." He walked away, but I noticed a subtle thumbs up from him. I couldn't help but celebrate quietly to myself. Todoroki then approached me. "FN-chun, I saw what happened." "Oh, Shoto. Yeah, I was trying to create an ultimate move for the test. What do you think?" "You did amazing." "Thanks. What about you? How's your training going?" "It's been alright. I think I'm ready for the exam." "Same. Let's make it through this exam together," I said, holding out my pinky finger. "Of course. We'll complete this test together." He intertwined his pinky with mine, but I quickly pulled away as I felt a sting from my quirk. "Sorry," I said softly, laughing. He just smiled and returned to his training. Later that night, I was hanging out with the girls in the living room, discussing our training. The question about our progress came back to me. How's your ultimate move progress going, FN-chan? Yamamo asked. Oh, it's going great. Just working on controlling every quirk I've saved at the same time. And of course, finding a way to neutralize it without eating lemons. Sounds like you've already got it all figured out, Mina commented. Yeah, it's a work in progress. What about you, Ochako-chan? I looked at her, but she seemed distracted. Ah, Uraraka-chan? Mina called out again, snapping her out of her thoughts. Oh, sorry. She replied. Are you okay? You seem a little tense, Sue asked. No. It's nothing. Everything is going awesome, she said, a bit too enthusiastically, then paused, blushing. The thing is, recently, my heart's been stirred up about something. It's love, Mina exclaimed, causing Ochako to panic. What did you say? Glove. Shove. Dove. I've never heard of that before. So, who is it? Midoriya or Ida? You hang out with them all the time. She covered her face and began to float to the ceiling. All I could do was cover my mouth and laugh softly. I had felt the same way about Shoto before I was kidnapped, so I understood her feelings. It was even noticeable with Midoriya, at least to me. I knew him well enough to sense what he was thinking, and he might just feel the same way about Ochako. You know we're not going to give up until we find out. Jiro commented. I swear it's no one. Besides, it's not like I even know about dating. Ochako insisted. I giggled again before floating up to join her. Ochako-chan, it's okay to have these feelings. Trust me, I felt the same. Easy for you to say. You made it look easy when you started dating Todoroki, she said, making me blush. Yeah. I mean, you're lucky to be dating the most handsome boy in our class, Mina added. Mina-chan. It wasn't easy, you know, I exclaimed, feeling my cheeks heat up. Confessing to Shoto had been a challenge, especially after everything we had been through. Whoever it is, just be yourself. Everything else will follow, I said to Uraraka. It's not good to force an investigation, Sue commented. She's right. More importantly, it's late. We should call it a night. The next day. This is it. The day of the exam. I'm feeling so nervous. How do I even plan on passing this test? I stood next to Shoto at the entrance with the rest of the class, and we were all tense. I wonder what they're going to make us do. What if I can't get my license? Truer words had never been spoken than Mineta's today. I was asking myself the same question. Mineta, don't ask if you can. Say you will, Aizawa said, approaching us. All right. Sure. Aizawa really knows how to boost everyone's morale. Let's call out the usual, you guys. Kirishima started, Go Plus. Ultra. Wait, no one from our class finished that. It was someone else. Shoto and I looked at the guy shouting the school motto. But I had never seen him before. You know, it's pretty rude to barge into other people's huddles like that, Inesa, another guy behind us said. Who are these people? I asked quietly. Very extremely sorry. He suddenly yelled, startling me and Midoriya at the same time. Whoa, look at their uniforms. Jiro pointed out. They're from that famous school on the other side of Japan. UA in the east, Shiketsu in the west. Bakugo confirmed. We all just stared at him. I am extremely proud to be competing against UA students. The guy said loudly again. Okay. He's very enthusiastic and loud. I said, covering my ears until he calmed down. Inesa Yorashi. Aizawa said. You know him, sensei? Terest. He's strong. He continued as we gasped, mostly out of nerves. Last year, the same year as you guys, Yorashi got top scores among those admitted through recommendations, but for some reason he turned down his acceptance. What? Then he's a first year? Midoriya gasped. If he got to the top through recommendations, that means he could be stronger than Shoto. I couldn't take my eyes off him. Great. Where's my confidence now? And most importantly, how would Shoto and I pass? We promised we would both get our licenses and become the greatest heroes together. He intertwined his pinky with mine, making me turn to him. Don't worry. We'll both do fine in the test, he whispered. Why? Okay. I nodded. In the test. You're all here trying to receive your provisional licenses. You'll be swept up in this tiresome mess yourselves pretty soon. Those of you who don't have the speed, frankly, just won't cut it. That's what you'll be tested on. The first 100 students to fulfill the requirements will pass today. There are over 1,500 people taking this test. Momo said as murmurs spread around us. This isn't going to be easy, but I have to try. The building opened up into a rocky obstacle course. This could be an advantage or a challenge for some of us. Then our test began. Stay together. We'll face them as a group. Midoriya ordered. Yeah, right. This isn't a field trip. Bakugo said, walking away from us and running ahead. Wait up. Kirishima tried to stop him but failed. Kirishima. Midoriya called out. I caught a glimpse of Shoto running in the opposite direction. What is he doing? We were supposed to stay together. I'm going on my own too. It's hard to use my power when a big group's around, he said as he dashed off. What? Shoto. Get back here. We promised we'd do this together. Shoto. I screamed, but he didn't answer. What's going through his head? Todoroki. Midoriya called out, standing next to me. Midoriya. There's no time. Let's go. Mineta urged as we started to run. FN, are you okay? He asked, noticing the frustration on my face. I'm fine, Midoriya. What's the plan? First, it's likely they'll target the quirks they know. Wait, does that mean? Mina stopped as an alarm rang. The test is about to begin. Suddenly, a group similar to ours appeared out of nowhere and surrounded us. I hadn't planned how to use my quirk yet. What do? I'm not using my quirk yet. The least I can do is dodge until I think. I need a plan first. We got this, you guys. Show them what UA can do. Yeah. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind appeared from that Yarashi guy from earlier. He created a tornado that swept some of the other students in while our class was blown away and separated. I'm on my own. Great. Midoriya? Shoto? Anyone? I called out. I kept my guard up, aware that anyone could sneak up on me. Can I even do? I'm alone, I don't have a well-thought-out plan, and I'm on a time limit. I suddenly heard something as I stood still, shaking. In milliseconds, I dodged 2 students targeting me by doing flips, now that I've become a bit more flexible. Well, aren't you that quirkless girl from the UA Sports Festival? One of the students said in a husky voice. You only made it so far. I'm sure today is no different. One of them attacked me with their quirk as I dodged again. I think it would be wise for you to turn around and quit. A little quirkless girl like you shouldn't get into things like this. You might get hurt badly as a hero, the boy mocked me as I rolled my eyes. As if you know me. I murmured. I used Isamu to analyze their quirks. Quirk, Banshee. The user can unleash a terrifying scream that scares anyone who hears it and can damage objects with the sheer force of the sound. I read from the readings, quirk, ultralight. The user can create various shades of strong ultraviolet light that can lead to temporary blindness depending on how long you look at it. I had seen someone with a Banshee quirk at school, but I had never encountered someone with an ultralight quirk. So, all I have to do is be careful. These two are a perfect match for fighting. It reminds me of Shoto. I wish he were here. Maybe I could mimic their quirks, and then either ask them to share their abilities in the future or find someone else who has this quirk. Wait, I shouldn't be thinking about this now. I put on my mask over my mouth and nose, took off my bracelet, and started to run. Tough one, huh? Bring it, the boy with the ultralight quirk said. His partner put something in their ears and began to screech like a banshee, creating a sound wave that knocked me backward. It hurt my ears to the point that I felt disoriented. Now I understand how Jiro feels when she hears loud sounds sometimes. I can't get close. Nice going. My turn. He generated light from his palm. As he was about to aim it at me, I activated an enhanced eye shield with Isamu. To be safe, I lowered my head and avoided looking directly at him. I ran again, trying to get close enough to at least tag them out. I was outmatched. The boy's partner used their quirk again to push me back. Covering my ears, I felt overwhelmed by the noise. This turned into a chaotic display of blinding light and piercing screeches. I felt weak already. My head and ears throbbed. What do I do? I can't think of anything. What's wrong with me? Was all I could think about. I suddenly had flashbacks. No, not now. Not again. That she's useless. Quirkless. My mother's voice echoed in my mind. I never want to see you again. Flashback. Back in my childhood home. Get up. Mother snapped at me when I was 4 years old and quirkless. I coughed, crawling on the floor, my vision blurry. Papa wasn't home at that time. Mama. What's? I managed to cough out. Shut up and stand. If you want to become like me, this is necessary. You'll thank me later once you're older, she said. FN. I heard Papa coming through the door until I lost consciousness. What did you do? Present time. I stumbled back at that memory. This is new. I didn't remember that until now. But why now? And Mother? I suddenly got punched in the face, sending me flying back. Just give up. This could end quickly if you just stepped down from the test, they mocked me again. I could think about my mom. She would have done the same, lowering my self-confidence like that. I frantically stuttered in my head. No, not again. Not again. Papa. Izuku. Shoto. What do I do? Then I remembered what Papa said. He wanted me to become a hero and that nothing would stop me. I should learn how to depend on myself when no one is around in a situation like this. I will be a hero. I will be a hero. I can't give up now. Not after how far I've come. Become like my mother? That's absurd. Thought to myself. I'm not becoming my mom. I'm being my own hero. My way. I'll carve my own path. I ran again to get close, using my creation quirk to make noise-canceling earbuds so I could approach and copy their quirk. I flipped over and managed to touch one of their shoulders. What the dash? The boy wasn't expecting my swift moves when I touched him and copied his quirk. Ayo, don't get ear bleeds, I said with a grin. I took a deep breath and let out a loud screech. It sent them flying back. I felt my partner running towards me as I backflipped behind them. They were forced to look as I used ultra light on them, leaving them disoriented. I can't see anything, they exclaimed. I tagged them out, leaving just one opponent. No, he shouted, what was that move? I thought you had no quirk, like in the sports festival. I thought they included what happened in the footage, I replied honestly. Come here you. He lunged towards me, but I dodged and hit him. If I could tag him out, I could escape and pass. But getting close was a mistake. He used his quirk on me and it successfully hit. My vision became blurry, and I couldn't see clearly. He then pushed me back. Not bad, but not good enough. Now all I gotta do is... Oh no you don't. I shouted as I kicked him and struck back. Impossible. How do you know? I smirked, recalling my daily training. Flashback. A few days ago, Aizawa was training me with a BLNDFLD on. 3 students volunteered to help. One of them was Kendo from Class B. She was nice and respectful to Class A, so I trusted her. All I could rely on were my ears, instincts, and reflexes. It was a bit rough at first, but later on, it went surprisingly well. Back to now. I remembered where to tag this guy out. As I heard him running towards me, I slightly dodged when he punched, but he was too slow to get away. Now he was wide open. Take this. I shouted as I tagged him. No. Dang it. He was now frustrated. Hey, you didn't do bad. I mean it. Your quirk is amazing, and I'm sure you'll be someone great in the future. I told him as I tried to leave. I couldn't see his expression, but his silence told me he was considering my words. I only made it a few feet when I bumped into someone and fell down. What? FN-chan. I heard a male voice. Hello? Who's there? I can't see, I said, flailing my arms to find something to help me stand up. Whoa, what happened? Why are your eyes like that? A female voice asked. Wait, Siro? Buchako-chan? Is that you guys? Yeah, it's us. Thank goodness. I got hit with a temporary blinding quirk, Mind helping me find my way? Through. Here, hold my hand and follow my voice as we run, Ochako said, and I nodded. Midoriya-kun should be close. Let's go find him and regroup, Shiro said to us. Right. We both agreed. We started to run to regroup. I just hoped the rest of Class A was okay. And that this quirk would wear off soon. Test results. I felt tense as the pros handed out the papers and showed the board those who passed. I looked at my paper and saw an 85 score. When I saw my name on the board, my heart raced. I passed. Effen-chan, did you pass? Midoriya came running towards me. I did, I said with a big smile. We both passed. Midoriya showed me his paper, and I saw his name on the board too. But my excitement quickly faded when I noticed Todoroki still searching for his name. I tried to find it too, but I didn't see it. Did this mean, did he fail? Because of what happened in the test against Gang Orca, and dealing with whatever grudge Yurashi held against him, he lost his chance to get his license. He looked at me with disappointed eyes, and I couldn't meet his gaze. If only we had stuck together like we planned, none of this would have happened. Not only that, but it seemed Bakugo had also failed. He acted like a villain during the exam, so it made sense why they wouldn't allow him to pass. For those who failed, we are offering a chance to redeem yourselves. After attending a 3-month-long special course and passing an individual test, we plan to issue provisional licenses to those who failed as well, they announced. This was a second chance for those who failed, even Shoto. I just hoped he could pass next time. In the dorm rooms, I changed and walked to the living room to see everyone excited about getting their licenses. I couldn't see Midoriya or Bakugo anywhere. I wondered where they were. Effen-chan. Hey, congrats on getting your license. Mina cheered for me. Thanks. Congrats to you too. You deserve it, Mina-chan. I responded. Too bad you and Todoroki-kun couldn't get the license together. Shiro added. I looked down, feeling disappointed. Shiro. Not helping. Momo scolded. Listen, I'm sure he'll get it as soon as possible, then you two can work together as heroes. That I hope so. I yawned and stretched. Anyways, I think I'm going to bed. I'm tired. Okay. Sleep well. As I walked, I saw Todoroki in the corner, looking out the window, and approached him. Effen-chan. I can explain. Explain what, Shoto? The fact that you broke your promise to do this together? He could see I was upset. I didn't think this would happen. I thought my quirk could hurt anyone in a big group. And despite that, you still left? Shoto, you have to get the hang of your quirk. I don't understand what you're so afraid of. We fell into silence until I dismissed him. We'll talk another day. I'm tired. With that, I stormed off to my room and lay on my bed. I slowly closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep, not without wondering, was I too hard on him? I opened my eyes to find myself running in a dark void, panting while holding a small hand covered in bandages. I could hear a little girl panting for breath just like me. My heartbeats were loud and deafening, as were our footsteps. Keep running. Don't stop, I exclaimed, glancing back to see a man slowly approaching us. There's nowhere to run, little girl, he whispered ominously. Don't let go. Don't let him take me, the little girl cried. Her voice shifted to mine as I lost my grip on her hand. I looked ahead to see my father and I running from a dark silhouette behind us. Don't let her take me, my small voice echoed. Don't look back, little FN. Papa's voice rang out. I turned quickly to see the man's hand reaching for my face, and then I felt a sharp pain in my chest as a female voice whispered behind me, "Fool." I felt a chill as the white hospital dress I wore became stained. My breath hitched and I felt weak. The man took the little girl, who was crying as we both reached out for each other. Eri! I shot up from my bed, my heart racing. I was drenched in sweat as I grabbed a glass of water from my small fridge. What was that? I whispered, pacing my room. My phone vibrated on the nightstand. It was All Might calling. Hello. Ellen, have you seen Midoriya? He asked. No. But is something? I paused, hearing a faint explosion in the distance. Oh no. Is he with Bakugo? Never mind, I think I know where he is. And he's not alone. Send me your location. I quickly changed and jumped out of my window, racing toward the sound. All Might was already near the source of the explosion. All Might. Where are they? He asked, realizing who might be causing the chaos. I think they're this way, I replied, running ahead. As I sprinted, I conjured a long scarf like Aizawa's to help stop whatever was happening. We came to a halt and saw Midoriya and Katsuki fighting each other. I quickly threw the scarf at both of them to intervene. What the? Bakugo exclaimed, his voice strained. Stand down, you two. Huh? Midoriya looked at me, surprised. Effen-chan? All Might? When did you get here? Dang, you guys are heavy. I grunted, struggling to hold them both still. All Might stepped forward, and I followed closely behind him. Why did you choose Deku? Bakugo asked softly. What are you talking about? I whispered, realizing he had uncovered our secret about One for All. It started when the sludge villain attacked, didn't it? So why him? He was powerless. And still more heroic than anyone else. All Might began. I knew you were strong, that much was obvious. You were someone who could already fight. So, I decided he should have a chance to stand in the ring. But now you know I'm weak too. I always wanted to be like you, which meant being as strong as possible. I approached Katsuki and gave him a firm slap across the face. Everyone stared in shock. Why, you little. Before he could retaliate, I spoke up. How can you say that, Katsuki? You're not weak. You're not a failure. Where's that conviction you once had? You wanted to win by being the best. Did you forget what you said while we were kidnapped? You want to win just like everyone else. Now you want to quit? I won't allow that. He fell silent as I hugged him. He wasn't one for hugs, and usually he'd push me away, but this time he didn't. For a moment, I forgot he had been my bully for so long. Katsuki, please, don't give up. Not just on me, not just on Midoriya, but on yourself. Idiot. After everything I've said and done to you, why? Known you for years, Bakugo. I still want to be your friend, even if you disagree. Bakugo gripped my clothes and gave me a quick hug before letting go. This isn't your fault, young Bakugo, All Might continued. I was always going to lose my powers. You couldn't change that. You are strong, but I focused too much on your physical strength and overlooked what was important. This isn't your burden. All Might embraced him, but Katsuki pushed him away, upset. And now that you've laid your feelings out on the table, maybe you can understand each other. If you have mutual respect for making one another stronger, I have no doubt you'll become the ultimate heroes, winning and saving people at the same time. Those words hit me hard just as they hit them. I still remembered my promise to Todoroki. We'll both become the greatest heroes this world has ever seen together. My feelings toward him were now mixed and conflicted. Bakugo sat on the floor, arms covering his face. Don't you dare lose again, he said. I'll work harder. So that I can beat you, Midoriya replied. Hey Sotok. Who knows about you too? Bakugo asked. Recovery Girl and Principal Nizu. As far as students go, only you and LN. Of course you knew, he scoffed. I found out accidentally before the entrance exam, I explained vaguely. And you don't want this to get out because that would be bad, just like what happened to LN when we were captured. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. I won't tell anyone what's going on. Unlike Deku and Four Eyes, I can keep my mouth shut. Thank you. I'm not doing this for you. It would be a pain if this stuff got out and messed things up. Oh, and one more thing. He stepped closer and punched my arm lightly. Oh, what was that for? I complained. That's for slapping me in the face. Well, it had to be done, or else you wouldn't stop talking down about yourself. With that, All Might explained everything from the very beginning to how he chose his successor. We walked back to the dorms, but I split off because I didn't want anyone to know I had snuck out. Once I was back, I rested in bed again. In all the commotion, I had forgotten to mention my dream to Midoriya. I'll tell him later, I said as I drifted off to sleep. The next day. You guys threw down? And now you're under house arrest. I heard my classmates exclaim as I walked in, putting on my jacket. What's this about? I asked, still dazed from waking up. These two got in a fight and are stuck on cleaning duties now, Shoji explained. I face-bombed and groaned, why am I not surprised? I walked over to Midoriya to quickly talk to him. Hey Midoriya-kun, once I get back and you're done, can we talk about something? Oh sure. Is it about last night? No. Well sort of. Look, I'll explain soon. Just remind me, okay? Alright, I'll see you soon then. I walked out of the dorms with the group and headed to class. Later that day, in the late afternoon, I was finishing up personal training by myself. My quirk had gotten stronger, so I needed to get stronger too. Yet, I couldn't shake the thoughts of that girl from my dream. Don't let him take me. I remembered her name before I woke up. I think it was. Who is she? What does she have to do with me? I questioned softly. I turned to the bleachers where my water bottle was and noticed a small bento box with a note. I thought you might be hungry, so I brought you this, was all it said. It didn't have a name, but I recognized that handwriting. Shoto-kun. I was still thinking about him, but I didn't feel ready to talk to him face to face yet. I smiled as I opened the box to find a warm meal, just right for after training. After eating, I was about to put away the training equipment when I suddenly felt like I was being watched. I looked around but couldn't find anything. Hello? Is anyone there? I called out. No answer. I slowly turned, and just as I was about to lean some equipment against the wall, a face popped out to see me. Hello. Jaya. I shrieked, instinctively shooting ice at it before it could escape. Sorry, didn't mean to scare ya. The face with blue eyes reappeared on the wall. I screamed and fell back onto the floor. Am I going crazy, or am I really talking to a wall with a face? Nope. He vanished back into the wall and appeared on the floor with me. Who are you? Oh, me? Don't worry about it. You'll find out soon. He said, staring at my blank face as my body shook. I'm going crazy, aren't I? Thought to myself. Anyways, I just came to say you did good in training, he said. Keep up the good work, okay? He made his hand emerge from the floor to check his watch. Oh, look at the time. Gotta go. Hope to see you again someday. Hey, wait a sec. I crawled to where he was, but he was gone. Who even was that? I stood back up, and when I looked behind me, all of the training gear was cleaned up. What in the world? Who did this so fast? Was that guy just a distraction? Or was it someone else? I checked the time, and the training area was about to close. I needed to pack my stuff before I got kicked out. 3 days later, Midoriya was finally free from his house arrest, while Bakugo still had a day before he was back at school. Midoriya handed out the written apology he had to prepare and then apologized to everyone in our class, including me. In the classroom, we were going to discuss the internships and work studies that Aizawa-sensei had mentioned a few days ago. But this time, it felt a little different. Go ahead and come on in, he called to someone on the other side of the door. I'll have people who experienced it firsthand explain. I suggest you listen carefully as they point out how work studies differ from internships. Midoriya and I exchanged shocked looks when we saw the guy I had talked to at the training gym 3 days ago, along with 2 others. These 3 are third years at UA. They rank at the very top of our student body. You may know them as the Big 3. We all stared at them, and some of our classmates commented on how impressive they were, practically pro-heroes. Top students? And now we have a chance to learn from them. I thought quietly, still staring. Introduce yourselves briefly. Let's start with Amajiki, Aizawa said, referring to the guy with purple hair, pointy ears, and tired eyes. His gaze became intense as we watched with a mix of fear and curiosity. It's no good. You two go. I just can't. He turned to the wall nervously, shaking. Sudden mood change? Thought to myself. I can't say anything. I want to go home, he continued. Some of us wore confused expressions. Come on, Amajiki. You need to have the heart of a lion, not a kitten. You know, even though you're human. You get what I mean. The girl with light blue hair said before introducing herself, anyways, I'm Nijire Hato, and that's Tamaki Amajiki, our kitten. I'm supposed to talk about work studies. You first years have an exciting time ahead of you. She then paused, looking at a few of us with curious eyes. Hey, wait, hold on. Why are you wearing a mask? Is it because you're feeling sick or just trying to look cool? She asked Shoji, then moved on to Shoto. Oh, wow. You must be Todoroki, am I right? How did you get that big burn on your face? I lowered my head in my arms, panicking and thinking, ooh, touchy subject there, girl. Don't talk about it. Oh, LN, you recently got your quirk, right? How did you get it? Does it work differently because you're from the United States? Oh, Azui. You're a tree frog, not a gross toad, am I right? Oh my goodness, there's so much I want to learn from each one of you. Let's have a candid. She's a total airhead. Denki commented. I just laughed softly because she was kind of like me. I ask questions a lot. Aizawa was already done with this. This is completely irrational. There's no need for you to worry, Eraserhead. I'm up next, and I'll get the audience refocused. The blonde guy I had talked to said enthusiastically. The future's gonna be? No one answered. Were we supposed to say something like, plus ultra? Awful. That's your part, guys. Well darn, my column response was a total fail. He's certainly interesting, I awkwardly said. The rad new plan is that all you first years fight me at once. He declared. We all gasped. Oh no. I buried my face in my arms again. This definitely took a weird turn.